Of all the players I've watched throughout this Nbpl the past few weeks, Chu Zhang has the best Faria matchup. He handles the turret perfectly. He doesn't overcommit, and he gets out of it. Now Chu Zhang showing why ranked demons are ranked demons.
Out for JJH's reign this game. Shen Yuan trying to give chases on to AOW's Mike here. Mike, of course, with that purple armor, gonna lose quite a bit of it. Actually ends up into the charge. Right click coming off of the dagger. That purple focus doing a ton of damage. Immediately cancels out Mike's ultimate with their own ultimate. It's gonna come in. No way they miss that spear as they catch it to the Mike into the bubble. The touch. Able to find the bubble again, but it's so low. It's the last 3 players left in the lobby. Wang Liang knows this is going to come down to a 1v1. It's actually Feng who's able to secure the elimination out from underneath Alliance's Jin, and Jin, unfortunately, going to suffer massively here. They have the ultimate. Feng, however, has ult available as well. As soon as they get a single backstab in, there it is.
But with Blistering Edge, Feng is setting these... Oh, actually it's a Matari and zipping, setting Chu Zhang on fire, taking him down with a massive hit. 225 force into zone. Feng setting a blue focus scale rush.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics will amuse me for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
乐哉院中游，周览无穷已。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池系黄柳。清玩必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。
all the players I've watched throughout this NBPL the past few weeks, Chu Zhang has the best Faria matchup. He handles the turret perfectly. He doesn't overcommit, and he gets out of it. Now Chu Zhang showing why ranked demons are ranked demons.
Look out for JJH's raid in this game. Shen Yuan trying to give chases on to AOW's Mike here. Mike, of course, with that purple armor, gonna lose quite a bit of it. Actually ends up into the charge. Right click coming off of the dagger. That purple focus doing times damage immediately cancels out Mike's ultimate with their own ultimate's gonna come in. No way they missed that spear as they catch under the Mike into the bubble. Able to find the bubble again, but is so low. It's the last 3 players left in the lobby. Wang Liang knows this is going to come down to a 1v1. It's actually Feng who's able to secure the elimination out from underneath Alliance's Jin, and Jin, unfortunately, going to suffer massively here. They have the ultimate. Feng, however, has ult available as well. As soon as they get a single backstab in, there it is.
But with Blistering Edge, Feng is setting these. Oh, actually, it's a Matari and zipping, setting Chu Zhang on fire, taking him down with a massive hit. 225 force into zone. Feng setting a blue focus scale rush.
Guess who's getting new gear? Joke's on you. It's me. Like Kurumi needs a new outfit.
There is no point to this, Viper. You've spent too long fighting mortals and have forgotten much. But I am no mortal. Your antics were amusing for a moment. But it is time to accept your fate, sweet daughter.
You're not my mother. You're a monster!
How ungrateful. To be my child is an honor, for I allow you to serve me in death as in life. Now kneel.
Viper?
And who is this pest?
Justina Gu, Winter's Grace. Not bad for a princess. Let's finish this!
"乐哉院中游，周览无穷已。百会吐芳华，重台鸟高枝。林木分交错，悬池戏房里。清玩必详情，仙轮出战尾。座中发美赞，意气同阴魁。"
桃花影落飞神剑，速回初心终成王。让我们恭喜本周的周决冠军就是 TE 战队。
战队的磨合从来都不是一件简单的事情。上周的比赛也是暴露我们自身问题的一周，一切都只为总决赛做准备。乘风破浪，带您进燎原。
第一次打周决嘛，果然没有很适应比赛的节奏。当务之急是提升我们的运营能力，请继续相信我们。
卫星98那边奥义直接被迫交了，能晕到，晕到了一个，但是另外一个是风之镜躲掉了，结果还吹到这个刀。
哎，这边直接打2个了，自动路好了，这边直接盖下来这一波。
可能很多人对当前的机器存在误解，什么0分双灭、配合稀烂等等。我们只是在体会队伍的难处，论实力，我们从不逊色任何人。
提到了，真到，看我提到了，我来了，看到了，有了 ，OK。
劳模他不应该是个特殊的角色，我相信只要你有足够的实力，无论是单排还是3排，同样可以发光发热。
这边传过来的，没事。 看我这里，不要连2个，炸死了！叶哥换点丝袜，
作为神的门徒，终于再一次感受到其强大的压迫感。他是当之无愧的万佛之祖，根本打不动他们。我的朝圣之路还没有到达终点。
好险奥义都没有开出来，这一波人数占了优势啊，但是好像一丝血没有秒掉，而且身上还有甲。
是。
然后血线也很难受，沐浴着惊天地，但是好像
双抓，
这边直接双抓带走了一个。
已经结束了，虽然说有个金色线变，但是还是有个天马残红啊。
魔咒终于打破，这一次周决打出了我们应有的东西。
两兄弟倒地，只剩谭旭杰，我只能冲了，真得搏一搏啊！对方金如漆，他有点想拿吗？但其实拿不下来了，就看一下能不能多拿一个击败关。队友反了，因为谭旭杰有打金双刀，他拿到了。
谭旭杰这个时候还不打算开，
来了，
带下去直接带走基地中签，只有力抗连锁，1-1这一波输得盆满钵满。
既然你们愿意一直供奉，那么我将继续守护 Nbpl。
As the madness comes and it's about to get going here, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League for our trios. As we're about to get ready to lock in 6 more games of fantastic insanity here on Morris Isle and Holloroth. As we're accompanied by somebody a little bit different today. Give him a little bit of that bird sensation. We got Raven Nbpl here in the building. Raven, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, Davi. Thank you for the introduction. I love trios. It's my specialty currently. I formed the team Conquerors with King, Pubi, and Frostovis. And I've been studying these teams all of this season. I'm excited for our scrims coming up. And I'm excited to see if any of the meta changes are going to be happening. I know going into these last days, there's kind of an established meta right now with Feria being the Holloroth queen that she is, controlling that distance. And with these teams looking for any weaknesses in her kit, we're seeing a little bit more of Vipers finding that traditionally with monks, it was always paired with a Yushan that would defend against this Viper. And now the Vipers are out and about on these nighttime games and they're looking to assassinate these Ferias. I'm curious to see if anyone else has figured out any new counterplay this week. I'm really excited to see what the teams are cooking leading into this finals, Dobby.
The counters have been very interesting to see because it just seems like currently it's just Ferias on top of Ferias. Especially in these like team comps where it gets like a lot more tighter. All you're just seeing is a bunch of just Ferias just going absolutely insane on top of each other. And we saw that in solos as well, where, you know, certain players, especially, you know, whether it was a Vault or whether it was Yolohime, they were struggling to try to figure out how to counter or even just to stay alive. And in certain places, a lot of times they just try to just get out the way. So in trios, obviously, you can't really do that because there's way more players to deal with and to try to pay attention to on top of making sure that your team is safe. So coming into this, it's like, okay, you have the experience, which by the way, got a chance to play against Pubi during a really cool stream that I was invited to do for the Challengers over at Crown Channel. And I absolutely got Mali in every which way, shape, or form, except for one of those rounds, though. I did end up getting a dub, which I was really proud about. But man, Pubi is definitely a dangerous man. So I can only imagine where he was prior and what happens after you ended up coaching. The standings here so far, this is where we're at for 21 teams within our spring split bi-weekly 3. We're only in week 3, which is crazy to me. We still got a couple more weeks left, so obviously a lot of these teams still got something here. But man, I mean, we're getting down to the wire at this point. Tonight is the night. You either got to put up or shut up.
Exactly, Dobby. I'm really excited to see WBG. It looks like they haven't played their day 3 today. They're going to be in there with WBG's Monk being one of the premier monks in the league and one of the most explosive teams in Yang. They are still one of the most dominant teams with their Transformers. Now right on the cusp, though, Wolves, JDG. It looks like they're going to be starting this day, so they're most likely going to be secured going into finals at rank 14 and 13, EWG as well. All these teams, GG, TE, Koala, GD, only having 1 day played, so they're already in the top 14, Dobby. It doesn't look like there's going to be much of a shakeup in the middle of the league. I'm really excited to see what TE has cooking. They're my favorite team in the league now. At the top, though, normally J Team, even though they're 2-time champs, they're kind of mid when it comes to the NBPL league. It's kind of like they coast, they experiment a lot, but it looks like the experimentation is over. They're looking to just come out full on swinging, actually taking first. This is a rare sight to see, even though they are the world champs. Now AOW, another team not commonly up there in the top 5 with 68 and an 87.9. It looks like they kind of solidified their chances to go to finals this weekend. Now, looking at the environments for trios today, game 1, Morris Isle. It's looking like we're going to get a Dusk there. Holloroth is going to be another Dusk. And game 3, the very aggressive game of Nighttime Morris. I'm really excited to see what the Viper's going to be cooking today. Generally, when you play these Monk teams, they're very, very slow starting out off spawn. They don't have a ton of strength, but the teams that have a ton of aggression off spawn are those Viper Yodos teams, those Takeda Matari zipping teams. Teams have so much tools to their disposal to get a ton.
The average points though per game for XCG with a 17.2. Obviously, if you go down a little bit more here, we get GS in 11th with a 9.3 and 8.7 from Wolves. Wolves just barely under the chopping block. Now, this is one of the things I wanted to ask you here. We talk about how, you know, obviously you said they're basically close to, they're pretty much ready to qualify. They're about to qualify. Now, for some of these other teams, right? There's still certain players that's going to be fighting this out that are going to try to bump Wolves and some of the other ones that are just in that qualification out. They want to move them out. They want to be qualified. In that lane, 15 through 21, any of those players that are in the lower bracket, what do they need to do tonight to secure qualification?
Resolve is the biggest thing, Dobby. When you're playing Battle Royale, sometimes you need luck on your side, but chance benefits the prepared mind. So the biggest thing these teams need to do is every single game, just play that game individually. Each game is mutually exclusive. You just want to play your strategy to the best of your ability. If something goes wrong, you shake it off, you go next. And as the rounds keep closing out, this is what makes or breaks teams. That game 5.
Now, wait a minute. That's some pillows. Wait a minute. Wait, we might need to go back to that. Are they going to use those as pillows while they playing the game? I would love to see that. Can I get a pillow like that? That'd be fair. Can me and Raven get some pillows with our faces on it and some ears? I like the ears. I thought that was nice.
The CN casters actually have a Viper pillow and Justina pillow. And I was wondering where we could get those and have those in our backgrounds for our streams. That would be... I'm with you in this, Dobby. I really want some pillows. Now, looking at TE, they're renamed FPX, and I got to know them after the first Worlds where they placed second to J Team, and I thought they were one of the most consistent teams. And they're playing this comp, Monk Takeda Zipping. It's kind of a counter comp to all of the tumult Matari zipping comps out there, but it's kind of like mid between the traditional Sandmech where you got the Feria Monk versus traditional Yushan Monk. I'm excited to see how they make it work. Everyone in North America, specifically our main rivals, Tryhard, says that team is absolute cheeks, but I see a lot of the best teams running in NBPL, and it's a really fun comp to play in ranked with Takeda just being one of the most bullying characters that you can possibly play in trios. Now, XCG, this team, as you pointed out, Dobby, had the highest average points, and the difference that this team has over every other team is their Feria play. Now, normally when you think of Feria, everyone sees this giant turret, this giant mech just raining bullets against the lobby, but she's kind of just a glorified Kurumi. She actually uses her mech for the tumults a lot of the time. For the Monk, when they get low, she drops it on their head for banana peel to get everyone off them, and they're able to use that mech and not get taken down. Now, what's interesting to me, though, is a lot of these teams are actually opening up with their Tumultuaria Monk comps on Morris. Traditionally, you've seen these comps being played on Holoroth because it's so spread out, and because Morris has so much more terrain that you're able to bob and weave and hide and kind of camp to get to endgame. That's where you're seeing traditional Transformers play, where they're able to hide from all the Vipers, hide from all the all-ins, and get to that endgame where they're able to pick up a ton of kills. Now, something that I mentioned with Runekeeper last time I was on, every team kind of starts a little bit different, where you're not really warmed up, you want your first game. Most teams fall into the line of we're just gonna play it really slow, play it very defensive, try to get to end game, play it easy. But then there are a couple teams who just out of the gate swing for the moon. They're just go 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 go. They play Yodo teams with Wu-Chen, and like when they get in, they make a mistake, they're able to port out and re-engage again. And a lot of what those teams are doing is trying to assassinate these Monk teams early in the mid, before that Monk can get going, before that Monk becomes the absolute juggernaut of the lobby and endgame.
Gonna be a lot coming into our first game here, as you said, trying to see if they can get rid of those Transformer comps early in the game. It's not an easy feat, but it's not like it's impossible either, as we're gonna get ready to lock this in for our game number 1. All of our teams going to lock this in. We have some people already in the chopping block here. These are some of our lower bracket players and teams here, so obviously they're gonna come trying to get their first clean licks in Morris Isles Dusk coming into this for our hero picks here. And obviously, you said before, the team comps are very synergized. We know exactly what we're going to see. And obviously, from the rip, we're going to see a lot of those monks, those bald heads shining absolutely bright here. But still seeing some of those Wushins, Vipers, and those Yodos. I think Yodo is really the only thing here that can truly kind of hold off some of those massive monks that are going to be the issue here throughout these games, as we see 330, LXM, and Muskelia being the team GG, who has been here before. They've got double Transformers on their squad, so they're not afraid of anything coming into these games. I think they're the only team that actually is going double in our first game. We're seeing some Takeda slide in there somewhere. We're seeing the Viper. Obviously, we're probably going to see a lot more of that comp kind of later on throughout some of our games here. But coming in strong, GG is not afraid to let them know they are the big boy on the block here, and they're going to stay at the top if they can here. Now, obviously, my favorite part, even with all of this here, is where people land, because obviously the intensity of these games can get absolutely madness here, and the spread sometimes is very vast and wide. And for some of these people, where they're landing, we got about 4 teams headed super far to Mosian's Haven. I don't know why all of a sudden that's such a spot people want to land at, but all right, let's see what they could come up with. Meanwhile, we got Team Alliance heading all the way to Shipwreck's Expanse. We got JDG, we got WBG all the way up top at Eventide Temple in the Hall of Penitence. So obviously that full shrine here is going to get shredded with nothing but just absolute madness here. They're going to get ready to lock in for their first game. And obviously, there's a couple teams just, all around this left side here. Isley Cradler, Daylily Meadow, Zest Winery, all of those little huts here that the majority of the time, a lot of people land at, and oh my goodness, it's already a massacre over here getting started here. Immediately in the desert of Mohisim Haven here, as we see teams XCG, GDG right near each other here. Look at our beautiful faces here. They are the casters for it. And make sure to follow us on Twitter at NARAKA Esports here, as we're going to get ready to lock this in here. And immediately the chase happens. NiHQ already has a dagger, already catches up to GDK, and immediately says, hello, welcome to the party, and let's give you a beautiful warm welcome. Immediately Kakaxi gets destroyed in seconds here. Doesn't even give him much of a time here. NiHQ with a beautiful counter. Obviously, right clicks trying to connect as well from their teammates here. Gonna be the 2v1 situation. Not the best place you need to be here. And just like that, GD close to being eliminated here. Don Queen just said, hey, I'm just gonna bow out of here. I don't really need to fight this. Gonna go for a quick heal. Gonna try to see if maybe they can separate, but obviously you don't want to be in a 3v1 situation here, and you're the one running across the woods, just full panic, trying to get away. And they're actually struggling to get the grapples to even touch. Don Queen might potentially have an opportunity. Never mind, I take it all back, as Lexing Heng actually absolutely gets the clutch, gets close to him, and obviously snatches up the elimination, gives him a quick bark and says, welcome to the games.
XEG with that assassination. What you notice there, they actually took down a Transformer team, and I was saying Takeda zipping is extremely strong off spawn. That synergy before ults are online is just so overpowered. Takeda's F3, if you try to hold focus in front of him, he's going to grab your hand and slam you to the ground while his teammates follow up on you. And with Matari, with her blink, able to get a great flank, and now you're seeing Team TE with their patented Viper Yodo. Viper, this team is super strong with their assassination plays. And now we're going to see Koala versus KZ just north of the Fireflies. Koala looking only with white armor, but they want to get this first fight. They're willing to risk it right now with their second life. Now, Jen actually picked up Fireball. He's able to pull up the Monk ult. Now with all of this tempo, forcing the Viper ult out and forcing the Wu Chen port out. But what KZ was able to do was trade 2 ults for 1. Now they have the advantage. Are they going to capitalize on it? Now in front of them, there's actually an ultimate zone where they cannot engage and have the advantage using their ultimate. It looks like Koala kind of took their shot, and now they're gonna back off. Now we're seeing TE versus Alliance. TE, one of the strongest teams in the league. Both Yodo ults coming out. Wu Chen's trying to mitigate the damage. Alliance is forced out. That their Viper was assassinated by the Yoda. They're gonna fall back. It looks like TE opened up their fight with a Moonbait. They have the ult advantage. Viper still with ult online. They're chasing them down. Lucky looks like he might have to sacrifice himself for the greater good so his team can get away. TE, VVV, hot on their tail. The Yoda with the F-Round gets a scoop. Lucky cannot get away. Viper with the V2 locking out all the cooldowns. They get the stop. Alliance is just gonna get absolutely wiped.
Oh, wait, but hold on here. Just like that, Lin might have the upper advantage. Gets the burn, gets the hits. The question is, can he get the takeoff of Triple V? Unfortunate, though, as it looks like the other players are going to come through knowing exactly where Lin is, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough as TE is going to full squad wipe Alliance. That would have been insane if he would have been able to swap, at least getting 1 elimination out of that. That would have been incredible. At least getting 1. Sometimes it's better to at least take 1 with you, you know, rather than just having nothing. Sometimes 1 is better than nothing. That's all I gotta say here. It's 3:30 and them getting pelted with cannons here as JDG is gonna try to see if they can separate themselves from GG's. Looks like 3:30 wants this energy though, wants to try to see if maybe they can catch 1 slipping through the cracks here. This Kia gets caught within the backside here as they both end up looking right at each other as they're both gonna muck right in front of each other. Immediately, they're coming through the grabs, trying to see if they can get the swipe. They're ending up to catch 1 here, and that's LXM. Gets the throwdown. Obviously, 330 is gonna do the exact same thing as the ulti from the mech is also gonna be able to do the exact same amount of damage here, trying to capitalize on all of that damage on each side here. Zhao Yue ends up getting destroyed here by the insanity of this mech. LXM getting destroyed here by Koopy. Koopy ends up getting grabbed by 330. And just like that, they're trying to switch it over. LXM gets eliminated, and then JDG gets slammed, thrown, and just like that, we're now down to a 1v2 situation here. And technically, it would be a 1v1, but he ends up getting pelted by the insanity of that, as obviously they're going to pick up LXM here, trying to see if maybe they can go for the reset. LSR trying to hold on for as long as possible, but just like that, the repeating crossbow is going to claim the elimination here, gets the finish, and GG lives to fight another day. Meanwhile, I can't say the same for Ventus, as we just saw TJ get eliminated by OC. And Annalie just trying to put in as much time as possible. Then me putting in all of that strength as Annalie is going to come through with those double daggers. Gets the finish and obviously picking up Slayer. And just like that, they're also back at it, ready to go again. But GD caught in another situation. We just saw them fight a second ago, and they were still struggling. Meanwhile, TE is going to continue to create that pressure, exactly where they were talking about. And just like we said before, that whooshin'. I love whenever we see these whooshin' comps, because obviously that reset is so vital for a lot of these teams here. If you lose 1, you still get the reset, you get the shield up, and then just like that, you're back at it again. And now all of a sudden, the same team that you just fought a second ago, they have that same aggression here. As Gakaxi might actually try to see if maybe they can get a little bit better here. Oh, almost had the opportunity here. Trying to see if they can hold on to see if they can catch Leo on the rotation, as he does. does get triple V, but it's not going to be enough. He's just going to get a little bit of fire tick damage. Massive hits coming in from Yorihime. TXJ just putting in a lot of work on K, as he is going to be able to claim the next elimination here. So much happening here. Both defenses playing this as well as possible, just juggling Kakaxi. Kakaxi can't do anything within this space, and obviously trying to separate from the rest of the pack. Dawn Queen trying to see if he can escape, but obviously it's not going to be enough, as Triple V is going to do the exact same thing. Get the finish, shut them down, and say, nighty night, see you in game 2.
Oh my goodness, and you're seeing the power of this Yodo Viper comp. We actually call this comp Attack on Titan because they are the Titan Slayers. The second that Monk ult comes out, you pour it out and you come back with the ult advantage and you just slay. There is no way for these Titans to get away with Yodo absolutely decimating Yushan. Yushan's only useful versus Viper, but once he is taken out of the game and Monk isn't there for that double grab pressure, that team falls apart. Now we're seeing XCG. This team has had such a fabulous season, and it looks like they're coming out with another aggressive strategy with their Takeda Matari zipping. EWG known as one of the slower teams. Now when you have that Monk, you want to delay to get to end game. You want to get your Monk purple weapon. You want to get your Yushan a purple weapon. Now, something that's interesting that's evolved in this meta that I'm seeing today is they're actually running the traditional sandformers. That is Yushan to mulch Monk. Normally what you've seen is Feria instead of Yushan, and the reason why they've been running this is actually the direct counter to Yodo Viper. You'll actually see any of the Yodo Viper teams, when they see that Yushan, when they see that Monk, they absolutely just turn around, because the way the ults play out, Tumulch comes down, he ults on top of Wuchen. If he doesn't pour it out, he's going to die. Now, what does that mean? That means Monk ult is still there. So if you re-engage, that Monk is able to iframe the Viper stun. That Yushan is also there just in case you silence the Monk. There is no opening for that Attack on Titan comp. This is one of the direct counters to those Viper comps who've come out super aggressive, trying to take the momentum of the games to snowball it for the rest of the rounds. Now we're seeing WBG, they're always in yang. They have a 50% win rate. We also have XCG, and I'm excited to see WBG Sleepwalker. He is known as one of the best monks in the league. He likes to monk diff other teams. We're seeing him open up with the ult versus Yuran. The rock, paper, scissors is going out. Monk's looking for that shove. It looks like Sleepwalker's already lost half of his health, but he's able. Yuran takes a massive amount of, he goes from 100 to 10% within a couple seconds. He's forced to de-transform. So it's Sleepwalker. It looks like both monks are gonna get traded out, but Yuran with a sliver of health is able to get away. He's just trying to delay. He's just trying to buy some time. Yushan is peeling. He's trying to peel as best as he can. All the monk is trying to do is just survive. Now PB at half health. It is a 2v3. They're trying to clutch it out. WBG looks like they're gonna clear up Yuran. He was able to get some armor pots off, but Jing coming out of Yushan a little bit later, getting taken down by an RB, and now PB with a big, gets absolutely dominated, and EWG able to show what the monk diff looks like. That was really exciting. I thought WBG actually had the advantage, and all of a sudden they just get this crazy burst onto WBG Sleepwalker, and he's just forced to de-transform out of nowhere.
I also gotta give it up to the one of the other players as well here that actually put up a massive amount of damage, though, to also keep this game alive during that 1v1 here. And obviously that Terracotta Warrior trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible here. Meanwhile, we're seeing the reset here from XCG going to come in here as KZ is going to be coming through. And looks like they still got a little bit of time on their hands. They don't necessarily need to force another fight immediately off of this here, as they're going to try to see if maybe they can go towards another section and try to see if they can go for the resurrection, as WBG Spider also rotating as well outside. Even with all of this space, there's still a whole lot of momentum here, as we still see three teams, one with a Mystic Mind and the other two with a Vermilion's Bird Knight. Now, obviously, if you were in this game, you were going through all of this in the early sense. What is probably better for you to have? I feel like I know this answer, but what do you think is probably the best to have? Would you want to have the Mystic Mind, or would you rather have the Vermilion's Bird Knight?
Right now, in the current meta, for me personally, I think Mystic Might is a little bit better for these monk comps, because when you're going in, you're generally not looking to go in and just not ult. And the big thing about Vermilion's might is that you're going in and you have this second life, and the way I see it is like you're kind of a free kill. If I see you coming in and you actually have the buff, it doesn't matter if it's solos, it doesn't matter if it's trios. What I know is that in the back of your head, you're thinking, oh, I have a second life, I can just do whatever here. Now that is not the case, and what we're seeing right now is WBG Sleepwalker. They have Yang sickness. They need to get this kill. OC, the unfortunate victims of this all-in. They have the GOAT monk himself, Sleepwalker, coming at them, but Sleepwalker not really scaled, only with blue armor, getting grabbed and forced out of monk form. It looks like he's gonna get taken down and slammed. Sleepwalker with 1 HP gets taken down. WBG Yushan is not able to peel for him. It looks like WBG is not going to be able to come out on top. And now we have XCG coming in with the Juggernaut comp. Their Takeda coming in super buffed with the zipping ult, with the Matari ult. He's going in, he's shoving, absolutely bullying OC. OC doesn't know what's happening. They just won the fight, and now they're getting third-partied. There's no chance for them to survive this onslaught from this Takeda, who has purple ult, sending non-stop ghosts, getting absolutely so much value off his focus attacks, and XCG coming in with that third party, picking up, and they're up to 7 kills right now, leading into this mid game. Now, one of the hardest parts of this mid game, after that first Yang, there are 3 teams who just have Yang depletion, and when they're coming out, they need to find a soul bloom. They need, like, they only have 4 minutes to do it, and what these teams do, these assassination comps where you're seeing Takeda zipping or Viper Yoda, what they like to do is sit there and wait for these teams to all in and hope that they all in one of their arch nemesis, another monk team, and as that team starts going down, they come in and they just pop all 3 ults. Because once they get these kills, the one thing that's very different in Immortal War versus regular ranked is these blooms that you get off the players after you kill them. Not only do they cure that Yang depletion, after that 4 minutes you'll die anyway, but they give you a lot more ult charge. And if you're able to get 2 kills after a fight, you're going back to 40 to 60% rage. And a lot of these players, unlike in solos where you need a ton of energy, in trios you actually need a ton of ultimate rage. A lot of these players have a ton of runes that give them more rage depending on whether or not they do damage. Now we're gonna see a replay of XCG versus OC. You're seeing that monk absolutely cook, but he's able to get a double grab versus XCG. XCG with this Takeda comp, able to take down the monk and bring it down to a 2v2. This is where the best players are made out of. The Takeda doesn't have a gold up, gets poked side to side by this spear. He's trying to create enough space. OC Slayer able to trade down, and it comes down to a 1v1. Now you're seeing these ghosts block each other, so he almost blocks XCG's parry and to make him survive, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Sometimes Dobby, what you can do as a dead ghost inside these Yang, one of the finesses is your whole team can sit there in front of another player as they get a parry, and sometimes that collision box actually blocks a lot of these punishes.
A lot of the punishing really does come from that defense here, and obviously trying to hold on here and not get caught in that repeated situation of just getting hit over and over again. Now, sadly with me, I would have definitely been caught multiple times and probably would have been juggled in the air with no way of really being able to reset myself or get out of here. Meanwhile, these teams are going to be able to do it effortlessly. But sadly, in those situations, you still can get caught up in a bad situation. Obviously, that did pay for it with this team here, as it looks like EWG also is going to be in their space here. And it looks like they haven't actually found anybody as well. Is EWG going to get this for free? Hold on now. For the freebies? That'd be phenomenal if Xylio, Tuts, and Rod actually gets a freebie here. We're going to check back on them a little bit later here to see if they end up actually doing that. As it looks like TE has found a bounty on Bauda here. Could be particularly pretty well, and it looks like they do. EWG actually just got a free win for the Realm of Yang. Nobody actually goes through any of the portals that were nearby, and EWG gets a freebie. Just being at the right place at the right time, and they get a free Mystic Might as the reward for literally just doing nothing. What a great find! And then just like that, I thought there was oh no, that's gonna be GD here that we've seen earlier that got eliminated. But That would be absolutely massive. They ended up leaving that, and just like that, ended up finding another team to go fight. That would have been phenomenal. But obviously, shut down looking towards this here. Still going to be able to rotate this around, but still a whole lot happening here. As EWG looks like they're going to see if they can get something out of the fruits of their labor here, but they got the gold. Oh, KZ nearby inside the bush. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. They're heading towards that direction. Oh, they actually end up sticking out. They start busting. They start shooting. Meanwhile, cannon shots ricocheting on each side here, trying to see if they can get any connectivity here. Looks like one of them has the rockets as well here. Looks like the Draco Storm coming in from Bauda as well. Gonna be helpful for them, but I don't think KZ really wanted to fight that out. I'm surprised they still stuck out of that bush. Maybe they were thinking the same thing. Maybe they assumed they were actually going to come into their bush, but that would have been interesting to see a whole nother team. Now, we've seen solos do it where certain people, they end up going in the bush. Another person walks into the bush, has no idea there's already somebody in it. We haven't seen it in a trios perspective. That would have actually been pretty interesting if somebody would have just started just swinging. Meanwhile, OC, rest of the team, bunch of tree monks all the way up top here trying to hold it together. Meanwhile, EWG's found another fight, and that's in front of Bauda and Ventus. Ventus looks like it has one of their solo players as well by themselves here as cannons start ricocheting all the way around as Malman actually ends up claiming that one on WX98. As the bow shots trying to see if they can connect as well. Burn coming through on each side here. Has to be careful, doesn't want to get caught with those burn ticks. And it looks like Bauda is going to try to see if they can go for the separation here. Doesn't really want to fight this out with EWG right now. We're on the halfway point here. We still have 32 players left, 12 teams. So I don't think anybody really is trying to force anything currently.
Yeah, it was really interesting. When you saw Bauda sitting there waiting, their monk behind the Feria pillar, they were actually baiting the other team who got a bounty on them to get closer, because when you get Draco Storm, that is one of the strongest buffs in the game. Now, if you're a new viewer and you haven't played Immortal War, and it's not something commonly on ranked where you have these buffs, you have Mystic Mike, you have Draco Storm, you have the Phoenix Bussing. Each of these buffs greatly buff your team, and what Draco Storm does is gives you a massive AoE that heals you and DPSs your opponents, and what advantage that gives you is the ability to face tank a ton of damage, even ults, and when someone is parrying in front of you, since the AoE damage is randomly going off, a lot of the time it interrupts someone's parry, and if you're holding a blue focus in front of them and that flinch goes off, you're able to send a double charge, getting a massive amount of damage. Now, leading into this mid game, the reason why you're seeing all these teams camp is because these monks, as you see, get all of their value in endgame. Even though they have 3 to 6 kills, and you see EWG with over 10 kills, monks are able to pick up 10 to 15 kills endgame, and because they get their health pool back as the zone closes in, they're able to play 2 different lives and get those big placement points to get those fatty multipliers. Now, on the flip side, you have XEG on this very fast comp. They're coming out swinging, they're coming out rushing all these teams with Yang Sickness. They're looking for that third party, they're looking for the triple ults, and they're picking up a tons of kills. But when you're leading into that endgame, they don't have a transformer to hide behind, they don't have a Feria to hide behind. They're just out there looking to use natural terrain to their advantage in order to survive. As we're leading into this end game now, every team is probing for weakness. One of the things that you're trying to do leading into the end game is get your Jades correct, get your resources correct. You see TEVVV with 4 heals, 8 armor pots. You see him with his gold cannon ready to go. What moves these teams from left to right for the best positioning as they jostle are these ranged weapons. With these Jades, you're able to get special buffs that give these range a lot more effectiveness. One of the most effective Jades that you can have in these trios is Flame Breath on the cannon. What it adds is a dot that does a ton of damage to your opponents, and when you do more damage, a lot of these players have rage glyphs and they're able to continuously get these ults faster than you'll ever see. Sometimes you'll see these monks get 4 ults in endgame. The top 4 teams with their monks will at minimum get 3 ults. It's kind of like a factory system of ulting where constantly the monk ults, he gets double grabs, the whole team defends the bodies, they loot up, and the monk, when he detransforms, he gets all of those soul blooms to regen his ultimate, as we're seeing here, we're seeing 330 with his cannon. A lot of times these players hold multiple cannons, so they're able to continuously pressure these teams to move away from them. Now they're playing for this gold chest. These chests have way more loot than normal. They in the end game, they're gonna have a gold armor and 2 purple armors. Now KZ is not willing to give this so easily. KZ end up getting picked off alone, trying to make it to endgame. Now GG using that tumultuo to defend the box, but unfortunately one of their members gets picked off. They're able to pick up a couple jades from it, but at the cost of losing a member is not worth it. Without that farrier, they're not going to be able to sustain an endgame. They're basically going to only be able to play for placement, and EWG with that third-party timing is able to go in and scoop in most of the loot, forcing GG off. There, Yushan does have the gold armor right now. We're gonna see that passed off. Now GG goes back, and they're looking to try to res their teammate, but the whole lobby sees them trying to res, and they're all going to descend and realize it's only 2 players. These are 2 free kills for the picking. They're going to range it now. 330 with his last stam. He's gonna go into monk form. He's looking for a double grab. He gets 1. Can he get 2? The Yodo is peeling for trying to take down 330. He's trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, his teammate gets taken down. He's looking to get away with his dagger. Looking at this energy, though, it looks like he has no stamina to get away. The lobby is going to descend upon him. 330 stuck on these buttery rocks, trying to find some type of cover, but Team Wolf sees 330 trying to get away. 330 on his last leg gets taken down by wolves, absolutely devoured. Man, it's unfortunate going for that box. You have to risk it for the biscuit to scale up and get to this end game, but unfortunately, they get picked off by EWG's timing. What a great play by EWG.
Even with that as well, EWG really with that comeback here. And obviously, like we said, they had that free Mystic from earlier here, and obviously still was able to find it as Sanzi actually ends up getting found by XCG, and immediately NiHQ is going to push in on this. Absolutely gets destroyed, though, by the bow shots of one of XCG's teammates here. Is OC also on the rotation here, sadly. Looks like Sanzi is going to be by himself. One of the only solo players for Ventus, trying to hold off for as long as possible. Ends up finding a free bush right in the midst of all of this madness here. And the question is, I don't think anybody's going to be able to find him. I don't think anybody saw him as he comes through. As KLA is in a totally different situation. Back turned and struggling to try to push in here as the full circle cascades right around as the ulti comes through from WBG's PP out of nowhere here. Looks like they wanted to come in and start causing some problems just because they felt like it. And decides also to dip out as well. Oh no, ends up getting caught and grappled by 2 different players here. Ends up getting found and immediately bullied by Wolves team. LXX and the rest of them just putting in so much work here for the massive duels on each side. We got dual blades and the nunchucks putting in absolute work and gets the shutdown on WBG's PB. They said, no, you're not going to cause that many issues. I'll see you later as we're going to try to get you out of here because we are sick of you. Meanwhile, XCG still in a great place, bottom of this hut. Xyliu trying to see if he can cause some issues over there with those cannon shots. Not going to be able to connect anything. Yeron with the gold shield. Still has that gold staff, pole staff to their name here as Tut. And EWG trying to see if they can connect some shots here. Obviously not able to do enough here, but oh, you got to be careful. You better not stand by yourself alone and still, because somebody is going to take advantage of that as Tut ends up realizing why that's not a good idea. As he ends up getting pelted by 3 bows back to back to back while trying to repair his musket. Meanwhile, still down at the very bottom here, Xyliu trying to see, just to try to create a little bit more separation between XCG, putting in a little bit more of a threatening tone, doesn't want XCG to push in on this part. EWG's been playing this game well so far. They do not need XCG to come through and start causing some issues for them, especially in a predicament like them. They're in the bottom right section of this corner. This really could not be good. They can end up getting pushed in, but oh no, Lin just dangerously low out of nowhere comes falling from the skies. Meanwhile, XCG just trying to separate themselves. TE is right on the other side of this one, though. Absolute shots trying to see if they can connect anything. It looks like they're all connecting as much as possible here. Tut using those shots. Sadly, he's burning, but he will be okay as KLXGG trying to see if maybe they can find anybody here for this Yoda Hime ulti. And it looks like he's trying to find it from Jin here, from the separation. Almost hits him the first time here, dangerously low as they're pushing in as far as possible to try to see if maybe they can get that free elimination. Jin is so low, trying to fight this out for as much as possible. Meanwhile, Alliance is lucky, trying to see if they can find anybody here. And it looks like they are able to get the stun, but ends up getting destroyed by somebody. Meanwhile, 9HQ, what are you doing? 9HQ is going insane, sending 3 people off of the cliff, not even caring about the massive amounts of fire and cannons that's getting shot all the way from the very top here. Meanwhile, there's 3 monks. Is Sleepwalker on a tree right now?
Tree monk going at it. Usually when one monk ults, you see a reaction from the rest of the lobby because every team needs to ult and hide behind their monk. And one of the finesses that monks actually do is they pay attention to every single monk in the lobby because they look for that extra grab. As a monk detransforms, they're stuck in animation and they're able to get grabbed. Now Bauda actually holding the high ground. This is where you want to be in these end games. Up high, away from all the Vipers. There's not that much cover to hide from these big AoE Vipers. Now, this is where monks shine year-round, feasting upon it, but these Viper teams, TE, showing a ton of aggression against the wall, looking for the stuns, looking for anyone that's weak. These Viper teams, they're looking for all the stragglers, they're looking to pick up all the kills. The Yodo Viper teams have so much horsepower when it comes to these kills. This gold cannon is doing so much damage for TE's VVV. It looks like Zermang is gonna get taken down by VVV. They are absolutely decimating this corner. It looks like their Jades are out of control. It looks like one of their Wu-Chan has a soul slash. What that does to the katana on the double charge, it releases this giant focus attack in front of it. Now TE's completely controlling this left side and peppering the monk teams who just came out with no ult. VVV should be getting his monk online. All of this AoE damage from this cannon. He's building up his ult. He's already at 86%. He used his ult maybe 40 seconds ago. It's about to come back online. It's at 91%. That Viper with the V2 locks down all of the other players. He's going up in the tree looking to drop down with his ult. Ult is on live. Now he only has 5 grapples. All of these teams are trying to delay, trying to get some extra placement points, but VVV able to pop his ult. The whole lobby is running away. XCG's Nangq is shoving the full team of TE with his Takeda. He's fully buffed from his team. He's going crazy. He's zipping buff. He's Matari buffed. He's shoving everyone into zone. Unfortunately, he gets grabbed by XCG. His momentum absolutely stifled. Now Yuran going crazy, trying to look for his double grab. He has KZ in his hand. He's able to get TE in his hand and goes for the double grab. Yuran dictating the pace of this lobby, holding the center of the map. Now they don't have his variant, but he still has his Yushan to cover him. He still has Yushan to feed him extra kills, sending VVV into the zone. That's going to be an extra soul for him to get his ult back up. Yuran going into the zone, picking up an ult. Now he's going to be peppering the lobby with some cannon chumps. There's only 9 alive. As long as he can get his ult up, he's going to win this heal off. All of the Wu-Chens are running up and down. These squirrels in the tree just trying to survive. Bauda does have his ult up. He's trying to delay for the circle to get a little bit smaller, so at the last second he can pop his ult and possibly clutch it out for his team. The ult's gonna go down. EWG's Monk's not able to have his ult up. He's still trying to farm him. Their Yushan is trying to knock all these players down from the tree. There's nowhere left to hide. Bauda's Monk is the last stand. He's looking for a grab. The Wu-Chen ports out into the zone though. Bauda's Maoban looking for a double grab. He can't seem to pick up one. He finally gets one. He just needs a second one for this double grab, but he's gonna get shoved out by TE's Yodo. He's clutching out. He's getting a bunch of last hits. This Yodo ult getting an extreme amount of value, doing thousands of damage. This last little bit, he's not able to hold on, but it looks like XCG's zipping, able to play, heal off, dodging these Yodo ults. Will he be able to survive? It looks like the Alliance's Yodo's able to clutch it. Jin being the last Yodo standing with that ult. But it looks like XCG had so many kills this half. They were just everywhere with this, what I like to call the Juggernaut comp. When the Takeda ults and does his initial shove with the ghost, he's able to get a focus attack. But if Mataru follows it up with another ult, he's able to double shove and just get a massive amount of damage. And with that zipping ult, he is unstoppable. He is an absolute juggernaut. And you love to see that with XCG, normally a very defensive team. Instead of starting off very defensive, they come out swinging with a very, very offensive comp, and they're actually able to make it work in this end game. This really, really amazing play coming out today, Dobby.
You know, we talk about a lot of that synergy here, and obviously you did a fantastic job of really explaining why, you know, it's so important to keep your team alive, but also at the same point, you got to be able to take some of those risks here. And obviously for a team like them, it obviously paid off for them in the best way possible here, being able to secure and clutch a dub. You know, we talk so much about all of the statures and trios and how you're able to balance it out and go through so much here, but XCG showing and why they deserve to be the top team here for our game number 1 of our day 3 for our trios. XCG really putting in some work here. Obviously started off a little rocky, but obviously it's not how you start, it's clearly how you finish.
Exactly. If you're looking for a really, really fun comp, it doesn't matter if it's duos, it doesn't matter if it's trios. When you have Takeda and you have a zipping, like the essence of fighting game is just doing big damage. If you want to see big numbers and feel unstoppable, when it doesn't matter really any weapon, that Takeda zipping combo is extremely powerful. I'm sure XCG's Takeda is having a great time. I'm sure when we look at his stats, he's probably doing way over 20,000 damage for that lobby. They basically puts that zipping, puts that Batari in a backpack and just carries them over the finish line, getting tons and tons of kills.
Obviously getting those eliminations are absolutely massive, as we're going to see the standings for our game number 1 to see obviously how far ahead was XCG compared to second place and third place. Obviously, it's still going to be a wide amount of eliminations regardless. And obviously that team comp getting that first place and those 4 to 5 ranking points are going to be just as big for the rest of the team as it is for players 2 and 3 on our list for our standings here. But like I said before, for myself, what I'm really excited to kind of watch here is seeing at that very bottom bracket who is going to be the ones that snatch that dub away from 14th and 15th place. Who's going to be the ones that comes and says that climbs all the way back up and says, hey, you guys are out of this, we'll take care of this, we're going to move on, you guys can go over there and sit down. That's what I want to see that.
And when you're a gladiator in this arena, it feels really, really good that you have your destiny in your hand. Now, if you're one of the teams who've already played your 2 games and you're up there in 12th, in 14th place, you're just sweating, just hoping that another team chokes. And that's not a very good feeling. While on the other hand, these other teams, they get their shot to get to finals, to prove themselves. And this league is filled with super, super, super good trios.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a 30+ point game right there. 17 eliminations for XCG. TE not that far behind with 14 eliminations, and EWG actually ahead of TE, but sadly ends up in third place here because of those ranking points. That the second place with those 2 points are very vital here, and obviously that's why, even though with that 1 point and still tying the kill points with 21 points, still gonna take them a little bit over the edge here with the 0.5 difference between second and third place. Still a 1 elimination difference is still big, but placement is just as bigger. Now, check this out. All the way down at the bottom here. Ventus with the 1 point, KLA with 1, GG's with 4. Tying it up with KZ, but sadly, they do have those ranking points of a 0.5. Obviously, it's going to be enough to take them a little bit more over the top here. As we look at the damages, 29,000 from Lexington by himself. Excuse me, sir? Huh? I'm gonna need to see what he was using. I need to see what he was using. I feel like it's the cannon, though. I feel like, one of the things that I also noticed here, too, the melee, not only the melee, but also just the range of how far these weapons can go for some of these players here is absolutely massive. As you look at the replays here of XCG, just putting in work on Vowed out here. Obviously, we saw them with that strong start from what we saw earlier, but they did have a little bit of some jittery moments happening a little bit later on, but Miscalia ending up getting that nice, beautiful slash, and as you were talking about the Realm of Gang from earlier here, that defense coming through so well on both sides. That's 300 IQ movement, and that's how you play the game. TFJ is going to shut down GG, and the rest of the team Okay, Caxi caught in a bad situation, and obviously TE just putting in enough work. TE was traveling for a very long time. Look at Tut catching him with the musket here. Obviously, Dayron here looking like they were able to get the grab. Gets the double, gets the slam. Obviously doesn't get the full finish here, but TXJ trying to hold on here. I mean, TXJ TE went explosive towards the very end of that game. Absolutely incredible. You can tell TE really wanted to get that dub here. Obviously, they wasn't able to secure it, but TE was hungry during that final circle. Oh, they was hungry.
Oh, and what you like to see here, Davi, is it seems like coming out swinging seems to be the best strategy. TE running a very, very aggressive comp, running Viper, Yodo, Wu Chen, and XCG running. Wait a second. Xiaonan being the MVP this time. Dagger 5,000, repeating crossbow 4,000. I believe. Wait a minute. Is this a zipping MVP?
It is a zipping MVP. It is. But still, huh?
This is very rare that you actually see the support player being given the MVP. Now, support, traditionally in other games, you think of support as just like a healing role, but in NARAKA, it's actually very different. Support actually just means that you cannot die first. You are the anchor of the team. You are usually the primary target where you're getting 2v1, and it just goes to show that XCG's appreciation being the anchor of that team with getting the most kills, able to support his Cicada and Matari. What really surprised me, Dabi, is that Matari was actually had close to 30,000 damage. I'm really curious to go back and see exactly how she picked it up. It looked like she was running longsword and getting a ton of flank plays, and with the new buff to Matari is able to play a lot more aggressive than she previously could do, because before she had no gold F to break parry, so if she threw a blue attack, she got a parry, she could essentially grief her team, and she is one of the defensive ult for the team with all these Vipers going around doing an AoE stun. Matari's ult making her team invisible completely counters that whole thing. But if she gets caught out and silenced, she cannot help her team. So with these new buffs, you're seeing a new, more offensive Matari, not this rat Matari that we're used to seeing that are hiding in bushes, hiding in trees. Instead, this Matari that is actually an assassin that tries to blink behind the lines, that tries to go for these risky plays, that goes for parries, that goes for blue attacks, that gets in there and tries to peel for her team.
Yeah, like that's cool and all, but I'm just gonna say it like this: Lexington was putting in work. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. The way that we saw how he was able to juggle, and I'm not talking about the specific things. I'm talking about just how do you get 7 eliminations, almost 30,000 damage? I can only imagine how much support they still had regardless of that. But still, that was a pretty overall difference here. Still, we've seen this happen before. It's still surprising, okay? Because for myself, I'm thinking, when you think over EVP, you think overall, correct? You think, it doesn't necessarily have to be the most kills, it doesn't necessarily have to be the most damage, but when you're kind of doing everything, I don't know. But as a support, as the healer, as the person that's trying to keep the game alive while still trying to be able to put in that insane amount of damage here. 4 eliminations, 14,000 damage, and definitely a decent amount of healing here. Still, that's pretty good. I will say that is pretty good, especially for a trio team. Everybody's kind of like fighting to just try to keep as much space and distance from everybody else as possible here within that space here. But hey, listen, well deserved. Was able to get it. Clutch is up. By the way, that was their first MVP. Just want to be able to highlight that. Their first MVP of the season. We're in week 3. First MVP. Gotta at least highlight that and show them some love, even though Ventus is struggling with their love as WX98, TJ, and Santi is at the close to the very bottom of the leaderboard here with the average kills of 5.2 and 25k damage. They need to figure it out, even though somehow they have a 30% top 5. You'd think they'd be a little higher. It's a little bit. But Ventus, they need to figure it out. I don't know.
Yeah, when you have a 30% top 5 rate, that means somewhere in the early game and mid game, you're just getting picked off. You're falling victim to a lot of these off-spawn engagements. Now, if you don't have the best fighting, it's really, really smart to, instead of landing very, very hot, land just slightly safe outside of these high yield zones where these tier 1 teams are landing, come in with armor, with blue armor, with blue weapons, and third party the teams who are just off spawn scuff. A lot of the times you don't find a weapon off spawn, and a lot of these very, very aggressive teams are willing to take it to you with no armor, with just one person with a weapon. But because of how good they read in the pocket and how aggressive they are, and their team play is just so tight, they're able to capitalize with just one person with a weapon and a couple of fists. They're just taking out kills. And off spawn, once you get those couple of kills, it's really, really hard in the early game to get 3 to 6 kills. You're only seeing a couple comps be able to pull this off when all these teams are playing for keeps, playing super, super safe. You're basically trying to squeeze water out of rocks. Now, as we go to Hollowrath, I'm curious to see how teams are going to switch it up. Now, traditionally, what we've seen in the past is that it's mainly been Monk, Feria, Tumulch providing an extra security to that Monk and Feria where they're ping-ponging their ults. One person transforms, as the other one de-transforms, another person transforms, and if something goes wrong, you have your Tumulch ult to peel. Now, what's really, really strong about the comp is the synergy between Tumulch and Feria. Feria, with her new ability, has a rifle shot that silences opponents that she can use every 18 seconds. And Tumulch has this sand wisp that stuns their opponent and also silences them. And what you end up seeing in a lot of these end games and transitions from mid to end game, these stragglers or anyone caught lacking ends up getting caught in a wisp and then followed up by a rifle shot and is absolutely exploded by all of the range attacks from these teams. And when you're playing with 2 transformers, you're going to be super decked out with Jades. The Jades will add abilities, will add defense, will add attack, and at these safe distances, you're seeing a new meta kind of evolve, where traditionally when you see NARAKA, you see a ton of melee weapons, but in this season's Pro League, you've seen a new level of range proficiency. Now, I'm really excited to see. I saw a little bit of Monk zipping here. How these teams are going to choose and adapt to Hollowrath. Hollowrath, traditionally, when you look at this map, you think it's very, very open. There's a lot of places to hide. It's very big, and it's a false sense of security, actually. Hollowrath doesn't really go well into endgame because there's really nowhere to hide. There's a lot of wide open areas, and as I expected, you're seeing a shift in the meta. A ton of these teams are opening up with the aggressive comp. Viper, Wuchen, Yodo. You're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Half of the lobby are running Viper. They're gonna try to assassinate these Monk, Feria, Tumulch comps. Feria is very, very vulnerable to Viper. Now, Monk and Feria can technically ult at a perfect timing and iframe the stun. But if any of them do not have their ults up, they are super susceptible to getting all in and poked to death and absolutely taken out. You need all 3 ults on that Sand Mech comp to defend against these Viper comps. And unlike those comps, Viper with Wuchen have a ton of mobility. They're able to go in there, silence, see if they can get that kill. If it doesn't go well, Wuchen can port them out and they can full disengage, just hard grapple away, get to the other side of the map. And with Hollowrath being dust, you're going to see a bunch of Fireflies on the map. Now, what Fireflies actually do is give you a ton of ult charts, and they're actually static spawns around the map. This is how teams actually decide where they're gonna land off spawn and create these timings to catch these monks when they're vulnerable. When they're little baby monks, nice and just fledglings, not able to really defend themselves with their blue armor and slightly less health, this is where they get assassinated.
And clearly it's going to be helpful for some of these players here, as we're going to see a very wide range of teams here headed towards Imperial Village. We got at least 3 teams. We got GD, we've got Wolves, and it looks like, is that KLA? It looks like KLA's colors, as Bauda is going to be all the way down in the city of Tang by themselves. Meanwhile, we've got KZ all the way in Cinnabar Valley, as we have at least 2 teams, at least close to, but nobody landing at the very center of Plum Castle. This is the first time I've ever seen this before. We have at least one team in Pinnacle Town, which is where we've seen XCG and JDG. But in terms of the actual main structure of this entire map, the massive castle that we've seen all this energy off of, and obviously coming out of this very strong start, GDG, BIWEEK3, sadly, is just going to get absolutely juggled like a piñata at a 16-year-old's birthday party. Meanwhile, Koopy trying to see if they can figure this out with all of this space. NiHQ actually ends up getting destroyed here in seconds. Going to have to go for the reset here, as LSR is going to try to see if they can put in some work, as JDG decides to switch it up right in front of XCG here. Koopy trying to see if they go together. Massive parry to shut down here in front of Koopy, and then still going to be able to go through with this as well. JDG trying to hold on here. Lexington trying to figure out this 1v3 situation, ends up getting destroyed by the long sword, as Lexington trying to hold it together, but then Koopy ends up getting caught by Xiaonan by the heavy sword, and just like that, we could be back into this madness here. Even with all the Xyliu has the first step of the Viper comp, is going to be able to pop the Venom's eye, and just like that, gets to shut down the finish. Lucky is going to be able to catch 2. And also, EWG is going to be able to get the finish, but LSR, again, one of those players that does such a decent job of being able to get away, knowing where everyone is here. Just like that, LSR is going to try to dip out as long as possible, but oh no, here comes EWG's Yeron and Tut. They're not going to make it easy. Looks like he almost had to slide cancel here, trying to see if they can get the find-in, but it's not going to be enough, as they both slam on each side, trying to see if they can hold it together. LSR trying to figure it out, but it's not going to be enough. Beautiful switchback. The defense almost catching him within the parry, gets the stop. Obviously, both of them come through, slashing and gashing, and just like that, he is out. And again, very, very strong start for XCG. They're trying to figure it out here, as Ventus is also going to be able to try to see if they can find it, as well as OC trying to capture it on each side here, as Hazy ends up getting pushed towards the corner, forcing the Yohime Elte to come out. Meanwhile, the response coming in from the rest of the teams here, trying to see if they can find it, as Annalie is going to be able to catch Hazy in a bad space, leaving his head just as Hazy as his name, as he gets finished, sadly. Meanwhile, Lily is able to try to see if they can find one, ends up getting caught by one. Beautiful finish here, as there's a Bane's Breath in the middle of this fight. Alliance decides to come through, causing some issues for KZ, and just like that, KZ, beautiful switch. Wushin is going to be able to take them out, keep them alive for another fight. Meanwhile, OC trying to separate themselves and split off, trying to get away from the Bane's Breath here, as Alliance trying to put that pressure onto him as well. Only gets absolutely destroyed, though, by some bows. And just like that, the staff pole is going to be able to do the exact same thing, as the Wushin is going to try to see if they can give them some shield, give them a little bit of some heals, and a little bit of some defense to hold off here. But the pressure coming in, as Lin ends up getting sent down 2 clips on each side here, trying to hold it together. Lin forced to use the Monk ult, might be able to possibly switch this fight around, starts throwing some arms, but the Wushin is going to separate them, forcing Lin to either de-Monk or sit on it. Obviously, OC going to be able to get the separation and using it as a chance for them to use their Monk in such a good time here, at least for the advantage of OC. The question is, are they going to come back and run it for the salty run back?
OC ended up being able to pop all 3 ults there. Now, ideally, if OC had a couple more ults here, they would re-engage here, but because there was this an insane melee breaking out off spawn, OC not having the ult economy to come back and capitalize on the fact that they popped all 3 ultimates from that Monk Yushan Tumulch team. Now, this what I like to call the traditional Sandformers. This is an OG comp from last league. Around this area here, there's actually a ton of Fireflies, and what you're seeing Jin doing, he's going around hitting his little pods, trying to pick up every single coin that he possibly can, because when you have a Monk on your team, your main goal is to get to endgame with your Monk as your carry, with the best armor he can possibly have. The better armor the Monk has, the more hit points the Monk actually has, and the more Jades he has. What you're seeing these teams run is actually more health Jades than traditionally melee Jades. Normally, what you've seen in the past, teams and in normal NARAKA, everyone goes melee resistance Jades because you're able to scale up a lot better. But because there is such a chaotic endgame and everyone uses range, health ends up being the better choice because you're able to tank some range attacks and melee attacks. And when the zone comes in, you survive way longer having that bigger health pool. Now we're getting Bauda versus KZ. We're probing for some weakness. KZ's Yodo only with white armor. Now, why you see these armies divvied up a little bit differently? Wu Chen, Viper are very, very vulnerable characters. Wu Chen being the savior of the team that disengage, and Viper being that assassin class looking for the silence, but she does not have an ability that gets her out of stagger, so you want to put armor on these characters. Now, something very surprising to me, Dobby, is that XCG is known for their Feria Monk on this map. They kind of wrote the book on this map. Normally you see them in the desert area absolutely dominating, scaling up, pushing everyone away, taking their lion's share of all the loot on the map. But now with this wise switch, with so many Vipers on the map, they actually counterpick the map, having a Matari on their team to, with that Matari invisible, saving them from any type of Viper engagement. Unless the Viper is V2 that has an AoE silence, XCG has a huge advantage. Now they actually get ambushed. The hunters become the hunted. Koala on this outside around Yushan Ruins with a ton of cannons, looks to get a ton of poke. When they look at the comp though, they realize that it is this all-in comp. It is this Juggernaut comp. If they do poke the beast too much, XCG will engage and pop all 3 ults, so they wisely choose to find a better team to fight. Now we're seeing WBG Sleepwalker, one of the best monks in the league. They're out here at the roller looking to engage on EWG. It looks like they forced out Wu Chen's ult. Now they have Yodo and Viper to deal with. Now on the edge of zone, Transformers actually have the advantage here versus any other team because they have a second health pool. Now we're seeing Tumulch looking for that F, looking for that stun, looking to see if he can get a stagger so we can start towards it. Instead, all chaos breaks loose. Sleepwalker able to pop ult to counteract that Yodo ult. He's looking for some grabs now. The EWG is looking to get away, but the Viper ends up getting scooped. He might be the sacrificial lamb in order for their team to survive, but WBG Jing is not going to let them get away. He's holding them in zone with this Yushan. He's going to be able to force the issue in case he gets sold. He still has his ultimate. They're able to pick off Yuran. I think the Wu Chen is able to get away though. This is the hard counter to the Yodo comps. WBG coming in wisely with this also counter pick, just like XCG, reading the lobby and coming in with the 200 IQ play and switching out their Feria for Yushan. Yushan traditionally has always been the counter to Tumulch and Viper because his V3 ability has a damage reduction and a buff that prevents any type of stagger to his team. Now GG and TE are in Yang, GD and XTG in Yang. These teams are the strongest dueling teams of the league. We got XCG with their Juggernaut comp versus GD. They're gonna look to execute the monk and fry his armor before he gets the ult up. They're only able to chip off half of it. Now all the ults are coming out. Their Takeda ends up getting grabbed, trying to shove to prevent his execution. Zipping's ultimate comes up. The heals are ticking. No one's dying. There's just so much healing capability with this Juggernaut comp. The monk at low health, he's gonna have to detransform. If he doesn't detransform soon, he is gonna get taken out. Now he does have the zipping buff, and the zipping buff goes proc, saving his life. Now he just needs to stall a little bit. He's analyzing the field, sees his zipping, getting focus fire, but he ends up taking a big dragon rush to the side, getting juggled. Takeda now at full health, looking and sharking with the spooky dual blades, ends up getting juggled. No gold F is gonna save him, but his Matari comes and saves him with the Dragon Rush, with the spear. Now it's going to look like with a cleanup with the spear uppercut. XCG just redefining the meta on Hollerith, Dobby. This is crazy happening today.
Absolutely wild with all of this coming down here. You're still going to be able to find even more with this here. But XCG, 10 eliminations on their average kills, 45 almost 50,000 average damage coming in from XCG. XCG coming through so strong, clearly showing what is absolutely important here with all of this momentum coming through here. Now, obviously, there still can be so much more happening here as we're going back from TE's perspective, as it looks like he's gonna be able to come through and go there. Fight, 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 fight. Let me get another fight between both monks here, as Dawn Queen does get grabbed. TX-Day's trying to find another. He ends up swinging on him, and obviously not gonna be able to get the throw down on each side. Meanwhile, Leo trying to see if they can separate themselves, as GD is gonna go through the 1v3, is going to push onwards. Catch Leo very close. I actually thought Leo got a little bit more ahead of himself, but obviously not going to be able to do enough here. Meanwhile, another fight happening here. GG and XCG fighting this out again. Wanting to see if they can get another fight going. The question is, can XCG survive this fight yet again, or is GG finally going to be able to shut down the reign of terror that is XCG? Both of them holding this together. Miss Kia already close to Takeda, trying to push this in. NIHQ with his massive strikes coming through from those dual blades. Meanwhile, Miss Kia trying to see if they can hit it with the pole staff, though. XCG, the majority of their team, dangerously low. Same with GG. Really can switch up at any time here, as NIHQ and XCG is going to be able to get the foliage on both sides. Gets the shutdown for GG. And obviously, them having that Vermilion's Birthmight, very helpful for them in this situation here. But XCG, yet again, winning and dominating so far within this field with 7 eliminations to lead the pack so far. But GD is close behind, though. 2 points behind with 5 eliminations so far. So still have some more to work with. 3-way tie between EWG, GG, and Alliance. Obviously, GG, sadly, with that elimination, is going to have to go forth with another rotation. Try to see if maybe they can go for the resurrection here. But a lot of momentum coming through from a lot of these teams, and XCG is clearly feeling it right now. But look at this. Where the rotations are, though, look at JDG. They're only a few points behind. Wolves is eliminated early. JDG has a massive opportunity here to take over and push Wolves out of contention for qualification. This is the thing that I like to focus on. This is how close it can be here. They're only 4 points behind. As we look at the replays here from what happened from the inside, TE trying to hold it together. The majority of their team was already dangerously low here, and full health coming in from a lot of these teams here. GG gonna be able to find those fights on each side here. Leo trying to juggle it around, but it's not gonna be enough, as GG is gonna be able to get the shutdown, though, on that full team. Obviously, the 1v3, Triple V trying to hold on, but obviously wasn't able to do enough. And look at them back at the start. At least they have their stuff though.
I'm very surprised that T actually goes down to that comp. Normally when you see Takeda, Takeda doesn't do well versus Monk teams, but as we're seeing here, just everyone's in there. You see triple ults go down, Tumultual, Viper ult, EWG, getting in that assassination with that silence now. Pop backing off. This is one of the places you don't want to be as a Monk team. There are so many high grounds where Vipers can come out of nowhere, dropping down with a stun and dropping down with a silence. And if you get silence with the follow-up of 2 players, you're just absolutely going to execute and not be able to ult and get any value out of your abilities. Now, as I say that, Sleepwalker does manage to get his ult. He's looking for the double grab. When a Monk ults, you want your teammates to facilitate your grabs. It's not just you doing all the heavy lifting. Your teammates are going around trying to get a stagger, holding players in place, and it's up to the Monk to read these situations perfectly. Sleepwalker, one of the best readers in the league. Monk grab being as jank as it is, now he's gonna get actually Yodo ulted. He iframes it with the bell and he's gonna back off, but EWG is coming in with the full force of all their cooldowns. They're able to take all of this loot, but now Bowdow with the 4th party, and their Yodo comes in with the silence and the ult combo, but EWG is able to pour it out and save all of his teammates. Looks like they're gonna keep holding the high ground and disengage from all of this melee. GG, really known for their Monk team. I haven't really seen as much of their Takeda play. It looks like they're struggling with this more aggressive playstyle. Traditionally, 3-3-0 puts their team on their back with his phenomenal double grabs. With the Yang coming down, a lot of teams don't really like going in with the second Yang, but you're seeing XCG risking it all, going back-to-back Yangs. If they die here, though, their tournament, the round might be over. They're going against a Monk team with this Pillar Monk raining down grabs. He jumps down trying to peel for his team, but GD frying this monk's legs over and over. XCG's zipping, actually chilling on top of this monk's head, sending huge R&Bs, chipping down GD's monk's health. He's at half health, but now the zipping all goes down, picking up the monk's health. We're seeing a Dragon War Nunchucks healing for his team. This zipping, even though she is 1 HP, she's trying to create some support for the team. She goes down, but XCG's Matari is at 1 HP. The monk grapples on, trying to secure this kill, but Takeda ends up peeling him off, taking him down. Now it's a cleanup for a 3v1. Everyone's low health. There's a chance for GD to come back. He overholds the focus attack. He's not able to release it. He ends up getting staggered, and XCG continues their terror, taking down this lobby with this Takeda monk Matari zipping comp. This is absolutely nuts, Dobby. This comp normally was a throwaway comp at the end of the day. Now it's starting out with a double opener of this Matari Takeda zipping comp. Oh my goodness. I'm definitely going to take these strategies to the bank and use this in this upcoming week in these scrims.
Matari has been, I mean, obviously they have been feeling it though. XCG clearly, I mean, they have been in top team before. We have seen them in the top 5, top 3, obviously being in first place, not surprising, but even with that as well, getting that first place finish sometimes can be a little bit scary. The only reason why is because you don't know. But usually what I love to talk about is obviously there's usually like a first game curse. And when I say that, I mean as in when some people get that first game, they struggle to try to get another one. And what I mean by that is they struggle to try to get even top 3, top 5 finish. Meanwhile, XCG don't even care. They're 10 eliminations deep. They're 147, top 3 currently. They feel good. They're obviously in qualifications, but JDG still down there at the bottom here with those 1 eliminations. Ventus still has a little bit more to do and more to climb if they have the opportunity, and Alliance just has to keep their game alive for 4 more games if they're really going to see themselves looking good towards this very end here with a massive amounts of hits. The Terracotta Warrior sitting GD's players blindly sending them through another direction here, and it looks like Jing from WBG might be able to pick their teammates up and keep this game alive for themselves as well here as they got a chance to purchase the Rebirth time. Oh, wait. The full team's eliminated here. Oh, no, actually, it's JDG. Meanwhile, OC Zonali comes through with that Viper, trying to see if maybe they can get a stun. It looks like they were able to successfully here, and it looks like they're on the side of the wall here. Viper ends up trying to get some massive hits on each side. Kakaxi trying to hold it together here. The 1v3, they're both going to close in. Caption and gets the finish on each side, though. OC getting that next elimination here. So far, 3 eliminations deep. They're going to need to catch some more here. They're really going to see themselves in past the 14th. And obviously, if you look at the list right now for our trios, that red line is where the cap is for our qualifiers. They win this tonight. Whether they qualify, they're making it to our finals for our bi-weeklies. As we love to talk about them, we love to cast those over and over again. I obviously will be doing those for tomorrow here for our solos here at K. Andy, I'm getting absolutely destroyed. Goes for the nice reset here, getting some of that nice shield on him as Ventus and the rest of the team is going to try to push in on Sanzi. Meanwhile, GG was also nearby as well. Looks like they might have been split up on each side here there as K is going to try to see if they can force their way out of this, though. Oh, sadly, it's not going to be enough here. It looks like he was going to try to see if maybe they just whisked right past. Not paying attention, but obviously K ends up getting found here. Listen, K, this isn't hide and seek. I don't know what made you think that was the best idea. Oh, 330 ends up catching him on each side, though, with the ballistics coming through. The question is, can he hit Zaliu? Looks like it's unfortunate. Listen, I don't know what K was thinking. Listen, this isn't hide and seek. This isn't Five Nights at Freddy's. We're not sitting over here trying to see, oh, we don't want to get caught in a bad situation. Is you crazy? At least if you was behind a wall or something, like inside of a corner, no, you was wide open. You realize that I can see you, K? You realize that they can see you? They didn't just see you just go right past the massive amounts of logs with large holes in between them. Come on, K, I need you to think a little bit more than that. Meanwhile, Ventus looks like GG's Alex Salmon's going to be able to catch Sanzi on the inside of this. Ends up catching it on fire and claims the elimination for themselves. 300 IQ movement here. Sometimes you got to play smart, not hard. And meanwhile, XCG is going to go backwards towards the feet. Decides not to push on GG's. And decides to play this smart. But man, XCG, 13 eliminations deep, 159.6. They're feeling it out here in this game. But JDG, each placement point is putting them a little bit higher here. Wolves, they're really getting close to getting caught in the chopping block.
Man, the line for making it into finals this weekend is actually not that bad. Bauda being the furthest away, around like 13 points. 13 points is not that much in trios.
It's not.
As long as you make it past that mid game and you follow up, you find these situations where the team is in Yang depletion and you get a good Viper Stun, you get a good Viper Silence in the Yodo ult, you can pick up these kills and just get across the finish line. I would hate to be Bauda to be this close to making the qualifiers and not get over that finish line. But what we're seeing today is actually a huge shift in the meta. I thought a lot of the meta was kind of ironed out. After watching POVs for hours and hours, it was kind of getting a little bit repetitive, but these players are constantly innovating and switching up and trying to count each other, finding every little edge that they can. What you're seeing EWG set up for is for this gold chest. Inside this chest, you're going to see gold armor, gold jades, double purple armor. Even if your team is fall behind, if you're trying to come back into the game, this is where you get it. Wu Chen putting some wind walls down to defend against KAL's range attack. They're able to pick up every single piece of loot off of this. Koala's not able to leverage their range attack because of the great play from EWG's Wu Chen and Yodo on deck, ready to defend against any type of all-in here. Now, when you see a Viper and you don't have a direct counter, you don't have that Yushan, you don't have that Matari, you're very hesitant because this team really gets to dictate whether or not they want to take you out. They can just straight all in you, and then that could just be sent back to the lobby if you get all in by a Viper. And especially when you don't know whether or not that Viper is V1 or V2. V2 on Viper has an AoE silence but a shortened stun duration. Now V1 has a really long stun duration, so you're able to pick up full team wipes, but if you're looking to hit and run, that V2 is absolutely deadly. Now we're seeing Bauda Moon trying to sneak his way into endgame. One of the really tough parts of Hollow though is the amount of bells added to this map. Now, bells traditionally in the past had a really long cooldown. Now it's only a minute cooldown. With a minute cooldown and the terrain on Hollowrath and all of these bells, you cannot really hide anywhere. You really have to pay attention to where the fights are coming down, where these skirmishes are going down, if you want to try to navigate to this endgame. Now, XCG having a great day so far, just coming out firing on all cylinders with this Takeda Matari zipping comp. They just the juggernaut Takeda is unstoppable. It looks like they figured out a line where they can actually absolutely fry monks. Now normally monks with their Varia support and their tumult support would stuff out the Takeda offense because of the unstoppable CC with the wind wall, blocking all the range and setting up for that wombo. If Takeda gets grabbed though, what I'm seeing today is that you can't really execute him. With Zipping's heal on him and his ability to cast his ghost to shove you away as you try to range him in his grab, you basically are just exchanging ults with this team where they have a chance to actually execute your monk. And now what we're seeing, Koala poking out at JDG. JDG doesn't want to really commit here. This terrain a little bit favors Vipers. There's a couple trees for them to make some plays, not really much areas for these monks to survive against all of these Viper teams. Now, the reason why we call the Yodo Viper Wu Chen team Attack on Titan, the second one of your Titans uses their ult, what these teams like to do is jump in and immediately, and that's what we're seeing right here. EWG's or JDG's Viper immediately jumps on top of EWG. The second they use an ult, you're seeing that Viper silence come out and the Viper stun. Now they're trying to fight their way up, and EWG ends up making a huge mistake, a huge error, thinking that this was a free kill, and their whole team gets absolutely annihilated. Now JDG is just going to try to survive, but OC, seeing the skirmish go down, they're going to come in and alpha the loot. JDG SR is trying to survive, but we're going to see that flame breath tick away and take him down. Now XCG, how It's going to be curious by the end of the day, Dobby, where XCG is going to end up. Now, these teams take a percentage of their points into finals, so it's not like XCG is going around just all-inning, just trolling the lobby. They're actually looking to take rank 1 from the defending champs J team. They're coming out swinging, and they're only going to do better as this tournament goes on. They're really known for their strong late-game plays, and the fact that they're able to pick up so many kills early with these hyper-aggressive plays just shows the evolution of this team, that even though traditionally they're very, very defensive, they're not a one-trick pony. They actually can show up and be just as aggressive as the other teams like TE.
Well, absolutely, and obviously you have to be here knowing that you are at the very last place section of tonight here. This is our day 3 here for our bi-weekly. If you don't qualify now, we're going to see you in week number 4, and you're not going to make it to our bi-weekly finals. And obviously, getting that bi-weekly win here for our finals is literally the main goal here, to keep yourself in contention. And obviously, for the qualifications here, it's YKC trying to see if they can get something as well. YKC's ended up getting a grab on Annalie, ends up getting the throw. Whoa, the whooshin! Able to swoop him away. YKC dangerously low here, as it looks like we just saw Viper ult come out here. OC Slayer putting in work, and it looks like Lexington is going to be able to claim the elimination as well here. XCG playing out of their mind here with 16 eliminations. Ladies and gentlemen, XCG just took the lead with 163.2 points. First place, 18 eliminations overall here for our games. XCG is playing absolutely out of their minds, as 330 is going to claim the elimination onto Alliance's Jin. Lucky trying to see if they can get the separation going here, as Lexington is going to try to see if they can get the repair on their stuff to keep the game alive. Both of them with flame bringers, putting in absolute work. 330 with a beautiful Soul Jade with the nunchucks, being able to get the nice little bit of range and separation here. But XCG with dual Flamebringers. I need a number 2 with Sprite. I haven't seen my number 2 with Sprite with our barbecue in a while here, as now HQ ends up sadly getting destroyed here, getting sent back. GG's Muskelia also able to do the same thing here as well. Trying to go back to retract with their team here. The ulti comes through, trying to see if they can keep it together. Nice Q getting absolutely destroyed. So many pallets everywhere in shape and form. How is XCG still alive? I think I saw so many more explosions in the Rush Hour 2 movie. I don't understand how they're still alive with everything coming together. Meanwhile, Alliance is Lucky up top, trying to see if they can hold it together. They are the only team that has the high ground. They could have the advantage here, but they still could get caught in a bad situation. Meanwhile, XCG trying to juggle this away. Bowda's by himself. KLA only has 2 players. GG's got a full squad. That's the only team that XCG realistically needs to focus on, as GG ends up catching the elimination, slowly trying to catch up. 11 eliminations, 88.4 points here. They are trying to keep themselves away from contention, as 330 ends up stopping the rain of fire, as NiHQ gets eliminated by GG's 330. Could we see the reset happen? All of this momentum comes down to this. GG's able to hold on. Zaunin trying to juggle this away, trying to capture maybe another elimination, or to just keep the placement very, very high. I don't think it's going to be enough, even if GG actually catches these next eliminations, but I could be wrong. Even with that second place, it still could be enough. I don't think XCG, actually, I don't think GG has enough to claim it and get the finish, as Zaunin sadly gets eliminated. Gets the double, gets the grab, gets the first one again. Does he get the second? CLA is trying to see if he can capture this elimination. This could be massive for his team. They're still in contention. They're in 9th place. They don't need to really go for any more. They got the 5th elimination. KLAYC gets the slam, gets the double. He only gets 1 elimination out of that, but sadly does get claimed by that. GG's 330 could clutch this up towards the very end. It is a 1v1 between GG's Bowda and KLA, as Bowda's Moon trying to see if they can hold us together. 330 trying to see if they can figure this out. Tries to push onward towards this. Ends up sending Moon way so far outside of circle with those nunchucks. Immediately goes back for the jump up top. Trying to see if they can get some shield going. Bowda Moon not trying to get caught in this. Meanwhile, ends up getting sent on the outside. Caught on fire. Dangerously losing some of his HP little by little. Forcing it as 330 ends up getting sent from the outside. CXZ trying to send them outside of the circle. The reset comes through. Trying to see if they can get to ulti. Here comes the push. 330 ends up bullying him outside of the circle. Moon actually bullies him right back. 330 ends up catching the elimination. Can he finish this? Not enough. KLA gets the finish, gets the first place, but it doesn't matter because XCG is going to be our MVPs anyway with 18 eliminations and being the main kings of our #1 game so far here for NARAKA Blade Point during our trios. Man, XCG is playing out of their mind right now.
That was an absolutely nuts endgame. Rarely do you see trios come down to 3 solos. 3 solos? That just shows you how aggressive these lobbies are. Traditionally, you see a bunch of Transformers just trying to play the heel off, controlling the last little bit of terrain, but what you're seeing now is a bunch of all-ins from these crazy Takedas and Viper Yodo comps. I finally figured out exactly what XCG is doing. They found a hole in the meta that did not exist before. They kind of set the meta in the previous week where they saw Yodos coming in. Yodo Vipers coming in and executing their Feria by silencing her, and with that counter they realize a bunch of Vipers are going to come out, and what are they going to do? They're going to try to do the same thing and copycat that strategy, but instead of copying it, XCG and GG run a Matari counter comp. When they saw those Vipers going in, looking to pick up these Transformers, slaughtering them left and right, trying to zone out the rest of the lobby with their Viper ult, they're coming up with the follow-up with their Takeda and Matari and stealing all of the glory. It is the biggest 200 IQ play I have seen. Normally when you think of Battle Royale, you think of third parties. What you're seeing is a fourth party comp. They're going in, and the second those Vipers are going in, stunning the whole lobby, it doesn't matter. They get a couple kills, but what this Takeda team is doing, when the Viper stuns the rest of the lobby, they are capitalizing on it. They're using the Viper against the rest of the lobby because they have a Matari to make them invisible. This is the most exciting counterplay I've actually seen in NBPL ever, Dobby.
I mean, they really were to hold it together here towards that very end. Sadly, XCG does not end up taking that first place within the game, but overall, though, obviously, they will get it with those 18 eliminations. I mean, they could put up so many numbers. I can only imagine the amount of damage total that we might have seen here. They had 46,000 damage at the beginning of that game. Average at the beginning of that game. 46,000 damage. 46,000 damage at the full team before the game started. Basically, when the game started, they were just starting. I think they got their first elimination. They felt a little confident. Then we saw the screen, boom, 46,000. I'm like, God, I can only imagine how much damage they have now. Now, even with that, though, obviously, still, GG really coming through with a little bit of a surprise, though. They're in 9th place right now. They really needed to pop off, though, to really secure that opportunity to not get bumped out here. Now, obviously, they were really high up, so they didn't really need to, but obviously they needed to just for the confidence level, because my goodness, GG put on a show towards that very end, trying to hold on for as long as possible, but KLA just coming in a little bit of a thorn in the side of XCG, and hey, you know, like all of the other main players here, just putting a nice little needle in the side and just poking them like a nice little, like a cherry, just poke, causing problems for everybody here as we're looking at the standings here. And obviously it will be XCG with 18 eliminations, a 29-point game here, but KLA still holding on to that top 3 with a 16.2, 7 eliminations, and 2 eliminations behind the top score was GG with 16 eliminations. If they would have got one more elimination, maybe that could have taken them over the top here with that extra piece. That really could have been anybody's game within that space. And if XCG probably would have had one more placement point, that probably would have been inevitable for GG to end up taking the top spot here. But GG putting on a heck of a performance, trying to make XCG sweat a little bit, even though they were already ahead of the game.
Yeah, what's really crazy here is these monks are not performing in these end games. Even with the Yushan to sit there and defend against the all-ins of these Viper Yodos teams, there's something about this Takeda zipping synergy that has been figured out, that it's just with the amount of buffed healing that zipping now has, before this season, you saw 0 zippings in any type of trios fashions. Her healing was like subpar. There was no reason not to have a Kurumi over her. And what we're seeing now is she's absolutely dominating the lobby with this heal buff. And even though you're seeing the Takeda grabbed, he's not getting executed traditionally by all the range attacks. The zipping heal off F1 that reduces damage with the V2 that protects you from getting executed is enough for the Takeda to get grab out and mash out of it. It's really, really fascinating to me that this comp is the premier comp right now as far as the opening comp. Normally, this comp was only ran one time. You mainly saw Yodo, Viper, Wu-Chen's traditional Transformers and this new Sandmech dominate the league. This comp was used a little bit. You saw a little bit of success from it where TE was able to win one game, but now we're seeing back-to-back games with G and XCG being a mile ahead of the lobby. I can't remember the last time I've seen 2 teams drop double 30-point games. That's absolutely insane. Normally you see that Monk double grab, and with the 1v1 at the end, a little bit of solos and trios to Mulch playing this perfectly, pushing out that zipping. Man, what an exciting round of NARAKA that we just witnessed, Davi.
I mean, it's absolutely madness, though, when you look at all of the succession here as we get a chance to see Lexing Hen with those 11 eliminations, 29,000 damage. Universe / Meteor, Great Sword Sap, Flame Breath, Rupture Gale Orb, and Nunchuck Sap. Obviously, that Nunchuck Sap being very, very helpful here, but 14,000 damage coming in from the Cam, and that's almost half the damage for Lexing Heng in total as he gets his 5th MVP up tonight. You know what? It looks like everybody on the XCG is going to get MVP tonight. Clearly, if they keep going like this, everybody's going to get an MVP, and everybody's going to be able to celebrate at least a little bit here. Hey, you get a little something when you get an MVP. You get a little bit of something. Everybody going to be able to get something. Now, we got both players. Now they're third. They're looking at their third like, hey, so we got our MVPs. Now it's time for you to get yours, okay? Just so it's all fair. It's all fair in love and war. Everybody feels good. Nobody feels left out in the situation here. So XCG clearly is going to have to clutch up one more game here if we're going to see their third player here get that MVP. But obviously, I don't even think they really care about the MVPs. They're in first place. They're feeling good. They're at the top of the leaderboard right now. Clearly, they're going to qualify. There's no way they lose this. So at this point, they can completely mess around if they really feel like it.
We're back. We're looking at this leaderboard. KZ coming in the rear at 26.2, WBG at 43.3. They need to have a little bit better of a performance today if they want to get to that top 14. Now Bauda at 12.2. They're whatever, like around 14 points to 60 points. I think they can do this by the end of the day. Now, Ventus, JDG, right on the cusp. They're probably going to get over the line around 60 points. I believe, Dobby, like everyone's going to... I feel like that we can get everyone across the line today. Now, the real story, though, that's super interesting is how the top teams are performing today. I really thought that a lot of the meta was already established and there wasn't really interesting things that could be done. But now we're seeing, like, teams opening up with aggressive strategies instead of defensive strategies in the league. Normally, when you're trying to compete in everything, these defensive strategies is the way you want to go. It's how you provide a ton of consistency and get to this top 8 leaderboard. JJH climbing the ranks. Now, what's really exciting about them, in solos and in trios, this team has been doing a lot better. Now, at the very tippy top, though, XCG passes the current champions J team with 165, and this is only game 2. This is only game 2, Dobby. Only game 2. I think by the end of today, if XCG keeps their pacing, they might set a league record with the amount of points that they get. Now, normally, I was saying they're a very, very defensive team, so I'm seeing a complete different side of him today. I don't know what they drank or what they ate today. They ate their Wheaties and they're just coming out swinging, absolutely dominating the lobby. I know every team at the end of this day are gonna go back and sift through the VODs of what exactly XCG did today.
They're gonna look back and go, what was they on? What were they doing that made them feel that confident, where they came into this and they said, we are going to cause some issues? Because clearly that's exactly what they are doing here. As we look at the answers for the treasure here, for your chance to win a limited great treasure, how many kills did XCG get in game number 2? Now, obviously, hopefully you guys have been paying attention, but is it A, 17, B, 18, C, 19, or D, 20? I actually thought, isn't D20 isn't that on the dice thing with the D&D? Doesn't D&D have a D20, right? Isn't it a D20? I think it's a D20. Am I crazy? I really think it's a D20 here. Chat, I need you to help me out here. Doesn't D&D do a D20? Or am I crazy? I think I'm right. And I think I'm going to keep that in my head here, as obviously we're looking into this. But let's hope you get it right, though, because, you know, listen. Hey, Rave, just because, hey, I just want to let you know, Rave, you can also submit for that too if you want to get yourself a treasure. I've done it.
I'm glad it's all fair game. I wasn't sure if we're allowed to sneak in the treasure. I believe.
Oh, absolutely.
It was a 50-50 between 18 or 20.
You didn't know?
I think it was 18. It was 20 the first game. 18 the second game, I believe. That's my final answer, but I'm not sure because they've just been fragging out. They've been absolutely dominating the lobby. I'm confusing round 1 and 2. They played the same comp on Morris. They played the same comp on Holleroth. They killed everyone. Now on Morris, so they ended up winning the game. This next time, they ended up getting focus fired right at the end, not able to secure that first place for those placement points, but they still get 18 kills, absolutely decimating the lobby. Now, with those double Takeda being used, now we're gonna see probably the lobby slowed down a lot more. You're going to see a lot more monks being played. It looks like there was a huge shift where everyone opened up with super aggressive comps, and now they're going to go back to their monk comps where they're going to try to land safer, try to get fireflies, try to get moonbanes off spawn, and get some critical loot so they can hit that power spike going into endgame. One of my favorite parts of Trios is seeing the sophistication of all these monks playing their endgame and these monks playing in Yang. Now, if you didn't know this, chat, in the monk matchup, it's almost like its own minigame in itself. You'll see the monk grab, which is looked at as a punch, and you'll also see a scoop, which they'll go for their toes, and then you'll see a stomp. So the way it works, it's rock, paper, scissors. punch beats stomp, scoop beats punch, and an extra tech for any of those monk mains out there. When you're watching the monks, a monk will try to jump on top of the other monk's knees so that he can do nothing. The only way to prevent it is if the monk preemptively shoves. There's a lot of trickiness that you'll see these teams do. Also, when you see these supports, a lot of the times inside Yang, it's all about who can kill the monk faster. So you'll see the support sitting behind the monk, using the monk's giant hitbox to shoot through him and hit the other monk with no threat of being grabbed. Now, normally when you think of monks, outside of Yang, you're seeing these double grabs, you're seeing that re-grab off the double grab, but inside Yang, Monk actually turns into a support where he's trying to just grab onto anyone and just take him out of the fight while his two teammates go and wreak havoc on the other monk. With the new pole sword being added to the game, the right click on that pole sword, unlike the great sword, does a lump sum damage attack. The R&B comes in with almost the same amount of damage as a parry. A lot of the times with attack Jades, it does over 1,000 damage. And when you see these monks trying to survive, a lot of the times you see these Yushans, these Tumultus take to the skies and flank their monk with these huge RMBs, just absolutely chunking his health. Now going into the third day on Morris, I'm predicting that there's going to be a ton of Transformers on this day. Everyone's going to slow down, go back to the bread and butter. Monk, Kurumi, Yushan is kind of the staple of NARAKA trios. If you don't have a good Transformer team, traditionally, you literally couldn't do well in the league. And as I say that, we're seeing how many teams go Monk, Kurumi, Yushan, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we're actually seeing a couple Sandmax going out. Now, Sandmax, where we have that Farrier to mulch Monk. Now, when you're seeing this comp, Farrier is pretty much Kurumi in this, and what the team is actually trying to do is something similar to Valda Monk, where Tumulch is going in with this ult and he's trying to snare the team. He's trying to give layups for the monk. And now the best monks in the league will be able to do slam dunks and land crazy double grabs, but ideally with really, really good team play, a well-placed Tumulch ult completely snares the team, allowing the monk to wombo and get double grabs easily. That's why you see a ton of these zipping comps not have a ton of success. Now, with the Sandmax going on Morris, I'm really curious, Dobby, if they're able to make this work here, because with Morris has a ton of high trees that Vipers can drop down and stun.
But also, everybody is more familiar with this map. If anything, as Balda is going to be landing near Shipwreck's Expanse. I mean, that whole section to themselves is XCG, and it looks like one other team is going to be heading towards Moonlit Courtyard as we look at some of the other teams here, all the way towards that very back section here. Sunwing's Rest is going to find at least KLA and Teams GG on that far stretch section here, as it looks like I don't think there's another team that's going to be heading towards that sandy area of Shadow Jade Mine. I don't necessarily know where. We didn't really get a chance to see where that area of extra piece is going to be landing here, as it looks like Wolves by themselves is going to be rotating out, as XCG is going to find their first rows of meals, and it's going to be a wolf pack, as Zowden is going to be able to catch Wolves and the rest of XCG. I mean, look at the synergy on each side here, both of them having some melee weapons, basically their hands and fists. They said meet fee and fi. I'll show you foe and fum. You don't want to get caught on all 6 of these sections here, because you could get laid out as quick as possible, as clearly Wolves is going to back out of this LX as much as possible and does not want to get caught up losing the rest of the wolf pack here, as JDG is in a very similar situation here, putting in the absolute work on EWG. JDG is sick of EWG as they slam and clutch EWG out of this game here, as Tut ends up getting absolutely bullied here by JDG. JDG wants to cause some problems. They are so close here. We just witnessed Wolves get eliminated here. This is JDG's moment to clutch this and boot Wolves out of qualification. The same thing with Ventus. Ventus can do the exact same thing. They're about 2 points down. This is going to go down to the wire. I'm paying attention to those 3 players right there. Wolves, JDG, and Ventus, because those are the people that are going to be fighting it out to see who's going to qualify. Even with that, though, as well, WBG Jing all the way up top here. Looks like you had the ankle breaker here for a second here. It looks like we're going to go through with the rotations here. Back to JDG, though. That's absolutely bullying EWG. JDG is sick of them. The way that they just pushed on them, they were so tired, and just like that, Wolves has just been pushed out of contention here for qualification, as JDG is going to take the lead here and snatch it away from Wolves. Meanwhile, JDG with that Monk, will try to see if they do it. Ends up getting the grab of Lion. LSR is going to be able to get the grab and get to finish the throws down just for the shutdown here. Beautiful contention here as he ends up getting another grab. Malman gets absolutely destroyed, gets done for the throw down. Malman trying to see if he can hold it together here, but it's not going to be enough as JDG ends up catching 5 eliminations. It's about to be their 6th here as Moon trying to hold it together all the way through this rotation, and just like that gets the finish. JDG 6 eliminations deep and pushes Wolves out of qualification.
That's unlucky for Wolves. Now we're seeing Alliance and GD going at it. Both Monks ulting, but there's a Takeda in the mix. Takeda is able to shove and stop this grab damage going down. Now Alliance able to get the regrab on GD, but GD's gonna come and shove him to prevent the slam. Unable to get there in time, and ends up taking the damage and getting traded out. Alliance looking like they're going to clean this up flawlessly with no one going down, but a Moonbane comes down. Spooky GD coming back to res. The zipping ends up fading away to try to res his teammates. Now, Alliance has perfect line of sight here. He's not going to be able to get this res. Unfortunately for Zipping, she has no way to stop incoming damage. Now, she can move a little bit, dodge a little bit, and it looks like Alliance is willing to give this up and give up the res. I'm surprised that Alliance let this Zipping with gray armor just res for free here. Gray armor is really easy to take to destroy in the Monk, reflecting the incoming bow shop. Now we have Koala and OC in the north in an isolated fight, and it looks like Yushan had already popped ult, and the Takeda already traded ults. Now this terrain with the buildings, this is really tough for Monk to get any type of value here, and the Takeda ends up trolling, not getting zoned out by this Monk, not able to dodge the actual grab. YKC now gonna take a 1v1 versus this Takeda. We have, I believe OC is running Monk Takeda Zipping right now, and OC Zipping ends up taking down. It's a 2v3, and now all Koala has to do is dodge these Monk grabs, secure up the kills, use the range attacks, and not overcommit. It is really easy to dodge Monk grabs. It is a very slow attack, and unless you're being staggered by another teammate, you're able to just continuously dodge over and over. OC Slayer is trying his best to use the Monk to hide from the onslaught of Koala, but Koala comes in and absolutely suffocates OC against the wall, picking up the full team wipe. This is what I was excited to see on this map. Teams going back to the bread and butter traditional Transformer comps, and you're seeing the revenge of all the Monks. In the first 2 rounds, they were getting assassinated by all these Viper teams, but now you're seeing a ton of the Monk teams going out, grabbing their Moonbanes, and taking the fight to these Viper teams. Now, Alliance and T engaging on this non-ult zone, a very sneaky area. Now, one of the tricks that you can do here is go in to mulch ult and pop the ult denial zone, and for whatever reason, in NARAKA, Tumult Ult doesn't get canceled by that zone. Now we're tuning in up north with Koala and WG, 2 of the best Monk teams in the league. Koala's Monk ends up getting staggered, and then Attack on Titan end up wiping out this Transformer teams. Now, Kurumi, with this last-ditch effort, pops ult and is able to get a big parry. Jing, at low hit points, is trying to get out. Will QCG have the presence of mind to finish him up? Unfortunately, he doesn't. Now, Transformers having the Kurumi and this healing circle, because Kurumi's going to dance around and slowly res this Monk. This is one of the really strong points of the Transformer team. It's extremely durable, and one of the only team comps that can res while they are fighting. You're going to see this Yushan peel this Kurumi over and over, trying to create some space. Unfortunately, he's not able to create enough space to get the Monk up, and it looks like WBG is going to be able to clutch this up, having a ton of experience versus the Transformer comp themselves. Man, What perfect execution from this attack on Titan Comp. Now we're going to see TE and Alliance stalking. TE, one of the most aggressive teams in the league, and on nighttime with all of these Fireflies on the map, you're going to see TE rotate around the map from fire to flyer, maintaining their ult economy. Every time you pick up a Firefly, it gives you around 40 to 50% of ult, and there are Fireflies all around the map, and particularly on nighttime, there's even more than normal compared to dusk. Now, the Yodo Viper team really benefits from having a ton of ults, because their ult come out quickly and they do a ton of damage. Now you're seeing Alliance with their monk ult popping in. They're trying to get a grapple stagger onto TE, but TE anticipates the monk ult and is able to space out and completely dodge their execution. If I'm Alliance right now, I'm shaking in my boots. We don't have our monk ult, we don't have our tumult ult, and a Viper team is breathing down our necks, and worst of all, it's a purple armor TE chasing us. They're gonna find the opening, and the silence comes down onto the monk, and the Yodo all pops down. Now tumult ult gets his ult online, is able to peel a little bit. He's looking to sacrifice himself so his team can get out. But now you're seeing GD coming in, the counter comp to the Viper. Matari, Takeda popping both of their ults, looking to take down TE's commitment, looking for this third party. Chaos is breaking out, and now EWG here is as well. A fifth party comes in. TE's trying to get out, trying to survive this crazy amount of ults being dumped into them. All they wanted to do is pick up an ult, and their Wu Chen is able to port them out. Where did they go? The Wu Chen is a Houdini. He just absolutely disappeared. What a great port from this Wu Chen. Even the cameraman is completely faked out of where TE actually went. GD able to survive this third party. Now we're going into Yang, my favorite part. We're gonna see XCG Xiaoman popping. Oh, we're gonna see that Monk Ditto coming out. Let's see who wins the boxing match between Ventus TJ. Xiaonan gets punched in the face. He's still there. He's gonna be able to capture the one of, I believe that's a tumult in his hand. Xiaonan looking to get a little bit more crown control. Doesn't able to get the double grab, but TJ's legs absolutely getting toasted. Now Kurumi's all coming down. Gonna pick up Xiaonan's health. And now Yushan with the tempo ult, able to following up TJ's Z transform, able to grab him and finish him up. This is the power of Kurumi versus zipping. That Kurumi ult is just way more beneficial to those transformers. It's gonna pick up all of their health, bring them back to 100, and with that heal, you're not going to see Sunzi have any type of counterplay here. Xiao now breathing down his neck. It looks like a formality. You're seeing that poison mushroom coming out, but it's not enough to take down. And XCG takes a solid win in the realm of Yang.
XCG just putting in so much work here. I mean, XCG at this point, I mean, like I said, they already have the lead. They don't really need to push any more aggressive than they absolutely need to here. But it looks like XCG choosing that Vermilion's Burn Might. Absolutely massive to them as well. XCG doesn't really need to fight this out here. It looks like it's going to be able to go for, I don't know exactly where Xiaonan is going here. Could be trying to go for a reset here, as it looks like, at least from what we can see here. So let's see where that goes for them. They've been able to do so much. Let's see where we're going to be able to see any more of this happening, though. But look at the structure so far within this space, all the way at the top. 170.5. 107 coming in from KLA here. JDG taking the lead here, closing in on Alliance here with 64.7. Alliance can get pushed down a little bit more as well here. Ventus eliminated, obviously, is going through their rotations because they're going to go and get their pickup as well. Wolves just outside of qualification with a 0.5 point difference between qualifying and non-qualifying. Where's TE? TE is in 11th place. They're doing pretty well right now. EWG, they have 0 points, but they're 90 points. They're 30 points ahead of Alliance. Oh, 70. I'd say they're about 70 from Alliance. So EWG is pretty safe. Alliance, though, is called the chopping block and showed us JDG. This is what we were talking about. Is we're going to be able to go right back towards this. XCG could shut down all the dreams for JDG right here, right now. As XCG is going to be able to come through. Zayu ends up getting eliminated so fast before I can even realize what's going on. Their head could spin as XCG is going to be able to get the throwdown on Koopy. JDG's LSR trying to see if they can hold it together here. The heals coming in from Atari, trying to keep it together as LSR sadly does get eliminated and finish. Trying to keep it together here is JDG's Koopy, trying to hold it, but it's not going to be enough here as XCG is going to shatter the dreams of JDG in our game number 3. And just like that, Wolves needs either a placement point or an elimination. And just like that, they have snatched it back away. We're just gonna go through this all night. This is gonna be a back and forth here, baby. I'm excited for this. Keep this type of momentum going. I love to see it. Who is going to qualify, ladies and gentlemen? This is gonna be the final. This is gonna be the real question, okay? NARAKA, I need y'all to make this a question here at the final game. Who is qualifying? Who is just going to make it into qualification? Is it going to be JDG? Is Wolves going to be able to snatch this away? Is Ventus going to surprise all of us? Is Alliance going to get pushed out of contention as well? Only time will tell. Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. I'm kidding. As we're going right back in here towards the top of the order here, Ventus putting in absolute work here towards Alliance is Lucky. And just like that, Alliance, one of their players, one more down. They still have one more to go. And Ventus, 5 eliminations deep. 4 points behind Wolves right now, could also put in a massive amount of pressure towards 3 teams that have already qualified.
Oh, that's a great question, Dobby. I'm going to put my money on Ventus. And I've seen them in the past. They've always been really, really, really solid. Now, unfortunately, when you play so solid, you like to overextend and test your limits. And they like to test their limits against some of the best teams in the league. As I say that, they're going to face off versus WBG. Dodging the initial execution, Ventus's TJ tries to get away, but he ends up getting executed by that Viper Silence Yodo combo. Now, WBG PP looking to clean this up with that pole sword. The pole sword, you're seeing Monks just get chopped down. That R&B just does so much damage. I predicted in the future that it's definitely going to get tuned down. Now you're seeing the third parties coming out. When you see these skirmishes coming out with the Yang depletion ticking off these teams, all these teams are looking and probing for these weaknesses, trying to take advantage of the all-in. Now, even if they don't get the kills, they're still going to claim a lot of this loot. And when you get a ton of Jades for endgame, your character is almost doubling in power. It's increasing his health. It's increasing in attack. It's increasing in durability from that melee resistance. And you might get a Jade that just may turn your entire game around. There are a couple Jades in the game that give you such a big advantage, like the Merciless Jade on staff that gives your double charge this huge stun lock. The same with the Nunchucks Dragon Roar and a Sap. Normally when you see parries on players, it's usually a 2-hit combo, but when you get a Sap on any weapon, it turns into a lump sum giant 1-hit, and it also heals you at the same time. We're seeing a ton of teams on the map trying to play the edge and trying to play for box. A lot of these teams with Monks are trying to get to the end game, trying to dodge all these assassination comps with these super aggressive Vipers, and you're seeing XCG and the kill feed just continuing their terror. I really think that XCG is going to set a record today. Now you're seeing that XCG Yushan with his pole sword doing chunky damage onto this monk. This poor monk's legs getting absolutely chopped apart. Now there's a third party looking in the distance, but XCG doesn't really care. They know they are the alphas of the lobby. These wolves are the beta wolves of the lobby. They're trying to get it through, but they're facing against the absolute alpha of the lobby, XCG, on their traditional monk comp. Now you're seeing OC seeing a WBG's Sleepwalker kind of probing. They're looking to just play the outskirts of this. Now with the Takeda zipping monk comp, unfortunately for them, they are very weak to Viper comps. They have no counter to Viper. They're just really hoping that their monk can time a really, really good ult, iframe that stun, but if that monk gets silenced, it's going to be GG lights out for him, as the Yodo ult will come out. As I say, that XEG being the alpha of the lobby, GG looking to challenge that supremacy. This is really unfortunate for XEG. They were super scaled up. Their Yushan's gonna try to salvage the situation, see if he can get out, and even though your team gets wiped out, the reason why you see their Yushan trying to create some space, trying to survive here, because you can actually res your teammates by going to a box or buying them back in Immortal War. Now, a lot of these teams actually play a significant amount of discount in their Jade selection, and what that means is normally when you're going to res your teammate, you traditionally see it like being really expensive. Even when they lowering it's around 9,000 in normal rank, but with around 36 to 50% discount, you can get that resurrection down to 5k. Now you're seeing GG ends up taking down XEG's Yushan. He's not able to get that res. He has a value here, but he almost 1v3s in this situation. But unfortunately, with Vipers, it is really hard to survive. Viper's able to silence, lock you down, limit your options, and they're just able to clean that up easily. Now you're seeing OC in shambles. I believe they're still trying to maintain their position. So is WBG. They're trying to get across the line to Qual. Now WBG PP finding a great Viper ult in this cliffside. OC's not able to get away, and they're able to focus fire one of them down. Will they be able to pick up the other kill? OC's zipping, trying to get away. She's popped her ult. She's trying to get away. Gonna use this fence to try to kite and survive. Maybe she can res her teammates, but we're seeing WBG lurking. Sleepwalker lurking with that pole sword. This whole team, what they have, a long sword, a pole sword, doing that huge damage. The three best weapons in trios right now seems to be pole sword, long sword, and spear and dagger. One of the curious things about dagger is that in trios, a lot of these monks, you're seeing them use it because they have no stamina, and when you use dagger, you actually get the benefit of the energy from the energy efficiency from that dagger dodge. And in trio, since you're trying to use your ultimate all the time, you're using a ton of rage glyphs that limit your ability to dodge attacks. But with a dagger, Monk is able to actually move around and control his positioning as he ults. This is really important when it comes down to the footsie games of trios. When you're stuck in front of your opponent, you can easily get surrounded and executed. As I say that, we're seeing another skirmish pop out between GG and EWG. We're seeing that Yodo ult pop out. It looks like Viper already popped her ult, and now EWG is going to try to survive this Viper Yodo combo. The slashes are coming out, and the Wu Chen heals are coming out for EWG. It looks like they're able to survive. Now GG still has their defensive port up. 3-3-0 is set up to get his team out of here just in case this goes back bad, but EWG wants to take the fight back. They still have their ults. They're going to run for this execute onto GG's Viper. Viper trying to tap dodge and get out of there. He looks like LXM is getting really low, getting bow shotted, ends up getting taken down, but the port comes down. The port is not very good. They're still in line of sight. They're still able to get Viper out. The grapple, the counter grapple ends up coming out to stagger them so they can't finish out LXM. And sleight of hand right here, as they ends up porting out, they swap armors to LXM, giving him a fresh armor so he's able to survive the slight range attacks from that long range. This is what a great play coming out of them. Now these fire arrows raining down. I spoke too soon. GG getting chipped down. It doesn't look like they're going to survive against the onslaught of TE's third party. They have full 3 cooldowns. They're going to try and clean up the rest of these kills and make their way to securing way more points to their qualification. Right now, they're sitting around 100 points. Normally, TE is at the top of the leaderboard, and if anyone's going to try to close the distance and get up there like XEG, it is TE.
I mean, TE has done a fantastic job of it thus far here. I mean, they've really been able to find their own mold here within these games. Now, obviously, they still have a lot to work with here and still probably have to find out other things as well here within these games here, but they still have been able to hold on here. They still have 7 eliminations. They've been doing an amazing job. They don't really need to force anything if they don't absolutely have to. Now, EWG been playing some games of their lives so far. I'm not going to lie. I feel like they have been also matching the energy of the top team, just not in eliminations. I think EWG has been keeping the same momentum the way that XCG has, just not in the way of the eliminations. It's unfortunate to say, but EWG obviously has been doing an amazing job of that, just like that. Now, as we look at the other spaces here, Bauta by themselves, KLA in another space here, and it looks like WBG and EWG fighting it out all the way on this other space. Doesn't necessarily need to force anything if they don't absolutely have to, but still trying to find forth what's next. Here's KLA doing a good job here of keeping their space as well. They're also in qualification as well for this game here. 7 eliminations to their team. They have been putting in some eliminations and getting some amazing finishes, as YKC was just hitting the top just to try to see if they could test if anybody was inside. Sitting on top of these rooftops. What a great thing to find. I wonder how they found that in the game. Just to go, hey, just shoot the top. Because, you know, I didn't really see that often. And then I think I saw a tournament play of that happening in solos. And then all of a sudden I started seeing more and more people using it. So I'm curious where it sparked from. As we look in here, KLA just trying to put in some damage here towards Bauta with that bow, especially with the fire bows as well, trying to see if they can connect anything. As WBG's trying to see if they can find anything with some of their soul jades, but they are jam-packed. Look at that.
WBG is super scaled. To eliminate your question on the cannon jades and shooting through walls, the reason why monks hold it is because cannon jades actually give range resistance, and when you go into monk form, you become a giant target for the rest of the lobby. And when you have these range jades, not only does it reduce the damage of incoming range attacks, but on your head, which is extra vulnerable to critical attacks, it also reduces a huge percentage. So you can't just get crossbowed through the forehead as a monk player. And with all the cannon jades having that range resistance on it, with the exception of Meteor that gives plus attack, you're seeing a ton of these monks just spamming these cannon shots. And eventually, when they were shooting and holding these positions, they were going to notice that, hey, the teams that hiding in these rooftops, if we shoot them through the bottom of the floor, we actually still hit them. You actually see it in solos being used now with Flame Breath. And now a lot of the old camping ways in the league doesn't really happen anymore, because so many teams don't only hold one cannon, they hold multiple cannons. The really big benefit though of why these teams did this is because of the ult charge that you get on this. And when you're able to hit more than one target, you're doing way more damage and you're building so much more ultimate. Now when a monk gets ultimate in endgame, it's GG. You have so much safety around him. You're able to hide using his giant hitbox to dodge other monk grabs, and you're able to essentially pull people to you like your Scorpion, getting all these people over here, getting more loot, getting soul blooms to survive the onslaught as everyone gets closer and closer and there's less room to breathe. This monk ult creates all the space you need in order to survive any of these situations that you're seeing. Koala, one of the best scaling, leveling up teams. Now, when people see NARAKA, you see all this fighting game mechanics, you see these great range mechanics, and you're seeing Battle Royale. But what I like to think of it strategically, it's very similar to MOBA games like League and Dota, where you have certain characters that benefit from leveling up, getting these jades, getting higher rarity weapons, and the rest of the team like sits on their back, just like a carry in a traditional. And then what we're seeing here, we're seeing WBG getting absolutely sieged by cannons everywhere. Cannons damage going through the walls. They're trying to survive, but there's so much flame damage going through. The zone is pushing them in. The wind wall from the Wuchen is trying to prevent the damage from happening, but they're getting chipped down. The rest of the lobby senses blood in the water. Tumult ult goes down. They're trying to secure the kill on WBG. PP goes down. He's not able to survive. Jing getting cannon down. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. There's cannons coming from left, coming from right. The best place he can go is dead down the center. He's at 1 HP. Cannons are going everywhere. It's full on war on Jing. He finds another house where he can possibly get a couple heals off, but he's on the cusp of dying. He's trying to use the attacks to cut the cannon shots in half, but he ends up getting taken down by TE Leos. Great bow shot, and now the monk ults are coming out. All the monks responding to KZ Gen's monk ult. We got GD in the background. Now the Viper all coming down defensively, trying to stop the grab from happening, but 3 monks all going for this EWG Vipers ult. He ends up getting scooped up. Lin trying to get the regrab in the background. Now this Viper surrounded by KZ's team. This Yushan, this pole sword, he gets absolutely shredded. Now Bauda, Koala, GD, all their monks going crazy, trying to get some regrabs. Koalas, monks, Kurumis ends up picking them up, able to survive here now. But TE has their full 3 ults, and with that monk ult going down, you're seeing the counterattack going down. Takeda's gonna be the first initiator trying to pick up these monk teams who don't have their monk ult to defend themselves now. But TE's actually playing this slow. Traditionally, TE would just jump in there, immediately put their Viper ult down, but knowing that Takeda's going down there to do a ton of heavy lifting, it looks like TE's just going to play it safe and just absolutely decimate them with range attacks, safely picking up all this kills. Koala's Yushan is trying to create some space, seeing that TE is just sitting there absolutely decimating with cannon shops. He jumps in as a bodyguard for his team, like, hey, this is our spot now, get out of here, this is our loot, with the flame breath from the Kurumi pushing TE away. Now TE not a team that really likes getting pushed away. They may invest their ult at any second, but they're willing to play it back. It looks like TE is just so scaled that they want to take advantage of their range gauge. They know that if they just sit back, not get all in, they're gonna able to pick up a ton more ults. Now Wuchen forced to pop his ult to get out of this sticky situation. We got the F1 Yodo in the league. TE's Yodo is one of the few to run F1, but he ends up getting double grabbed by Koala. Koala making the great play of taking this position away from TE, forcing them into the other teams, getting cannibalized by Alliance and KZ. Now Koala's monk on this tree branch, looking to see if they can pick up any extra grabs as these other teams scramble. This giant tree branch giving a ton of cover for Koala with this great play, but looks like GD is just like, wait a second, your ult's going down, we're gonna take the spot, this is our spot now. But Koala doesn't want to give up. They're gonna use this tree branch and keep poking at GD's monk, and they make the massive mistake. GD's Kakaxi is able to get the double grab and the re-grab. This is his branch now. GD able to take this branch away from Koala. They're forced out, challenging this monk's supremacy, able to get scooped up, but even though Koala's monk is going down, they have their Kurumi to get this res. This Yushan's coming back, shoving everyone away. The Kurumi's trying to get their monk up. Monk is right back up. He's going to be looking for some flowers to get that second ult up. If they're able to get that ult, it looks like Koala, I predict, is going to take this round. GD with the flamethrower. Unfortunately, Koala's Kurumi does get taken down. She is the lifeblood of Transformers team. It doesn't mean that they're down and out. Koala's trying to find a scrapped any type of room for some room to breathe so they can get some heals up, but KZ is holding the back of this branch. Alliance is coming in, trying to zone it up, playing displacement points. Every team is super scuffed. KZ's gonna pop this monk ult and looking for these double grabs. Jen has a tumult ult to work with. Everyone snared in the lobby. It looks like everyone's getting caught by this tumult, and it looks like KZ's gonna clean up these last kills. Koalas still has their monk alive. If he's able to get his ult up, it's going to be possible for him to win this heal off. People are going down. He's going to be looking for this soul bloom. He's using that grapple cancel to survive on top of KZ's head. KZ monk de-transform. He does have his monk ult. He's gonna fade away, tanking the zone. They notice that he's alive. They're trying to get some chip damage on him, and Koala YKZ ends up crushing him, getting that extra bonus points from the play. The great play from Koala.
Koala really coming through here. KLA, where was all this energy earlier, huh? What was all of this fight that we saw so far, okay? I think they've been doing a decent job, but I feel like this was definitely the starting point for them to absolutely pop off. Where was this two weeks ago, huh? Where'd this come from? I don't remember this. I'm a little skeptical on this. I got some eyes on you, okay? I'm watching you. I don't know exactly how that happened, but all of a sudden, just like that, KLA gets dubbed for the night. First MVP. From what we've seen, at least tonight. Currently here, KLA. How much bamboo y'all been eating, huh? What's going on here? I just need to know. That was a lot. That was a lot of time, patience, them really being able to find this out, them really being able to put that down towards that though. Really being able to shut that down. They did a great job of it, but man, I don't know where that came from, but even I'm a little surprised. They're like, hold on now, wait a minute. Now, for some of these other teams though, they still were able to fight that out towards the very end here, but check this out. All of the teams that we were talking about earlier that are just on the chopping block, they all got eliminated early. So everybody is in the exact same space where they was when we started.
Man, the drama is ensuing right now, Dobby. Like, any team can really get through. There's like 6 teams who are on this cusp. No one should feel safe in this instance. And Koala actually won the last weekly finals. They're one of the strongest teams in the league. They're super consistent. And from that consistency is because of their Monk play. Their Monk was in a 1v3 situation. His Karumi was down. His Yushan fought valiantly to create some space for him to find some Soul Blooms. He got enough to get his Soul Bloom up, and he actually used a solo technique to grapple stagger over and over just above the Monk where he cannot get grabbed. And at the end, when KZ believes that they think they have it secured in the bag, they notice, wait a second, is that a Monk? Where's he going? Oh my god, he still has ult up. He tanks a little bit of zone damage, and he's able to pop ult and survive KZ in the 1v3. It was just such a beautiful play from Koala.
What a shutdown though. Koala just being patient. Being patient, I think, was probably one of the greatest feats you could have though within those circles here, because sometimes it's really easy to get caught up trying to capture an elimination. Sometimes you can kind of get lost, you know, you can end up getting the squirrel brain and you're just like, you start like actually full focusing on one team, and just like that you end up getting eliminated because you got a little, you know, a little too pushy. So obviously within that space, KLA able to put in a lot of work, and just like that, we are 3 games down. We have 3 more to go, ladies and gentlemen. We're at our halfway mark, and obviously XCG overall first place, dominating with more than almost close to 20 eliminations per game so far. XCG clearly at the top, but now at the bottom though, JDG, Wolves, Entis, they're all fighting for that qualification right now. Wolves just got kicked out of the chopping block. They still have a chance though. They got 3 more games to do it, but they still have to fight 3 other teams for that slot. And that's what I love to talk about. That's what we love to bring up here within this spot. We already know who's going to be the top 5. We already know that. We ain't got to worry about them. We got to focus on those other teams that are down at the bottom. As we look at KLA and KZ tying it up with 12 eliminations apiece. But obviously, being that number 1 is going to be so sweet on top with that 24.2 and a 22.2 coming in from KZ in second place, 15.5. 9 eliminations. But XCG, even with a 4th place, still pops off with 11 eliminations, almost matching the top players from this game. I mean, at this point, they're just playing tennis with everybody.
I really think XCG might set a league record for these weeklies.
You said that.
Even with a 14-team lobby. Normally, the league had 16 teams. So for XCG to come out with this adjustment and get this amount of kills, like, they're a completely changed team. Normally, what I saw them play was they would sit in the bottom left of Holoroth. They would go bottom left of Morris, and they would just alpha some loot, maybe get a fair duel versus another team, outclass them, and then kind of coast their way to endgame, where they're not really looking to commit. They're playing very consistent. They're just looking to abuse the Yang sickness of other teams who are very scuffed in very dire situations, but they themselves wouldn't put themselves in risky situations, even to the point where they wouldn't go in Yang. They would rather sit on the outside and play boxes instead. Now we're seeing the highlights from XCG, and this is what I'm saying. That Monk hip jump, absolutely diffing JDG's Monk. He just doesn't know what's happening. He's not able to get even a single hit on XCG Sionan. This is just world-class play coming from them. Now, I remember this where Yushan was trying to get out there, get the rest. This is unfortunate that they end up getting eliminated before any of the multiplier gets in place. But now we're seeing Koala's great play leading into this play right here where this Monk gets his double grab. The Yushan had the presence of mind to rotate his team over here to grab this really great location with the branch, able to line aside all the other Monks. And now we're seeing that replay of that Monk play, able to survive, keep his ult up, and win the heal off by ulting in endgame. Unfortunately, KZ just getting robbed of their win in that extra placement points. And when everyone is this close right now, Dobby, there's so much drama. Everyone is under a ton of pressure to find any amount of points to try to get over that line. Who do you think is going to make it, and who do you think's not going to make it, Dobby?
So Wolves has been a little shaky. I don't know what's going on with them. Usually Wolves comes in with a lot more confidence from what I'm used to. I think Wolves might actually end up getting out of contention here. I think JDG has been putting in a lot of pressure as we look at YKC, who's going to take his second MVP of this with a repair roll, Skyforce, Great Sword Sap, Soothing Boon, Twin Shot, and a range resist Soul Jade. With 18,000 damage and 3 eliminations coming into this, YKC ends up claiming his as well within this space. But I really do. Listen, I love Wolves. I think Wolves might not make it. I don't know. I think Ventus might be a little more hungrier. And I think the team that actually took them out of contention, I think if they keep this going with where they've been so far, obviously ending up in the same place, they're still in the qualifications, but they still have 3 more games, which means they need to juggle this, and they need to start getting a little bit more aggressive here, getting those eliminations, or at least placement. Focus on those placement points, because that's also going to be just as important. Once they do that, I think we're going to see them really start to basically go way past the finish line. They know they're safe. They know they're okay. They can take a breather and go, oh, we made it. Wolves, on the other hand, I don't know, man. They got to figure it out. They got to figure it out. They're just not. They're not the wolf pack from what I'm used to. They need to be a strong wolf pack. Right now, they're divided. They're not. They're nothing. Together, they're strong as one.
Yeah, Runekeeper was telling me that Wolves just hasn't been performing this season. And Wolves is Runekeeper's favorite team, and normally they were like on the cusp of being one of the goats of the league. They had very solid performances from season to season, and it looks like this season they're a little bit falling off. But it's too early to say because we're only halfway now. We have an interview coming up, and we'll be right back after this interview, folks.
Hey guys, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with 小南 and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是茶司机小南。
好的，欢迎小南来到我们的赛后采访。And first, we would like always say teams XCG. You guys just like dominate the Trolls game, and like every game, you have very high score. Pro game, so I would like to know how's your skill and can share with us. 那我特别想先说一下，其实我们刚才有在讲到，说你们队伍其实在常规赛，而且是3排当中基本上统治地位一般，在每把比赛呢平均分都很高，你自己觉得是怎么做到的呢？
真没统治吧，我们感觉就运气好吧。
So in my opinion, I don't think we really dominate the Trolls game. I think we are very lucky in Trolls game. 那其实我也想说一句啊，就是运气也是实力的一部分。那接下来就要到我们拼运气的时候啦，要给观众朋友们送出福利，准备好了没有 ？Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is, which team below has never won BIWEEK3 final? 那今天的这个问题啊，就是以下哪一支队伍之前是没有夺得过周冠呢？那我这边想先跟小南讨论一下。有3个应该是错误选项，但是都打得非常厉害的队伍，自己怎么评价他们？包括你们队。
除了我们那俩都太猛了吧？
为什么要除了自己？
因为 感觉我们跟他们还差有一点差距。
还有一点差距。So 小南 said he think these two teams are the opponents in the answer. So they are very strong team, and they think XCG still need to improve themselves, and they will be strong in the future. Okay, so I think it's time for us to counting, and let's start it. 那我们接下来就倒计时吧，准备。
3, 2, 1.
Okay, screenshot. Okay, pay attention to your mailbox, and it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那接下来就要请小南给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢？
正确答案是 C。
Yes, the correct answer is C, GS. Okay, you know, like these days, because we are all living in Shanghai and in the Lingang new city, and I just accidentally met you in the streets after the game. So you guys are riding. I would like to know how your feeling can share with us, always riding for the whole team together after the game. 那我特别想问一下，就是其实我们最近是有偶遇过在街上，对不对？就你看到你们整个队。其实在打完比赛之后一起去骑行，感觉整个队还挺其乐融融的。就晚上去骑行感觉怎么样？能给我们分享一下景色怎么样吗？
就很爽，因为我们这边那个比较偏嘛，没什么人，然后就是没什么车，特别在晚上。
特别晚上。
随便骑。
Okay, so especially in night, I think it's very cool, riding after the match, because we don't have too much people and car on the street, and it's everywhere is the good views. So welcome to Shanghai. OK， 好的，谢谢小南的一个分享，感谢你来今天这个骑行之旅，我也有机会要加入你们，好吗？OK， 还有3把比赛，祝你们接下来会有个好运。OK，Good luck to your team, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here as we're going to get ready to lock this in for 3 more games. We're 3 down, 3 left, and so far, XCG has had an issue with everyone, clearly. XCG likes no one right now. They are causing problems and eliminating everyone like they all owe XCG money, okay? Like it's bounties on everyone's head. You owe me 2,000. You owe me 5. You owe me at least 12. We definitely about to jump you. It's a problem. Meanwhile, down at the very bottom of the bracket, you got about 4 teams fighting it out to see who's going to qualify. Okay, got 2 teams already in the chopping block. One actually pushed the other one outside of the range of it. Meanwhile, we got 2 under that's just under qualification. And as we talk about this right here, Wolves and Ventus is currently on the chopping block right now, 15th and 16th place. You got to get into 14th place for qualification. 64.5 points and 60.4 points for Ventus. Now, like I said, Wolves has been struggling. Ventus, I don't know. The point difference doesn't really tell too much currently for our days, but Ventus is starting to wake up a little bit. Wolves, I feel like, is they falling asleep. I don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, the people who have made it into the chopping block is JDG and Alliance. Now, Alliance put up a little bit more ahead of them to get themselves away from the lead, but JDG is still on that chopping block. That's 64.7, can easily be pushed out if Ventus and Wolves decide to wake up. EWG, though, has a massive, massive lead to where they are pretty safe. They are safe. At least personally, that is a safe bet to see. I don't think EWG really has to worry about anything. I think they've qualified. It's Alliance and JDG that they need to focus on and pay attention to. Now, as we go up all the way towards the top, do we really need to talk about anybody other than XCG? XCG all the way at the very top here. Number 1 place for our games here with a 177.6. Goodness gracious. Okay, if this was 3 sevens, I would have go and played the lottery because that's 2 lucky numbers here. I'm getting a little scared here as we're looking at it. Obviously, KLA slowly closing the gap towards at least 4th. If they pop off maybe 2 more games, they could potentially take 3rd as well and push AOW down. But obviously, KLA is also good as well here for our qualifications. So clearly, that's what we're going to be looking at here is those 4 teams. We're going to be looking at JDG. We're going to be looking at Ventus. We're going to be looking at Wolves. And we're going to be looking at one of those other teams to see who is going to qualify. Because only 2 teams are qualifying. Only 2 teams here are going to be able to make it. So who are those 2 teams? We talked about it before. Wolves has been slacking. Wolves have been struggling a little bit. I don't know exactly what's been happening. I don't know what's going on in the internal team. I don't know what's been going on in the Wolf Pack. Maybe they need to go back to the cave and hibernate for a couple minutes. Maybe they need to figure it out for a night. Maybe they're freezing out there. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It could be a full-blown snowstorm. That could be that could affect their performance. I don't know. All I know is that Wolves need to wake up. It's Wolf back time, baby. If they want to see themselves in the top and at least be able to qualify, they need to do it now. It's either now or never.
Exactly, Dobby. And when you were talking about EWG, even though they do have that 20-point lead, you're seeing some of these teams having these crazy point difference. Like XEG is about to have back-to-back 100-point games. Koala at 40 points. It's just like a giant difference in points differential. But all these teams are pro teams. They can find a way with 3 more games. If they just need, 10, 20 more points, that's what? We're talking like 5 points a game. Can we get those 15 points? Can we get there? Now, this is assuming that everyone ahead of us doesn't do well, right? So in that point, I agree with you that EWG is probably safe at this point, but who knows? Like a lot of these teams, if I'm in that position, we're going to take our destiny in our own hands. The same way that you see that XCG is looking at the lobby is like, you guys owe us money. These other teams on the cusp, Ventus, Wolves, they got to go look at those people right above them and be like, hey, you got our points. We want to go to finals. We want that position. It's our time to get there. We want the chance to go and take that top 3 to make it to the grand finals. It's really, really exciting, and it's coming down to the wire. With 3 games left, though, there is still a ton of NARAKA to be played, and we're seeing Koala rounding out the last end of their games. I imagine, wow, oh my god, sheesh, 34,000 damage. I imagine that now, unlike TE, unlike XCG, Koala did win one of the bi-weeklies, and they're a slow to start team. Now this is really, really interesting. They're actually running a Takeda Wu-Chen Viper composition, a new comp to the meta. It's a slight variation of that Yodo Viper Wu-Chen staple comp, and I've been in debate with my team of whether this composition actually is going to do good. Last week we saw the debut of it. It ended up taking first place in one of the lobbies with the most amount of kills. I'm curious to see how Koala has adjusted it, maybe tuned it up so that's going to do a lot better in this lobby. We're going to be going to, I believe, another Morris now that we're on game 4, but I do not believe it's going to be a Firefly day. With the big difference I think between Takeda and Yodo is that Yodo, unlike Takeda, is able to jump cancel her ult and take some of that ult charge just in case the execution goes wrong. With these teams having a ton of skill, when that Viper goes in looking for that silence, looking for that combo with her Yodo, sometimes she doesn't get her silence, she doesn't get her kick, and the team has to disengage or ends up losing momentum, so their Wu-Chen ports them out. But unlike a Takeda, if you make that mistake, you can't really jump cancel your Takeda ult. You're in there, you're all in. And the adjustment I saw when people run this Takeda comp is instead they just go for a traditional Viper V2 where that Viper gets close, she starts casting her ultimate that has an AoE silence effect, and instead of going for that big slam dunk play where they're going for a big light, they just go for that one kill, and if you end up committing against them in that 2v3, there is no way you're going to beat a Takeda ult in a 2v3 situation. Takeda's ult is one of the most bullying ults in the game besides Monk ult, but unlike Monk ult, a Takeda can follow you anywhere you go. It doesn't matter if you go into a house, it doesn't matter if you go up a mountain, you're still going to get caught. Now, looking at the team cons, I'm really excited to see how these teams go on. Surprisingly, on a daytime day, you're seeing all the Monk Feria comps come out. JDG on their last leg, they need to make something happen. Same with Ventus. Let's see what Wolves is running in the. What? Why can't I find Wolves? Wait a second.
Top, all the way at the top here with that yellow showing. That's what Wolves have been Chu Sorrow and LXX.
Wolves looking with that traditional Transformers comp. Now, if Wolves gets to endgame here, this is actually when I was watching Wolves one of the seasons, their pop-off game happens when they go this traditional Monk comp where they play it nice and easy, they don't get that crazy, they dodge in and out, avoiding those Viper assassination teams, and hopefully they don't get any of those Attack on Titan teams absolutely ruining their Titan game. But the drama is going to continue, and we're only at that half-1 point. I'm excited to see what these teams have for us off spawn, Dobby.
Oh, I'm just as excited as well here as we're going to be able to lock this in. KLA is going to have the entire section of Shipwrecks expense by themselves here. Meanwhile, WBG and Bald is going to be all the way in the center here. First time we're seeing anybody landing in Celestia by themselves in total here today. And also Aventai Temple GG is going to be handing the entire side of that space all to themselves. Here's XCG. JDG is going to be finding this out immediately into Zest Winery. That's the one that I'm actually really excited to see how they're going to hold this together, as WBG immediately starts this off very, very strong within this game, goes for the push, goes for the fight, and immediately starts to figure this out here as they're going to start putting in absolute work towards Alliance here. Both of them doesn't have that much shield. I don't even think they have at least a weapon. Actually, they do here as Jin finds absolute sources towards this, and it looks like they're still going to be able to find something as the Ballista coming in from Lucky. Is going to try to see if maybe they can find anything that's going to be helpful for them, but it looks like it's not going to be enough here as they're just going to separate further and further away, and obviously not going to be able to find it as LSR gets absolutely destroyed by a bow coming through, and it looks like Ventus's Senzi actually catches an elimination as well here, but look at the bow trying to just put in enough work here, trying to see if they can find anything that's going to be very helpful for them though, but they are absolutely struggling to try to see if they can get the hits though, as Zaunen trying to rotate this out here, not making it easy as he's going to be able to hop all the way down, waiting it out. Nice backflip, trying to see if they can get a nice hit, though. Trying to surprise Zown in here within this resetting space here. Koopy ends up getting hit and then immediately destroyed by WBG's PP as XCG ends up catching an elimination as well. JDG trying to hold it together for as long as possible. NiHQ able to hold it for as long as they could. Catches the elimination onto Koopy, but KZ is able to come back here, claims it onto it, and just like that, now the switcheroo comes through on each side here, and a KZ is going to come through with some eliminations. XCG starting off strong with those 3 eliminations, and same with JDG, furthering the gap away from Wolves, which right now, they still haven't captured an elimination. And Ventus caught 3, which means they're about to surpass Wolves right now as well. They just need 1 more elimination.
Oh my goodness, what an excited, explosive off-spawn play. I've never seen so many teams commit to that ballista. You're seeing why Wolves is trying their heart out, because JDG, Alliance, EWG, they're all willing to risk it, even with that ballista in play, raining down huge destructive shots of them. They don't care. XCG, they already made it. They're just here farming everyone. They believe that everyone's just going to fall back with this ballista raining shots above them, and everyone just hard commits and ends up pushing XCG back and sending them back to their second life. Now we're seeing TE on their traditional transformers. They are one of the scariest transformers in the league. They have one of the highest win percentages inside Yang. It's around 75 to 80%, and they're about to get an isolated fight with GD. Now GD's doing really, really well there in the middle of the pack with 103 points. They see this team probing, looking to take a fight. Now OC on the outside, though, lurking, trying to get away from TE. They don't really want to fight this on this edge. They're in the low-key position on the bottom right of the map around mine. There's actually a ton of loot out there in the corner, and if you're looking for a really, really safe place to land as a new player, it's one of the great places to land. Now XCG on their second life is gonna just take on JDG. JDG needs to win this fight versus XCG. Both Monk ults coming out. XCG's Furia trying to peel for his Monk with white armor. Monk is able to get shredded really, really, really quickly. JDG's Monk has XCG's Monk against Rub. Xiao now gets taken down, and XCG's Lixin is getting absolutely pulverized by that cannon. EWG's on the outside. It looks like XCG's gonna have their first bad game, end up losing their Monk. Now EWG coming in with this to Takeda. Oh, Monk Takeda zipping this. The third party of this comm is extremely powerful. Now the other team ends up getting away though. JDG sees the execution coming and they're out of here. You see Koopy breaking contact, completely silent, just not moving a muscle, hiding in this corner in plain sight, trying to lose his chases. Now we're catching OC and JD with TE in the background lurking this fight. OC looks like they're winning this fight, but now TE's gonna make their move. Actually, wait a minute. TE is actually losing the fight. They lose their Yushan, but they have a Moonbane down and they have their Kurumi going for the res. OC is really, really gambling by Moonbane surfing, staying in this Moonbane for too long. If they get hit by any of these Moonbanes, they will be taken down. Yushan ends up getting take res, and T's able to stabilize here with that Moonbane. Off spawn, with some of the strategies that you can run when there aren't fireflies, when your team can't go and get ultimates off spawn, if you rush getting money like TE does, you're able to control these fights off spawn so that you secure the win. Even if you lose a player, since you're in the middle of your Moonbane, dropping these giant nukes all around you, you're able to get these reses. Now we have Alliance versus, I can't see the Ventus. Oh, Ventus needs to make this work. This is an isolated fight in the left corner of the map. Alliance looking to see if they can get this Monk to overextend. But unfortunately, we have Koala looking at this fight on the edge. They could come in with a third party. Ventus's Monk getting his full armor switch. He doesn't look like he has ult up yet. Alliance's Wuchen running that pole sword, getting in there, but they lose their Viper and immediately get absolutely decimated by a full charge focus attack. But Koala, like I said, was lurking on the outside. They're gonna make their move. They have full 3 ults. They end up coming here, salvaging the bodies. They commit that Tumult Shove, that Wombo combo coming out with their Tumult ult. Their Alliance was trying, Ventus was trying to get away, but he gets stuck in the sand wall and scooped up by Koala's Monk. It's a layup now. Ventus's Monk also gets grabbed again by Koala's Monk. He's trying to get away. The one thing going for them is Koala doesn't have that much loot. They're basically tickling Ventus, but Ventus still gets taken down by Koala's great execution. Two people of Ventus are trying to get away. They can get this res. They do have a ton of armor. They've got a lot to live for, but Koala hot on their heels. Will they get away? It looks like Yushan is going to make the noble sacrifice so his teammate can get away to live another day. Koala ends up coming big with this veteran play with the third party on the corner of the map, and now Ventus has to go back to the drawing board.
Actually insane coming in as Ventus gets those 5 eliminations. He's solo by himself here. This could be massive here. If he just holds himself strong for the day, gets the shut off here, it could be absolutely massive here. Try to see if maybe they can figure this out here. Still a whole lot putting up down towards it as OC is just running away. Meanwhile, WBG's PP trying to see if he can catch him on the onslaught here. It looks like he's going to be able to go all the way around this rotation. Zaymeng trying to hold on for as long as possible. Doesn't really want to force it. Tries to see if maybe they can work out towards this one. Let's see if we can work towards this more and more. Meanwhile, Kakaxi ends up in a totally different situation as EWG is fighting this out, trying to keep their game alive here. One player was dangerously low in this spectacular scratching. Meanwhile, GG's LXM trying to take on 2 of EWG at the same time here as Zyliu ends up getting eliminated, and so does Run in the space of what's been happening as they force the ulti to come out. Beautiful time for Tut. Try to see if maybe he can get the double grab here. Trying to see if they can find it, but they are absolutely getting the bully from both sides here as he ends up getting the grab. Getting the grab from the first one, not going to be able to do enough here as he's trying to juggle it away, but remember, it's crazy how nowadays, even with trios though, like when we used to see monks, the first thing everybody used to do was run, and now all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but the change in how certain things have gone has absolutely insane.
There's a lot of disrespect on monks right now where everyone just goes and starts chopping them down. Now you're seeing 2 of this strong teams, Bauda, TE battling out. We got the monk on the pillar, TXG looking to influence the fight. It looks like this is a wise play by Bauda, not taking the monk duel, instead playing this grab game. This is generally not how you see this fight go. And now Bauda coming in with the delay stomp, shoving TXG. He's like, hey, what's up? What's up? We got some of this. Now he's going to try to peel the double grab. Unfortunately, he comes out earlier from the grab, and he's going to follow up, trying to pressure TE's Monk. He actually playing Parry Bell and gets a huge parry on Malman. Now TXG's and Leo Yushan trying to execute the other Bauda's Kurumi, end up getting taken down. Bauda in a 2v3. Can they clutch this with TXG really, really low? Malman needs a little bit of space to clutch this up, but he's unfortunately gets wiped out by TE. And now TE adds another feather in the cap, taking down Bauda. It looks like, wait a second, KZ actually takes Mystic Mike with GD and TE taking that Vermilion Bird's Might. Now, Vermilion Bird's Might, for those you don't know, allows you to resurrect and it lasts around 4 minutes. Mystic Might kind of acts as an ESP. Every couple of seconds, it's going to pulsate and show anyone around you. You're kind of just like a moving bell buff. A lot of the times you'll hear people say, do you want the bell buff or do you want the Phoenix buff for the res? Now, around this time, teams are going to either play it super safe or they're going to search around these res areas to see if they can find any of the teams with res sickness. Now you're seeing WBG Sleepwalker finding OC. with only white armor, but he's going crazy. He's just sending every left click, right click over and over. Sleepwalker is wondering what happened. Where did his health go? His teammates come to save him. He thought it was going to be a free kill, but the OC's Monk showing him that he is not to be traveled with and ends up backing out Sleepwalker. Unfortunately, he's not able to survive, and PB ends up coming up, cleaning and killing. He's like, hey, what's going on, Sleepwalker? Can you not handle this? Longsword versus Greatsword being a really favorable matchup for a Longsword, because you're able to bob and weave around Greatsword stone form, and you're actually able to get a stagger between the stone form. But now JD versus JDG, these teams are on the cusp. They need to win this fight. JDG's Feria takes to the air, looking to help peel this team, but ends up getting walled out by this Tumultuo, not able to get any pressure from this. Well, but with this Sand Mech, it looks like U-Shot is going to be peeling off JD, creating a ton of space, but they're using these buildings perfectly to line of sight. JDG loses one player, but GD looks like they're going to be able to clean this up. JDG LSR is going to try to get away, try to salvage the situation, to stay in the game. It's possible to get a res, but it doesn't look like JD's going to let him get away. He does pop the bell. He does pop Moncone. I think Feria's able to get away. He's going to sacrifice himself so his teammate can get away, possibly live to another day. They're only off by qualifying by like 2 points. They're right now at 69.1, above Wolves 67 point. As long as they're keeping above Wolves, they're barely keeping their head above water, they can coast to qualing and getting that top 14 place. But now KZ seeing a skirmish going down, probing to see if they see any weakness, but they're not interested. Around this time, a lot of the Yang sickness, people are still getting all in, going crazy, and it looks like TE ends up taking Bow to Light. They end up running the salty run back, and they lose again to TE. TE is one of the most scary teams in the league with their Monk, with this gold nunchucks, and their team is fully scaled. I imagine that TE is going to take this game, Dobby. Leading into endgame, these Monk teams, with the no Fireflies being on the map, with this being like the transitional game, I feel like a lot of teams are resetting, they're reassessing their game plan, and they're going to take it easy to see how everything goes down, and they don't want to take as many risks going into this endgame.
They're gonna have to, though. There's still a whole lot happening with a lot of this stuff, so you really have to pay attention to like what's going on here and really hope you find something that's going to be good towards the very end. Obviously paying attention to this, there's still a whole lot of momentum happening though towards the final end of this game here, so there's still a lot of fear, should I say, for this type of momentum, and you really have to like just really play this smart towards the very end here, as GG is still going to be able to go through towards the rotations here. Looks like they might try to see if they can head towards a portal as well, trying to see if maybe they can get something out of their loot. Maybe a Vermilion's Bird might, if lucky, and maybe possibly something else as well, as JDG also trying to rotate as fast as possible, ends up getting caught by GG's here. Trying to see if they can get some shots off. Poopy just trying to hold on, but sadly it's not going to be enough here. He's going to try to hold on. Pops open the mech here immediately. Goes for the jumps. Trying to see if they can get away here. Trying to hit him with as much rocket power as possible, but obviously it's not going to be enough, as Poopy on the outskirts of this circle trying to hold on. Obviously the 2v1 is not going to be able to do enough, and JDG sadly gets eliminated out of this game here, leaving Wolves a big potential here to take the spot again away from them, but we're gonna see how that goes here.
A lot of the teams are actually being eliminated here. There's less than 30 players in, and it looks like what is this? JD is willing to go in the Yang. A lot of teams right here don't really want to go into Yang unless they're super scaled up, and as I say that, WBG answers the call with full purple armors. They're willing to take this fight, and it looks like Sleepwalker's gonna pop that Monk ult. GD is popping up the Monk ult. It doesn't look like WBG. WBG is actually on Yodo Viper right now, and the rare occurrence where Viper Yoda is willing to take this fight. I'm curious to see if they're able to take this down. Yoda ult comes down. They're going to stagger this Monk over and over. Monk is really low, but the Kurumi ult's going to come down to pick up the Monk's health. They're able to port out and reset, but they lose WBG PP. GD with the U-turn ult is going to clean this up. I'm very surprised that WG wanted to take this fight. Like, Yoda, Wu-Chen, Viper isn't that strong in Yang. Generally, how that team kills Transformers is they go in, they go for a silence, and they try to bait out that monk ult, and then they teleport out and come back as that monk de-transform. Inside Yang, you don't have that space to do that strategy. When you teleport out, the monk can still see you, and with those 4 pillars, you have a little bit to line of sight, but it's not that much. I was hoping that they had some type of trick in their bag, that we were going to learn some interesting execution, but it looks like the tried and true Transformers just ends up coming on top in that type of fight. Actually, right now, looking at all the stats, traditional Transformers, that's Tianhai, Kurumi, Yushan, inside the realm of Yang is probably the strongest comp. Within second place, Feria, Tianhai, and Tumult coming in a close second. But it looks like as the league keeps progressing, it looks like the tried and true Transformers, the staple of trios, ends up still being the strongest dueling comp in the league. And to illuminate why that comp has kind of survived forever, it is one of the few compositions that can last off one ult. When Monk ult goes up, Yushan and Kurumi are able to play off of him and just dance around him forever. And because of the duration of that Monk ult, the team is able to survive for just enough time that, let's say Yushan doesn't have ult up, he's able to poke the other team, able to create, play off the Monk's pressure, attacking people's back to build up his ult. And as soon as the Monk's ult goes down, Yushan is able to pop out ult. And if any of them goes down at any point, Kurumi, with her tether in the game, is one of the few characters able to res under a ton of pressure. As I say that, leading into this endgame, it looks like Wolves wants to get a little bit aggressive. They're probing for any type of weakness to see if they can try to get across the finish line to secure a top 14 position. Unfortunately, they're poking the bear, TE, and TE's been here a million times before. They know the MO. When you're Transformers, when you have a monk on your team, you want to get to this end game. You really just want to travel around, get some of the Jades, but you're seeing one of the very, very tricky things in this mid-game transition to the end game is that teams know that you don't really want to get engagement, and you end up getting these ambushes around these areas that you know a team is going to go. These monk teams, they want to go and buy. They want to go scale up and buy some Jades. So you see these Viper teams camping around these boxes, waiting for a team to maybe slip up and look for these assassination plays. Now, WBG does have the Yang sickness right now, so they're going down the center of the map, looking anywhere for another team. They have 1 minute and 30 seconds in order to pick up a Soul Bloom so they can survive and keep going in this match. If not, they're going to be sent back to the lobby. Now we have Ventus, only 2 of them alive. Now, the really great thing about Transformers as well is that even though you have 2 players alive, as long as you have Monk, as long as you have Yushan, there is a chance that you can still make some damage at endgame. At Worlds, there was a Vietnamese monk, Roy Hee. Even though his team got taken out, he would get to endgame and still create a ton of damage. Now we're seeing WBG, Seablocker, and Jing. They do have that Yang sickness. They need to get this kill. They're all inning Koala right now. But Koala is extremely scaled, and they only invest their Tumultual to defend against this. Now Wu-Chen Por comes out. They do have the ult advantage. The Koala's monk is able to pop ult, pushing WBG against the corner, but WBG is getting a ton of value onto Mulch. Mulch gets taken down. Now it's a 2v3 situation, and Yodo ult comes down, and with the zone doing damage to the monk, he's not able to survive, and WBG looks like they're able to wipe out the previous weekly's champions, Koala, with a great play, and looks like they're gonna be able to survive eating these blooms. What a great play from WBG.
WBG really playing out of their minds all of a sudden here, and just like that, is WBG gonna decide to become a contention in this game? I mean, 65 points here. We still have 2 more games after this. They really could also become the chokehold for this game that can absolutely change the fabric of how this goes. Now, all I'm saying is that if all of a sudden they come into this, that's 9 eliminations so far. That is massive for WBG. If they end up really popping off the way that they should here, Imagine they take off Ventus, Wolves, JD, and Alliance here. Now imagine that is a massive jump coming into these games here, as we're slowly going to be able to see how close and how far this is going to be for these teams and these games here. As it looks like we have KZ here. Now, obviously, even with all of these games here, they still have a whole lot happening here. What do you think about these games? Who do you think now? Has anything changed, or are you still feeling confident that that some of these teams will possibly be able to hold this together? Do you think Wolves is deciding to pop back off? They have 3 so far. 3 eliminations, and it looks like they could have more potentially if they keep this game going.
I feel like WBG is a favorite to, like, even though they had a bad first day, it looks like they're coming out swinging, and they are known for being one of the confident 3v3 teams, meaning they like going into Yang. They're showing a ton of confidence. They have a really great game here. All they need to do in order to secure and put a ton of pressure on the rest of these teams is get to this end game. They have 9 kills. They don't really need any more. As long as they get this fatty multiplier going into end game, they're gonna have a great shot of getting into that top 14. And with this endgame at Temple, all of this verticality benefits the Yodo team, because they're gonna find some area around here and be able to use that F3 to dictate the pace, bully you if you try to come into this close quarters. And all these monks traditionally, like, they want these wide open areas. They want to have line of sight to grab, and when there's so much line of sight, you don't get that value of being on a monk. But that being said, it doesn't mean that they're out of the fight. They're still able to play that heal off situation, where what you're seeing here, the tons of range from these super decked out characters. They don't really need to go for the grab. They can just play to the last very second, use that second life, use that Kurumi ult to out heal the zone, and still win it elsewhere. Now, it's all going to come down to how people play in transition here. These Vipers are going to be looking for one of these Transformer teams to show weakness. Once they see that, that's why we call that comp Attack on Titan. The second that Monk ult comes at a D transformation, you're going to see the attack come from these Yodo and Vipers. Now, we're seeing TE playing that super solid game, holding these rooftops with that umbrella, being able to block some range attacks. You're seeing a ton of the range shades go to Kurumi, because traditionally, as a support of the team, she's going to sit in back, she's going to hide behind her Yushan and a Monk, and she's going to range them non-stop with the fire arrows and burst arrow. It's kind of like a Tarka fireball. It's actually my favorite Jade setup in the game. When you have that bow, you have scatter shot, which turns your shot into 3 shots. You have burst arrow that turns your shot into an AoE. You have fire arrows that gives you that burn damage. And the best Jade to go with all of that is some target lock, which actually takes away all of your opponent's stamina and doesn't allow them to dodge. As I say this, Wolves on the scub. Looks like WBG sense a little bit of weakness from the Wolves. They're looking to execute one of them, but Wolves' Yushan is able to pop his ult and jump away, but it looks like they're getting lobbied so hard that Yushan takes so much damage from all these long swords and pole swords. He almost gets taken down, but TE here being bullies of the lobby, dictating who gets to survive and who dies right now, with their crewmate raining down fire arrows everywhere. KZ trying to get away from here. It looks like VVV wants to see if we can thin out this lobby more, making this really easy for them to just scoop up. One of the tricks of the trade here, when you're such a scaled team, is you want to pick out your competition. If you notice some of these weak teams end up getting focus fire, but you see one of the strong teams trying to capitalize on it, TE is one of those veteran teams that finesses the stronger team and starts hitting them, knowing that if they could chop out one of their legs, they don't need 3 kills, they can just get 1 kill, chop out one of their legs, get a piece of them, and know that that team cannot fight them in endgame anymore. They're just hamstrung, losing one of their critical pillars. Now, like I was saying before, Temple has all of these pillars, all of these places of line of sight, and there's a lot of finesse that you can do using all these different line of sight angles with these different houses and with the cannons. Now, the name of the game here is you want to hold high ground. As you get pushed down, you're going to just get arrows rained upon you, cannons rained upon you, and GG, as I say that, they are the low ground warriors. They're holding this corner. If you come here, they are going to scoop you up. That looks like the middle ground is where you don't want to be. It's where all the range is being concentrated. As I say that, Alliance looks like to be a victim of this, with WBG keeping their rain down. They have 9 kills so far, and this takes them up to 10 kills. They're at 67 points right now. With depending on where they end up in this lobby, they're going to be able to get a fat multiplier, and it looks like we're going to get a cliffside end game right here. This is going to benefit these Viper teams. There is nowhere to hide away from the Viper's stun. The monks taking high ground, but with this verticality, it's actually extremely hard for these monks to look down and get this grab. As I say that, the Wolves gets a huge double grab on WBG, their main competition. It looks like Wolves is taking their destiny into their own hands, securing the top 13th place at 73 points. As I say that though, GG might end their opportunity by popping at the ult. He doesn't get that much value off of this stun, but what GG is able to do here is to secure the high ground, and it looks like Viper's going to rain down some cannon shots, trying to build up that ult up to get another ultimate to get a round 2. So even though you miss your shot, as long as you keep shooting, you miss all the shots you don't take, Dobby.
Oh, and I love that as well. You also have to be able to put as much momentum into this as you can here, as obviously there's so much scrambling happening here. I think GG is the only team, GG and KZ are the only 2 teams that are a full squad here. Could be Wolves as well. Actually, no, Wolves is not within this space here. As TXJ sadly is eliminated within this space here. GD is going to have to back off of this, try to see if they can do that. But obviously with that Mystic Might, they still could be able to put in some massive damage here, as Benchu is going to be able to go for the repair here. Look at all of the massive hits coming through. The healing circle trying to help them out as best they can. Clearly, it is helping in such a succession to keep them alive. Each time they lose a little bit, they gain a little bit. They lose a little bit, they gain a little bit. Meanwhile, Wolves Benchu is trying to keep some pressure on them as well here. Trying to keep all of this pressure onto these teams here. That's the one thing you have to do. You have to be able to close in this gap as much as possible. You got to be able to make them sweat. You got to be able to make them tick. And even with all of this happening, though, it can be very, very stressful for the amount of stuff happening here, all within this region. Now, even with this finish here in the follow-up, is able to get the grab from the first one, is able to get a throw down from K. Obviously, his teammate's gonna be able to get the shutdown. The question is, does he get the finish? No. Looks like GD might be able to do it. Oh no, it looks like Leo is gonna be able to get the shutdown. And it looks like TXJ is back up and alive, gets the slam, gets the finish. GG's Alex Sam. Oh no, the Viper's gonna be able to put them down, and just like that, should be able to get the finish, but no, the Wushin's gonna be able to take them out and keep them alive within this game. TXJ is getting absolutely shredded by all of these players. Meanwhile, KZ Gen doing the exact same thing, gets the finish, tries to see if he can get a little bit more of a find, as GG is able to catch another elimination here, all within the space. Don Quinn able to hold it for as long as can possibly be here, trying to figure this out all within the space here as Muskeya pops his Yorihime ulti. The Yorihime trying to see if he can get something. Yes, he does! Catch the elimination onto KZ's chin. His Viper's going to be able to throw out the fight here and throws out the Venom. Catches the second elimination. Muskeya's going absolutely insane as Hazy drops down all the way from the trees here. GG trying to hold it together, put some pressure on TV's Leo as LXM is able to catch the elimination. Is GG going to be able to get their dub for our game number 4? It looks like a potential is Ventus trying to hold on a little bit longer here, trying to keep the game alive. The placement points are absolutely vital for Ventus. The placement points themselves could put them into qualification as TJ ends up getting shit all the way outside of the circle, and it looks like he's not going to be able to get pushed back in, as Muskeya is going to be able to send them right back out. Meanwhile, GG able to keep the game alive. There's one more player alive, and it's Hazy. KZ is able to keep it to second place here and get those placement points, which are absolutely vital, but a slam takedown comes through. Beautiful finish from Muskeya all the way towards the end here, and Wolves trying to hold it together. LXX, beautiful finish for them. GG's for this team. They're going to be able to get the dub, but for the lower brackets though, did Ventus just qualify? Did they put themselves in the qualification region? Oh my goodness, I can't wait to see the standings.
What a great play from GG. They end up taking the favorites of the lobby, TE, with that attack on Titan comp. And like I was saying before, when those monks ult, they are super vulnerable coming out of it. Even though they get a double grab onto GG there. Wuchen with the excellent play is able to port them out, get them out of the double grab situation, win wall all the grabs, and the second that Monk goes down, they get all in by a super scaled up Team GG. They all have gold armor, they all have purple armor, they all have gold weapons. They're doing a massive amount of damage. When you have nunchucks and you get the Jade velocity, it turns your left click into this huge one-hit punch that's inspired by Bruce Lee. The 1-inch punch just absolutely decimating them, and you end up being able to just hold in front of your opponent's face over and over, and you're seeing GG's Yodo absolutely shred those monks as they come out. He didn't even need the Yodo alt Viper combo. He didn't need the stun. He just straight ran up, punched them all in the mouth repeatedly over and over. I'm like, what are you gonna do about it? You got nothing. You don't have your Kurumi's ults anymore. You have nothing left to hang. All you have left is your neutral against my neutral, but unfortunately for you, I have one of the most powerful Jades in the game, and Yodo being one of the best dueling characters in the game, excluding her ult, ends up carrying GG to clean up all of these Monk teams. What an excellent play from GG, Nobby.
That's just disrespectful. That's just personally, I wouldn't allow that level of disrespect, but that's just me though. As GG's is going to be able to end this with just incredible fashion here. They had the advantage, they had the finish, and obviously, I mean, GG's is already in qualifications. We already know that. They played it exactly, I think, the way that they wanted to. 330, and the rest of the team really was able to close out that game here. They had a decent advantage here, and they were getting shredded. I mean, by bows, fire, cannons of every which way, shape, or form. Still was able to keep the team together here throughout all of this madness here, and obviously was able to come down as a champion. But lower brackets, Ventus and Wolves was fighting for that second place finish to get those points. Those points are big. Just like that, Wolves could potentially take themselves back, and then so does Ventus. I don't necessarily know where they're going to be placed until we figure it out with the standings, but I'm very excited to see where that is, because that is, like I said, that's what I've been focusing on. Seeing Wolves and Ventus fighting, just trying to stay alive. They're not really going for, eliminations here, because they both don't have their teams. It's just them as solos. So they're trying to last as long as possible, trying to get those extra points. Those placement points are going to be very vital for them, just to try to see if they can get this qualification. By the way, these guys are only down by a few points. 2, 3, 4 max for certain people. Like if we're talking 14 through maybe 16, 17, could be about 5, 6 points, but in between those two, it's a 2 to 3 point difference. That's just how much this game is so close in terms of who is qualifying here within this game. And obviously Ventus just shy of that, as Wolves is able to take that in 7 eliminations, 14.2 points. Oh, that is massive for Wolves. They needed that coming into this. They could put themselves back in qualification with that point. And obviously Ventus with a 9.5. They can see themselves also. Maybe this can be the point as well for them, as JDG gets 4 points, placed in 9th with a 5.3. Making them sweat just a little bit more towards the end here. But obviously, 18 eliminations, 33.8 points. GG's went absolutely off in this game, with TE coming through with 13 points, 19.7 overall. WBG with 11 points, 15.3 overall game score. Very good from these teams here, but GG's really did switch it up in these games here. And obviously, I mean, look at the damage. Miss Kyo with 25k, 24k coming in from LXM, and a 33-30 with 13k as well. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 50,000 plus points between Miskuya and LXM by themselves. By themselves is almost 50,000 damage, let alone 330 here. And obviously, I mean, Miskuya clearly carrying with 10 eliminations. I mean, goodness gracious, Miskuya, I need you to relax, buddy. I need you to kind of calm down here, as we're going to look back at the replays here from earlier in these games. XCG was caught in a very bad situation earlier in the games here. GG's putting the pressure on EWG from earlier in the games here. And absolutely, I mean, look at GXGG's LXM, just putting in the pressure, putting them towards this corner. One of them was able to back out, but then he immediately severed Yeron in the exact same place. Even TE putting in the pressure on Malman. Malman trying to see if they can hold on for as long as possible. Moon sadly does get eliminated from that. And look at TXJ immediately finding the next player and immediately parries him, gets the shutdown, gets the finish, and obviously back at it again with more. Look at the Yoda-Hime. Absolutely, like I said, one of the only few players. It's like you said before. You know, Yoda-Hime being one of the only few that really could cause an issue for a lot of these comps. But you know what's really surprising though? We haven't been seeing a lot of Farias. Farias have been a very prominent player so far. And in reality, have we really seen a lot of Farias? We really haven't. We've seen a few, but I haven't seen like a full stack lobby of Farias going crazy. It's mainly still been the Monks and obvious Miss Taya with that 25k damage, 10 eliminations. I mean, you gotta give it to the man here. With those nunchuck damage of 6,400 and a Flamebringer of almost 4k. He only needed one more fire damage. He just needed one more person to burn, just one tick longer, and he gets 4k. Assault, Juggernaut, Spear Stab, Velocity Untold, Trigger, and Thunder Call. MVP and Miss Kia putting in work for his team, shining pink all over the place. Pink looks good. It looked good.
Absolutely, Dobby. You're right. We haven't seen a lot of Faria today. You're very observant of you. And that's what I was saying early on. When the lobby opened up, especially on Hollerrath, traditionally we've seen this new character, Faria, take NARAKA by storm, take the league by storm in trios. She's just been such an oppressive character and no one knew how to deal with her. And it looks like today a lot of teams have figured out the chink in the armor. Faria is very vulnerable to Viper, actually. Viper has been the name of the game right here with that combo of Yodo. They're able to catch these Faria teams who don't have ideal conditions. Now, if Faria, Monk, Tumult, they have ideal conditions, they're inside Yang, no one can third party them, they have full ults, they have good loot, they're good to go. They're probably going to win in that situation. But in Battle Royale, you don't get fair fights. A lot of the time, there's a ton of range coming from different directions, a lot of opportunist plays coming in where you're getting poked from all directions, and suddenly it's very hard to dodge that Viper silence, to dodge those Vipers jumping from the trees with ultimates. And because of that, just like you said, Dobby, Farias are not here. Viper has put her into extinction almost. We are seeing those Monks, that staple play still being there, like you were saying, that he's the OG of trios.
This is crazy. This is crazy. It's crazy to think that when Faria first got introduced, we knew Faria was going to be a problem. Right? We knew that Faria was going to be an issue for a lot of these teams. We knew that Faria was going to be a massive step in the transformation comp for this game. Were they going to be a problem for some of the other comps? We didn't know. Were they going to be absolutely helpful? Absolutely. We thought they were going to be two peas in a pod. Currently, it's not. That's the biggest change. And listen, if I were to look at my NARAKA bingo and it says Faria is not working, Faria is not. Where I would have been like, you out your mind. There's something wrong with you. I would have thought she was crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's not possible. I wouldn't see a game where Faria is not important in some of these comp games at first success for a lot of these teams. So the fact that we haven't seen a whole lot of these is coming to show that there is some open areas for a fix. But at the same time, I feel like it's the same thing for ACOS as well, because we also, they introduced ACOS as the what do you call it? Like the Monk stopper. He was the one that was supposed to halt a lot of these Monks. He was supposed to be the one that causes the issue for these Monks. And immediately everybody was like, ACOS, he ain't nothing of importance, which was surprising. So now coming into this, as we've been doing this, we've been seeing Faria plays for about 2 weeks now. You mean to tell me Faria is not being used? You mean to tell me Faria is not important? Just 3:30, wake up. You just popped off with a massive game. I need you to put your head up. I need you to pop you some. I need you to wake up, buddy.
You see, GG. They're suiting up for that next one. They absolutely put their heart and soul into that last game. And like you were saying, ACOS is definitely going to mix up the meta, and his V3 with its new release is definitely going to be a problem for these Transformer teams with Faria, Yushan. ACOS is going to be able to lock these characters down. You were saying before that it's weird to see that when a Monk ults, like these a lot of players just don't care. They're just sitting there in the pocket, completely challenging those situations. And you're seeing the same thing versus Feria, versus Yushan now. Longsword ends up doing a ton of damage to these characters, and with Akos' new V3, where it's able to lock you down, chain you in. Normally you would see a Yushan be able to jump super high, get out of there. You'd be able to see Feria's rocket jump to get out of sticky situations, but with Akos being added to the game, I'm curious to see how in China the meta is going to evolve. Will they find a way to execute these traditionally very safe characters by using Akos in the mix-up? I don't really know. I've had a little bit of experience with Akos in the new patch, and for what I've seen, Tumult kind of counters him. You're able to put a Tumult wind wall in the center of his circle, cutting it in half, and he's not able to use that critical pull to break any staggers over and over and get his snowball effect going. Now, I'm sure it's still too soon to say anything. It's only been out for a couple of days. I'm sure someone's going to experiment. You know, I will be experimenting with my team. Even though they hate it, we're going to be challenging the meta, seeing if we can find something overpowered leading into NA's first scrims next week. But coming back to the drama right now, all of these teams, there's 4 or 5 teams right on the cusp. And I was saying before that I thought Ventus was going to end up qualifying, but I think looking back at all that, I didn't realize that WBG was down there. And WBG being one of the best fighting teams, meaning that they're willing to go in the Yang, they're willing to put it all on the table, and they, unlike other teams, they don't mind taking that fair isolation fight. They believe in their Monk to carry most of the situation. They believe in their team's overall synergy to carry them over this line. And with their last game, they end up getting a really solid like 14 or 15 point game, nipping at the heels. Unfortunately for them, Wolves and Ventus end up having a good game as well. It's still neck to neck. It's still a lot of drama going into these last 2 games. We don't know who's exactly going to take it. And now going into Hollowrath, I'm curious to see how these teams adapt and adjust. Because traditionally, like you were saying, Dobby, this on Hollowrath, a lot of Ferias end up coming up. Now, on the first Hollowrath game, not a lot of Ferias actually came out. There was a ton of Vipers. Now we're seeing, though, the tried and true XCG is going on their Feria, Tumult, Monk pick, this Sand Mech team, this very powerful Wombo combo. And wait a minute, down in the bottom, TE, the innovators of the league, doing something really weird, bringing out their old school counter comp, Takeda, Tumult, Monk. I'm really curious to see if they're able to make this work. This used to be a counter comp to the old Sandformers comp, Yushan. Yushan, Tumult, Monk, and what you were able to do with this was Takeda was able to shove both of the Transformers using his ultimate. Now, since then, unfortunately, Takeda has been nerfed where his ultimate does not affect Transformers. Now, with these other teams, we're seeing a little bit of zipping Takeda Monk as well. They're going to be looking for those off-spawn fights. I think off-spawn without Fireflies, a lot of these teams, even though they're Viper Yoda, they're not gonna have as much momentum, not being able to get that one Yoda while picking up some Fireflies coming in. But on Hollowrath, there's actually a bunch of Firefly chambers that you're able to sit there and get some ult even on these daytime days.
Now check this out. Even within all of this recession, though, we still haven't been able to see a whole lot of spread when it comes to Hollowrath. Obviously, the first map, a lot of people were very hesitant, but obviously now things have changed. We see KLA all the way on the top left here, basically near Yushan Ruins. Meanwhile, WBG is going to be close towards center here, but we have at least 4 to 5 teams that's going to be landing immediately onto the massive section that is Salvation Podium. I'm going to try to see if maybe they can get this fight happening here. So that full section is going to be absolutely shredded, though. We're going to see Ballista start to go pop off here. Alliance is going to start to clutch right in between each other as XCG. It looks like we're going to see a rematch fight between these two because we saw them fight this out off of spawn immediately. They didn't think about it. They didn't hesitate. They didn't think too much about it, but GG is going to catch the first elimination onto Wolves. First elimination, and immediately they're going to start shredding it over on each section here, trying to see if they can hold it for as long as humanly possible here. As Bauda looks like they're also going to catch some eliminations themselves, coming through as many sections as possible. Meanwhile, Ventus catches 3 eliminations, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, EWG snatches a slot away in 12th place with a 101.5. EWG has qualified now, and they're ahead of the game. Meanwhile, XCG all the way up top, starting off very, very strong. But check this out. Ventus has now qualified, and Wolves is back in the game. Meanwhile, Alliance has taken over just under, and JDG is just slowly right behind them, though, with less than a point difference as Ventus is trying to fight this out. The Takeda ult immediately starts to come through. Annalie trying to hold it together as Ventus. Sansi catches the elimination on Tonali. Meanwhile, Z-Ming using their spear, trying to see if they can capture any type of big. It's a massive three-way piece onto the entire team off of one flick. They're trying to hold for the F1 here, trying to see if they can keep it together here. Z-Ming might be one of the few, but it's not going to be enough as Venti catches another elimination. They are 6 eliminations deep, and they switch with Alliance immediately back into the fold, making them sweat. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have direct shot. Oh my goodness. Direct shot right onto him, though. How did he not die to that? I'm gonna be honest with you. Low shield, doesn't have much, gets hit directly off of that. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, he's gonna have to back off. Oh my goodness, does he die for this? Oh, he does. Leo catches a free elimination, direct shot, and now why would you sit up there and walk blindly right up back up top here and expect for the listen, you know what they say? You know what they say about you know, you do the same thing, you get the same result. What do you think was gonna happen again?
I'm just as surprised as you, Dobby. This is the Grief platform with 2 ballistas here. It looked like he accepted his fate and just wanted to join his teams in the deaths of respawns. He just walks out and accepts his execution from TE. And this is what I was saying before. KZ at one of these Firefly chambers, when you go to these chambers, it has a certain amount of ult charts that each of you can press E on and get a little bit of charge from. Now, normally on Morris, these things do not exist. This is unique to Holleroth, and it allows these very, very aggressive comms like KZ, the Viper, Yodo, Wu Chen, this attack on Titan comp to be able to rotate around the map and probe from weakness for all of these Farrier comms. Viper looks like to be the counter of these Farrier comms. Even on Holleroth, where Faria has a ton of great sight lines, is able to keep her 2 teammates, Tumulch and Monk, alive. Even with that, it doesn't matter. These Wu Chen Viper teams are merciless at exposing this weakness. Now, what's interesting to me is whether or not XCG is going to continue their dominance. That for the first 2-3 games, they were absolutely wrecking the lobby with their opening of their Matari Takeda comp, and now they're on their tried and true Varia, Monk, Tumulch, what I've known them for, what the league has known them for. On Holleroth, they have been the best Farrier comp in the league. Now we have Wolves versus Koala. Koala trying to get a little bit more points to get to finals, to have a bigger advantage, but Wolves just wants to get there. They just want to hold their position. Unfortunately for them, they're going against one of the best teams in the league. The Monk ults pop out, and we have Wolves. LXX throwing a ton of RMBs, absolutely shredding Koala Monk's legs. He looks and he takes him down single-handedly, doing a ton of damage to the other Monk. The Monk. Now Koala, with their Takeda, is gonna try to, with a latch-this effort, survive this situation, but it looks like another team ends up moonbaiting them. Wolves confused. What's going on? Who is coming in? I don't believe, is this Koala's moonbane? I believe Koala's Kurumi was able to disengage and pop this moonbane, and yeah, the zipping CXZ is able to push Wolves away with a clutch moonbane. Now, even though CX didn't do a ton of damage, he ends up saving that round for them. Now XCG in the corner. This is what they're known for. EWG has their work cut out for them, running into XCG on their home turf. This whole desert area is where XCG likes to thrive. They know this place ins and out. As I say this, it looks like their Faria gets taken down by the RMB from EWG Xiao Liu. This with the pole sword step, end up taking down XCG Sionan. Man, EWG has come to play. They want to absolutely secure their position. They were a lot of the lobbies doing a lot better. They want to keep their spot qualifying the grand finals, and what better way to take down the leaders of the lobby, XCG. What a big win for them. Now WBG trying to secure their position. They're in that 5-point range, and it looks like their Yoda's gonna get taken down, but their Wuchuan with the clutch port ends up getting them out of here. Unfortunately for them, it looks like Baudo sees that teleport, and they're gonna be in hot pursuit. WBG Jing ends up sacrificing himself, having the presence of mind, knowing that he's not going to get away. He ends up dying for the team, Dobby. What a team player.
Absolutely. Even with this one, though, Jing, sometimes you have to be able to make those risks happening, though, knowing that you can easily get your teammate back, though. But let's talk about the madness here within these two, okay? I think it's really going to come down to the wire here. To be honest with you, I think EWG has solidified a qualification. We still have one more game after this. I'm going to be honest, I don't think that one game is going to matter. Honestly, I think EWG has certified their slot as being able to qualify for our finals. Now, who's still on this chopping block currently is Ventus and Wolves. Obviously, Wolves had a fantastic game last game. They were able to do a whole lot. Getting that fourth or that third place was absolutely important for them. The placement points were just as important. And the same thing with Ventus. Now, Ventus already has a very strong start with those 6 eliminations, but not about how you start, it's how you finish. Now, same thing with WBG, same thing with those other two. They still have some more to do. Now with the resets, now everybody has finally started to at least come through. Looks like EWG is over there fighting with WBG currently here within their structure all the way down low here at Matab. Meanwhile, it looks like GD on this right side here heading to the Corte. Looks like Ventus and WBG might be potentially fighting this out as well. Sorry, excuse me. That is XCG, and it looks like it was EWG that was fighting this out actually earlier. As EWG and TE is fighting this out down low, and same with Anali as we look back at EWG, trying to see if they can capture some type of madness here. And it looks like you're right. WBG is able to capture a rebirth charm, get that purchase, and now they're going to be able to put this together. Meanwhile, TE and their full team is going to be able to fight this out with, oh no. Oh, I know that's not a team they're happy to see. I know I wouldn't be happy to see GG's. That might be a GG's for at least their first on here. And it looks like we're going to be able to come through with this first fight here. TE trying to see if they can hold it together. Full ulti come through. Immediately going to start to push in on LXM though. And also is going to be able to retract that, doing the same thing. Both Takedas are going to pop off as well here with their ultimates. Trying to use both of their ghosts to try to see if they can get some nice damage on each side here. Both trying to hold it together as LXM gets absolutely destroyed here. TE trying to switch the game up for GG's. And ladies and gentlemen, I could be wrong. Miss Clea ends up getting grabbed here by TXJ, ends up getting thrown down as they're going to try to see if they can put the pressure right back onto him as well. Doesn't get the grab, and it looks like he does the second time, trying to put some massive damage on, gets the finish, and TE is actually going to shut down GG in the realm of Yang, forcing them to try to see if they can get an elimination here, but TE putting them on the chopping block and gets the finish as we looking on JDG, and it looks like KLA is going to shut down JDG as well in the realm of Yang. These switch-ups are going crazy right now.
Yeah, it's so unlucky for Ventus, man. They were doing so well, and they're trying to keep their momentum going into Yang. Now, I just saw something amazing that TE with this weird comp. I was really excited to see how this was actually going to perform in here. They end up getting a great matchup. GG, like they were hoping to run into a Feria, Tumult, Monk comp. They end up getting the pure counter comp to them. TE made them look like pieces of paper, just absolutely shredding through them. They had zero resistance. With that Tumultuo matching, able to match their Takeda, in that box comp, their Tumult is not able to survive with the pressure of just a Tumult to Takeda ult combo. They didn't even have to use their Monk ult. Now EWG over here on the edge trying to play it safe. And now we're going to get into this great mid-game action where a bunch of teams have this Yang sickness. They have 4 minutes to find a kill, and GG using this spirit form to smartly find a team that this composition has a good chance to. We like to call this comp box comp because you have Tumult, Zipping, Takeda, and traditionally this comp would be very, very good at getting and looting boxes on the outside. Normally you don't see this comp going into Yang. It is really, really strong, and unfortunately for them, they run into the hard counter. TE running some weird off meta comp, super rare to see. And now JDG with the their Yang sickness, they have 3 minutes to find a team on the outside. Now they're hoping here in the north to find some weak team that didn't really get a good amount of scale, that had a bad job. Now to the right here we have 3 codes. Log into Steam if you need a Smurf account or you just want to try out NARAKA. It is my favorite game that I've ever played. Get your friends to come play this. There's the only game on the market that is a fighting game battle royale. Once you get past the initial bore of playing other battle royales that are just first-person shooters, getting in there, getting into melee combat, this traditional sword fighting. But back to the action, we got Bauda. They're not down and out yet. It looks like they actually have the buff and the Phoenix buff where they have the second life, so they're able to commit here. That's just an absolute melee, but JDG taking the opportunity to come in and soak in all of these kills, all of these different Phoenix buffs, not willing to ult, but JDG is willing to invest and go all in here because they know after they pick up all of these kills from these Phoenix buffs, they're going to be able to pick up their ult again. Now we have Koala's Monk with the gold weapon looking for the grab. When the Monk has a gold weapon and they get this grab, the slam does a significant more damage. Now JDG Elsar is lurking up top looking for anyone to get staggered, trying to get these double grabs, ends up picking up one of Koala's players. He might be able to get the regrab here to juggle Koala. No, it's not high enough. Normally Monk's at a higher verticality. He's able to get a double grab over and over. Now Koala with the buff, even though they lose one of their teammates, it doesn't really matter because they're gonna be able to resurrect. Now for JDG, that is not the same. These guys are on the cusp. LSR does need to survive here. He's gonna use this building to try to kite out YKC, but he's not gonna lose sight of him. They do have a bounty on him. It's gonna look, I don't know, by some miracle of JDG LCR is able to get away. He is on Monk. If he's able to pop out, he might be able to go in his zone, tank zone a little bit with White Health. And it doesn't look like YKC wants to follow him in there. He actually anticipates the play to go in his zone, but he's not actually going in. But Koala actually...
Oh, they're chasing him. Oh, they're chasing him. If you don't think Bauda is not chasing them inside of this store, you are out your mind. Bauda wants this booty. They want to come through and catch this elimination. They want to get this finish as much as possible. And actually, I take it back. I think they went a little too deep. I take it back. They went a little too deep and they were just like, you know what, this ain't even worth it. I really thought they was going to go full speed towards it. I would have. Even with that one, though, they still have a chance here. WBG Sleepwalker trying to fight this out. Mono with LXM here actually ends up getting him caught inside of the Joker here. And just like that, gets the shutdown, gets the finish. Good Lord have mercy. Sleepwalker didn't have much time, but I tell you what, he's got plenty of time to sleep now. I tell you what. Even with this, though, WBG Jing looks like he's going to be able to swing and fly as far as possible, trying to see if they can get away as much as possible here. Meanwhile, Kopi is able to get the rebirth charms to see if they can pick up their teammates here, as OC is going to get swarmed in by EWG. EWG's Ron is going to put the pressure in with that Monk ult, trying to see if they can get the grab as they successfully get the first one. Ends up getting slashed, though, by the ulti of Yodahime. Ends up getting the grab, though, but it's not going to be enough as Zyliu is going to try to put so much pressure onto this. Gets the shutdown, gets the crash, and immediately the parries come through on each side here. Zyliu is on his back, trying to see if they can get the reset. Slayer, sadly, he's eliminated here as Tut is going to be able to hold down with that. Gets the shutdown on Elise, trying to see if maybe they can get the elimination onto Zyliu with this, but it's not going to be enough here. But the circle is going to be able to help do the rest. And AWG's Tut is still on this outside here, still alive. Could possibly put up some bullets here to try to see if they can force an elimination, but I don't think it's going to be enough here, as they are going to need to leave out of here as best as possible, but it's not going to be enough as Annalie has more shield, more heals, and just like that, AWG is going to shut down OC in its prime. And says, see you later.
OC is right on the edge there. They're at 62 points. They're only 10 points away. If by some miracle, if they dig really deep and they are able to get a 10-point game here, they're going to be right there in the running. There are a ton of teams between the 72 and 78 points. Now we're seeing TE, and you see this a ton. A lot of the time, these teams do not want to risk going into the second Yang. As long as you secured some good loot, you want to get into this end game. You want to play that last little bit with the circle, see if you can use your team play to your advantage, and at the very least, even if you don't kill, so you're going to get placement points. Now looking at Alliance and Wolves, both of these teams need these kills. They're fighting this all-out melee in close quarters. Monk using his ult inside the building, able to zone out Wolves though. Alliance lucky, trying to, their Kurumi is down there. Yushan is trying to invest in getting her up, because if they get their Kurumi up, the durability of these transformers goes up significantly. Now Wolves doesn't care. They know they have Alliance on the ropes. They're going to invest their Yushan ult. They're trying to probe in for some weakness. They spot out the Kurumi. They're looking, this Yushan is hungry for blood. Alliance Jin trying to fight off the Wolves, trying to create some space for his teams at half health, and it looks like they're able to push him back, hitting this 3-band zone, locking out all the ultimates. Everyone is back to even. Wolves cannot use their ults right now. Alliance has the advantage right now, knowing that they've evened the playing field. They're able to take down one of Wolves, but Koala's coming in with this third party. They have Takeda. Now, right now, they're not able to take advantage of this ult being locked out of their ultimate, but Alliance is making a mistake of going out of the zone. Koala's gonna have their ults online, ready to wipe them out. It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't look like they need any of it. They have such a huge health advantage that it looks like it's gonna be a cleanup, but Wolves is able to get this hard reset in the background, knowing that unfortunately for Alliance, they end up getting sacrificed. Koala chooses them. Get out of here. Now Wolves lives to fight another day. They're able to secure their position in this endgame. It looks like Wolves is going to be able to clutch out this position and continue their hunt to make it to finals. Alliance lucky, looking to get a cheeky res here, but unfortunately for him, Koala wising up, saying like, wait a second, did we get the Kurumi? We did it. She ends up getting checked out. Now Koala getting third partied by Ventus. Ventus also another team that needs to make sure that they keep their foot on the pedal. They can't just go and play things safe. They need to keep their foot on the gas if they want to get into the qualifying range. You don't want to just coast in. You want to keep your destiny in your own hands. Even if you take a fight with another team and you end up losing, at least you took a fight instead of just getting lobbied by the whole lobby. Unfortunately for them, they end up poking on Koala, and they are just too solid with their defense. They can't find any weakness, so they choose to end up rotating, looking to fight another day. They end up finding a ton of bodies here to salvage, to set up for their end game, but they have to be careful here. Going around these ballistas, it's very easy to just get blown up out of nowhere. Oh no, we have TE super scaled up. They all have gold weapons, and they're running this sneaky Tumult Takeda Monk team. I'm curious to see how this team ends up playing an endgame. We see Bauda over there left in the corner. They're a little bit further out from striking range. Unlike JDG, Culture of the Cups in that 70-point range, they need to find a really good position here in endgame, and because they have a Tumult, they're not down and out. It looks really bad for them right now because they have blue armor, but as I was saying before, in endgame, that last gold chest, as long as you have a Tumult on your team, we call this box comp for a reason. With that Tumult, you're able to wall out the rest of the lobby and go for that chest, and in that chest a lot of the time it has multiple armors on it. So if your team is able to get there with blue armors, you're able to scale up significantly, getting a huge armor increase with gold armor on your Monk, purple armor on your Tumult and Feria. And it looks like Ventus knows this as well. They're going to be going for this at the same time. Another really tricky thing that you can do going into these end games is all these teams know how to level up and get a ton of money to their name. A lot of these stores end up having leftover Jades, and if you're a team on the cusp where you don't have much, as long as you find one of these stores and kind of predict where people are shopping, you're going to be able to salvage and get a ton of great jades to make your team a lot stronger leading into that end game. Now, Bauda, OC, I don't want to believe, Dobby, that 62 points is 15 points too much for them? Do you think so?
I honestly, for Bauda though, no, I don't think so. I think as long as I think if they get maybe 1 to 2 more eliminations and then they just focus on placement, I think it's enough. I think it's enough. I honestly think it'll be enough for them to possibly move up towards qualifying. Then they have the opportunity to qualify as well. They have the possibility of squeezing this out. This could be massive for them as well. Same with JDG, although Bauda at this point, that's those 10 eliminations already is just being an absolute massive thing here. JDG is going to be able to get the Morris Blessing from this chest. LSR is going to get the gold shield through this one as well. Able to do so much more. Is able to get the Flamebringer. That's going to be a massive issue here for some of these other players here. JDG trying to see if they can hold on to this one as well. It seems like every game, teams that we didn't think had a chance now have a chance. And it took one game to do it. So I'm excited to see how this final game ends. The game 6 is going to be an absolute treat. I think everybody is going to come into this game, guns blazing, weapons ready to fight every single battle. I don't even think there's going to be too much downtime. I think there's just going to be a lot of trying to get those early eliminations, and then that's going to separate who is going to qualify and who is going to be going home to look at the tapes and get ready for week number 4. But coming into this, Wolves still has the lead. They're still alive, and so is Ventus. Ventus has 7 eliminations. They could jump up into this to almost solidify their slot as well. This could be an 100+ point, not a 100+ point game, but I mean, this could put them in the 100 points as well if they start to play the way Bauda is doing currently. Now, obviously, they're down by 3 points, 4 points, actually. But Ventus is still, with that 7 eliminations here, is really good for them coming into this. Bauda is having the game of their life right now. This is where you make it or break it. This is where all of the time, all of the work, all of the patience, this is where you make or break a career. This is how you keep the game and your dynasty name alive with these players. Because Double X is going to be able to go through with this rotation, trying to back out of this. Meanwhile, JDG trying to dip out. Doesn't really want to fight this. TE with 6 eliminations as well, but they're in 7, so they're good right now. They're solidified. They don't have to worry about too much. As the bows come through here, fire bows from Wolves. LXX ends up getting hit. Oh my goodness. That would have not been good for him if he ended up getting eliminated here midway through this fight. OC would have been able to take care of that one, and that would have been a different story here. Circle slowly closing in here. We have 1:10 left on the clock for circle number 5 to start closing in, putting the pressure onto all of these teams here. Massive ulti coming in from LSR, ends up getting the grab for Slayer here, gets the throwdown, and the Wushin is going to be able to take them out. Beautifully needed here. Oh, he ends up grabbing Ottery. Ends up the grab with Ottery, gets the throwdown, gets the finish, he ends up getting juggled, and then just like that, he's gonna catch the elimination. KLA is gonna have to force this out as best as they can here. Oh, that's so unfortunate. OC did not need to throw that away.
What a clutch play from JDG there. After that monk grab, there was a subtle thing that happened with the Tumulch where after the monk throws you down, the Tumulch can do a follow-up F where he staggers them and gives an easy re-grab for them. And now JDG, with that gold armor, is going to be able to clutch out and possibly secure their position in the top 14. As I say that though, Ventus on the cusp as well, getting a great grab with the flamethrower. Their monkeys be able to throw grabs over and over and over while whoever they grab just gets barbecued. We have Wolves getting actually barbecued. They don't want to be at the receiving end of this. They're also on the cusp. Their Yushan is trying to create enough space for their Karumi to get up this res. Ventus TJ trying to deny this, looking for the Krumi in the zone. She's being very, very sneaky, super well hidden, but there are so many teams in this corner with TE coming to the edge. Koala catching JDG, trying to rotate away, absolutely cannibalizing. Really, really unfortunate for JDG. Looks like the same fate is up there for Wolves. Koala spotting weakness in Wolves. The Takeda coming out, getting these shoves on Krumi so she can't get value out of her ultimate. Now we have a Takeda with gold armor attacking the Krumi, but Yushan LXS says, get off my Krumi, I'm her bodyguard. And there are so many players on this pillar. Everyone's just trying to survive with 18 players up. Every point counts. We have Ventus at 82.1, Wolves at 81.4, JDG at 73.1, but Bauda with 10 kills at 63 points. If Bauda is able to get in the top 2 place, they're going to get a fat multiplier and jump up around 15 points, putting them in striking condition for this last game. But there's still a lot of this end game to be played. It looks like Ventus is going to hold that high ground. This is the prime location. You want to be in that high ground. You don't want to be lobbied at all. You want to rain your range attacks onto your opponents, and now TE is feeling those effects of all these teams on high ground. They're gonna find a little bit of cover here at this pillar, and we have JDG's Kobe looking for space, but unfortunately he falls into the full team of TE. He ends up getting a big parry, them forcing the ult out, and Kobe looking for a home, looking for some real estate to invest in. He perches up on the top of here, and he's gonna pretend to be a full trio, but the lobby poking at him realizes, wait a minute, is that just one person out there? That looks like a free kill. Who is JDG Kobe gonna give this free kill to? He's trying to survive. He ends up giving it to GG. Probably a better person to give it to, not one of his competition. We have GG popping their ults, all the ults going down in this corner. TE wanting to secure this area with the amount of cover here. They invest their Takeda, they invest their Tumultuum, but Koala here poking at a safe distance. Koala being one of the most solid endgame teams. They are the previous weekly's winners, and for good reason. They are super consistent, and you're seeing exactly why. They're controlling the outside of this, and YKC with the double grab on LXX. Bauda ends up getting taken down. Lion trying to clutch it out for his team to get more placement points, unfortunately gets taken down, but Koala holding the corner while the rest of the lobby in shambles, fighting amongst themselves. Koala is going for these pickoffs. We have Ventus in the zone. Now, even though there's only 2 left, the 2 most synergy characters, Takeda and Zipping, are both left alive. If they survive a little bit longer, if they get their ults back online, there is a chance they're able to win. We have Ventus hiding in that bush over there, but TE looking to clean up this lobby. They have this weird comp. They have a monk with Dragon War. They're picking up the rest of the lobby. Even with this tumult, it doesn't matter. Their monk still has ult up, and they're gonna take complete control of the middle. GG absolutely getting bullied by this TE's monk, going for a double grab, getting the slam up, securing the 1 skill. GG looking around to make sure that they end up cleaning up this round, picking off all the different squads, and it just looks easy. TE with that grin on his face. He knows that this was a great game. He knows that TE is going to be climbing up the ladders, getting those critical points going into finals.
Oh man, this is going to be an absolutely tight final game. I am so excited. I think there's a whole lot of momentum coming into this, but now really seeing how this final game can be, we're going to see how madness this is going to be with everything on the line here. We talk about it as much as possible. We say certain things, and we say, hey, certain times the point deficits can be very tough for a lot of these players. It can also be very stressful. So coming into this final game, this game is going to be tight. I am very excited to see how this goes for the rest of the teams. I think it's been so incredible to watch these teams absolutely fight it out. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get down to the wire. It's our final game. We're about to lock in here. Now, when we first asked this question in terms of how tight these games were going to be, We didn't expect that all of a sudden we would see Bowda pop off, and now all of a sudden they're in contention. We went from having 4 teams fighting it out to now it's back to 6, maybe even 7 teams. Now all of a sudden everybody is fighting for a shot at qualifying. We are down to 1 more game, and this is where we make or break it. This is what separates the ranked players from the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League players. This is a different league here, okay? This isn't ranked trying to hit up top immortal players, okay? This is straight up the best of the best fighting this out with trio teams to have a shot at qualifying. Even WBG. We went from having, like I said, 4 teams to now it's about 6 or 7. And now in this final game, something is about to shake up. The question is, who is it going to be? Who is going to be the one that just makes it in? Just barely.
Exactly, Dobby. I cannot be more excited, as you were saying, 7 teams right on this cusp. And that's what's the great part about NARAKA Pro League. All these teams are extremely competitive. It doesn't matter if you're at the bottom. It doesn't matter at your top. Unless you're the top 3 teams, everyone has a shot at winning. With the new addition of the Realm of Yang, with Feria, and with all these adjustments, you're seeing a lot of shifts in the meta right here. And going into the last game on Morris, a lot of these teams are going to have to dig deep in the playbook. A lot of the times these teams want to save their best strategies for that finals day, and you're seeing the top 5 kind of coast, go into the end game. They don't want to reveal their ace cards, but these bottom teams need to go into their playbook and go for the Hail Mary. If they don't, they're not going to be able to get into the finals. And a lot of the time, what decides victory in these instances is just how confident you're going to be. Fortune favors the bold. Now, looking at the results of this, we have TE with a crazy game of 19 kills, getting 35.4 and cleaning everyone. Now GG keeps repeatedly having consistent games at 14 kills with 23.5, and Koala, the previous weekly champions, no surprise here, 15 kills, 22.5 points. It's crazy the amount of kills that are going down with a 14-man lobby. Now we have Ventus and Bowda on the cusp around that 70-point area, but with that 15.5 points, they're probably going to be right there next to everyone. It's going to be a plus or minus of around 7 points. Now EWG solidified your points, like you were saying before, Dobby, with their kills. I thought maybe if they have a bad couple games, they might have to sweat it, but you were right about EWG. It looks like they're going to lock it up very, very easy. Now we're going to be looking at TE stats for the game. We have Leo with 20k damage, TXJ with 13k damage, and the VVV with 17k damage. Now, unfortunately for the Monk, he's not able to get a ton of damage. He ends up being the sponge of this comp. A lot of the times the Monks are just out there boxing each other. They're not able to go out there, really unleash their full potential to do a ton of damage. But what they end up doing is supporting their team, putting their team on their back and creating situations. Oh my goodness, EWG parry, that AoE from the pole sword sap does so much damage, hitting everyone with that AoE. GG running that tumult zipping Takeda box comp, able to pick up a ton of kills right there. Now Ventus, man, they were doing so good in this corner, getting those double grabs, but they end up getting third party in that situation. Now, I really thought Koala was going to win this game because of their positioning here. They're right outside all of the lobby. They're getting these great double grabs. They're getting to cherry pick their grabs, but it looks like TE, with their ferocity, ends up beating everyone out. It doesn't matter how many people are surrounding them. They have TXJ to just carry and clean up this lobby. They make it look easy, and that's why they are one of my favorite teams in the league, Dobby.
I mean, they have been putting in a lot, excuse me, they haven't put in a lot of work and a lot of effort though. But obviously, I mean, they've been doing a lot. TE, also a team there that is, I mean, we haven't necessarily talked about too often. I mean, we haven't really been focusing much on TE on account of, I mean, obviously EW just putting in a lot of work, obviously. And then looking back at it, TXJ here with 13K, his third MVP and 8 eliminations, 7K healing total for the Dragon's Roar, Rupture Gale, Orb, Nunchuck, Sax, Focus Slide, Typhon Technique, and Group Heal. The Nunchucks coming through with a 4,600 damage though. And first time I'm really seeing this, we don't see this too often, repeating crossbow in his damage per weapons, a 2563. Repeating crossbow isn't necessarily the most used weapon in the game. If anything, it's the least used weapon in this game. So to really see that weapon really do actually cause some issues here. Pretty surprising, to be quite honest with you, as we're going to be able to lock this in, but we don't see repeating crossbows too often.
Yeah, you're completely right, Dobby. A crossbow is not a commonly used weapon, and what you're seeing there is they're getting a lot of value on their crossbow by going for those monks. When you use your monk to body block so you don't get grabbed, that crossbow actually does the most amount of DPS towards the other monk. The other thing you pointed out was talking about those jades. If you notice, all of those jades that he was using were all health jades. We're going to be right back after this short break, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here as we're looking at the standings here. And like we said before, that close, tight-knit action is getting tighter for a lot of these teams here. Between Alliance, which is 15th, it's just barely below qualification, and OC, that's about a 10-plus point difference. 10-point difference under who can qualify. There is 5 teams, Alliance, JDG, WBG, Bauda, OC, that is going to be fighting it out. Who is going to get this qualification? Somebody is going to snatch it away. And currently, in those 2 free slots, there's 2 slots that are realistically open for a chance. That's Ventus in 13th and Wolves in 14th. That is a 1 point difference between getting in 13th and 14th. That is qualification right there. You get that, ladies and gentlemen, you have qualified, you make it to the finals. Now you can take a breather and you can get ready for when the real magic happens. But coming into this, there's still a lot of importance. There is a lot happening, and obviously it's only going to get more and more crazier as we start to loop it in more and more. Now, obviously, that is the most important thing to be watching and realistically to be paying attention to here, because there's still a whole lot happening with those 7-ish, that is 7 teams, 7 full teams for this final game, trying to fight it out to see who is going to qualify and who is just going to make it under this slot. I cannot wait to see who is it going to be, where is it going to go, and how, and who is going to be just making it to fight it out with everyone.
Yeah, the strategy of these teams going into this last round, if I'm on the cusp right there, or I'm even one of the teams like EWG who's safe, I'm looking to actually grief my competition. Like, you don't want the team that likes challenging your position to get in. Like, if you can go to your position and be uncontested every single time, get that nice scale up on your defensive rounds and get the armor safely off spawn, that's what you want. So right now, if I'm safe, I'm gonna all in you off spawn. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna try to feel out where I think you're gonna be. So if you're one of those teams landing on the outskirts, landing safe, or you're one of the teams in the bottom, landing very oogly with a ton of people, I know that's not where my enemies are landing. It's going to be one of those places on the edge. Now we're one of the questions that we're going to be asking is, which team below has the highest number of kills in game 5? Now this just happened, folks. Is it A, GG, B, KLA, C, XCG, or D, TE? Type your answers in the Twitch chat with your chance to get a limited edition great treasures. I've been answering these all day, but I'm actually unsure of who got the most kills in game 5.
That's actually a good question. It's actually a good question coming into this, because obviously, you know, we talk about certain things and kind of not necessarily knowing, which is totally fine here, but the most eliminations, it doesn't necessarily have to be from the top, you know, the top scorer, obviously being in first place. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are the one that got the most eliminations here. And there were a lot of eliminations in that last game, but obviously we were so focused on who is just going to qualify that we're not even really paying attention to who's in the lead, because clearly XCG has the biggest jump. We ain't got to worry about who, at this point, who cares about top 5? Who genuinely cares? We know they qualified. They are good. What's important is focusing on Wolves right now, who's in 14th place. They are on the chopping block, and I know their heart is racing right now. This is the difference between the points between Ventus, Wolves, Alliance, JDG, and WBG. So they still have some room to just slowly get away, so that way nobody can touch them, but everybody is in touching range. They are close. I can touch it. Like, I'm just right there. Not in that way. Don't click that, chat. Don't try to misconstrue what I'm saying. What I mean is they are just within the range to grab them and say, hey, I'll see you later. Push them to the side and say, we're qualifying, not that team we just pushed away. You got to be able to hold it down all the way towards the end and catch them slipping. Now, obviously, coming into this, I'm excited. JDG, obviously, you can see the points between all 5 of these teams here. And in reality, it really, truly is anybody's game. And I'm very, very excited to see where this is going to be in this final game. This is a good one. I hope everybody's ready.
I think going into this end game right now, if I'm on the cusp right here, the way to play this really consistently is to bring out a monk comp. If you get a little bit too aggressive, it's very easy to overcommit and getting annihilated. But if you play one of these monk comps, now even though you're not going in an end game with like 10 kills or whatever, as long as you get there with a little bit of armor, your monk can put you in the backpack and pick up 5 to 10 kills. And with a good placement, getting that big multiplier with some placement points, it's going to secure you over that line. Now on the flip side, if you want to get aggressive, what you want to do is stop one of those teams who are going to play those monk teams who are very vulnerable off spawn and take it to them very quickly. Now it's going to be a little bit of guessing game, but I know the coaches in this league, even though you don't see the skins, you don't know exactly what teams are, every team has a personality of where they like to land, how they like to play the game. Some teams are a little bit more passive, some teams are a little bit more aggressive. A lot of teams like to secure the high yield locations, while other teams like to take isolated fights on the outside. Now, if I am one of these teams, I'm hoping that I have the scouting report of exactly who my competition is, and I'm going to make a very aggressive play to take it to them early in the game right now. Now, the team comps are coming up. I'm really curious to see what we have in store. We opened up the day with an exciting new meta of playing that Takeda zipping Matari comp perfectly. XEG is able to show a different side of them, so I'm wondering if they got something new for us in this last game. Man, we have TE opening up with the Sandmech. Now, looks like, as I predicted, it's going to be a heavy monk day. Now, unfortunately for all these teams who don't have any monks left in their character points, they're going to be running around with just a Tumult and Takeda. We have WBG, Ventus, both running their box comp. What's Wolves right at the top? They're going to be running the variation of Takeda and Zipping and Monk. This comp is actually extremely strong off spawn, so I'm hoping Wolves takes their destiny in their own hands and tries to make an aggressive play. Now Ventus with the Tumult, Takeda, Zipping, also really strong off spawn. Hopefully they're going to be able to find one of these monk teams off spawns. Alliance, GD, KZ, GG, JDG, all of these monk teams are going to be very vulnerable off spawn. Now, unfortunate for them though, if they're not going to find any success here, the two veteran, very strong teams, Koala and TE, are both running a traditional transformer and a monk team. TE ended up winning that last game on Hollow, and now my memory recalls, I think TE actually had the most kills for that day with their Tumults, Takeda, Monk. Now, we haven't seen this composition in a long time, since last season, and with TE having a ton of success with this comp, I'm hoping to try this out for myself going into this end game. I'm really excited to see what these teams do off spawn. Dobby.
Ooh, whole lot of people landing in Celestia immediately. We got EWG, we have Alliance, we have one of the other teams is also going to be landing back there too. It looks like that's his WBG. As JDG, XCG is going to be near Shipwreck's Expanse. It looks like that's going to be a little bit more towards Zest Winery and Windwell George. Meanwhile, GD is going to be near Council Courtyard towards that very front. Absolutely nobody's going to be landing on top of the shrine. Meanwhile, GG is on the right side of the temple and Wolves on the left side of the temple, heading straight towards Sunwing Rest. Could be either doing that or headed towards Lake Yellowleaf. I don't know why you would go to Lake Yellowleaf, because there's not much there at Lake Yellowleaf. Man, that is tough to say 3 times fast. Lake Yellowleaf. Lake Yellowleaf. Lake. I'm saying Yake. Lake Yellowleaf. Lake Yellowleaf. Yake. See, you can't even do it. Impossible. It's genuinely impossible to try to say Lake Yellowleaf 3 times fast. Anyway, ADG is going to be the first one that goes through this rotation here, trying to scounger and collect as much as possible here. Meanwhile, EWG is in a totally different situation with WBG, and OC decides to join in on the party. Absolute massacre happening on inside here. You might be right in terms of trying to see if they can shut him down. Here's OC trying to hold on for as long as possible. Xiaolin is getting absolutely shredded and destroyed by OC, not only as EWG is going to claim 2 more eliminations here. WBG, Sleepwalker, and G is getting absolutely destroyed. Trying to hold on for as long as possible, but OC is going to come through, gets the shutter, gets the finish, gets the shutdown, and Alliance decides to come in and also cause some issues as well here. There's so much madness happening on all of these situations here. Meanwhile, Alliance decides to come up on top, decides to start some problems. OC is trying to see if maybe they decide if they want to fight this or if they want to back out of this. Actually, they no. They might decide to actually fold one, fight this. Scale Rush is going to come through on Lin, coming out of nowhere here, as he ends up getting shredded here by somebody else's blade. Meanwhile, the Yodohime ulti comes in, and all of Alliance starts to spread and scatter as much as possible. Sadly, Jin ends up getting caught, pushed all the way off the outside here into this clip, immediately inside of here, and now Jin is trying to fight this out. Dangerously low, could get caught in a bad situation, misses out, hits the pistol shot on Beibang, and immediately gets shredded by so many people. Two of OC's players immediately gets eliminated in this fight. EWG's trying to see if they can hold on for as long as possible. The parry comes in, gets the finish, and Alliance's Lin also gets eliminated in this fight. EWG fighting for their absolute life inside of this fight. The Yodohime ulti comes in, ends up cagging both Lucky and Jin into this fight, trying to hold on. The ulti comes through from Tumult, trying to see if they can slow down their movement. Meanwhile, Jin trying to keep it together as Top ends up being the defense as Ron is going to claim the elimination. A full Alliance team, full wide. WBG decides to come through with the third party, also causing some issues as well here. Alliance is just under qualification here. Wolves is trying to hold it together. Ventus already getting 3 eliminations. They are slowly closing away from solidifying themselves from getting it. The question is, can Wolves do it? WBG is just trying to hold it together. 2 eliminations to WBG's name. Same with Bauda. OC also start with 2 eliminations. What is going on? The third party massacre comes through, absolutely incredible. Meanwhile, Ventus, they want to confirm their qualification. They get this eliminated. Oh my goodness, Sanzi comes through with a massive shock here, trying to see if they can go through with the separation. It looks like the Viper Orb was able to catch 2, but Sanzi is able to protect them as much as possible. The Wushin's going to be able to take him out, and Sanzi just misses out on getting the elimination beforehand. They're going to try to see if they can pick him up. They hits the bow. They're able to pick him up. Zaymeg is able to find a beautiful blue shield switch, but it's not going to be enough as they end up catching him. Beautiful parry on each side here, but the Takeda's going to keep him alive. Meanwhile, the switch up on each side here. Sanzi just trying to hold on as long as possible, trying to see if they can get the scale rush, but just like that, they're back in the action. OC trying to keep it together here. Slayer ends up getting shredded though. Sanzi trying to see if they can capture this moment. This could be big for them. They catch 2 eliminations. They're going to be able to shred her 3. Zaymeg trying to fight for their lives, and it's not going to be enough. The right click trying to clutch it, but just like that, Venti clutches 6, and just like that, Ventus has confirmed they are going to the finals.
Yeah, exactly, Dobby. Man, Ventus with 7 kills off spawn, and what I was saying, they need to be a super aggressive and just secure it out of the gate. A lot of these teams playing Monk, this is their only chance to get those kills off spawn. That's why you're seeing so much chaos break down. Now, WBG known actually for their Monk team, they don't have a Monk to play, but they do have the Tumultual and Bauda trying to get in there, but Bauda on top of this terrain, not able to get any value of this Yoda wall, with WBG using a great Tumultual to zone them out, bringing them into the deep waters, but Bauda not down and out, having that Viper ult. They have Jing caught in a corner. Bauda against the wall though, holding the line though. They're all stacked up, but now with the Takeda ult, WBG looking to take advantage of Bauda with no ults. They don't want to go out though. They need to have a really great game. They're under a ton of pressure, but with pressure, it doesn't matter. They still have 2 more ghosts on Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker's trying to put his team in his backpack. He wants to carry them to finals. He wants to get them there. Now, Bauda getting a big kill off PP, but unfortunately for them, the Yodo getting stuck in the corner, but Sleepwalker getting a ton of heals from his Zipting is able to still fight back. It's neck to neck. Both teams don't want to give this up. They both need this kill. Bauda able to clutch it out though, forcing WBG to their second lives. They're still not down and out. WBG still can clutch it up, but Bauda now at 14 points. They still need to keep the train going. They still need to keep on hunting. Alliance on the cusp as well. They're at 74 points. They need 10 points, but they do have a Monk. They can play it safe. They can play it to endgame, but JDG, the same thing for them. They need around 10 points. They do have their traditional transformers. They can play this slow, but they're choosing not to. Unfortunate for them, they are running into the champs themselves, XCG. They don't care. They need to run through XCG if they want to get through. They are absolutely decimating XCG. It looks like Zipping is against the wall with Yushan doing a ton of damage to the zipping. She's trying to fight her way back. She does get a huge parry with that pulse sword, doing a ton of damage. She's able to survive the onslaught, but JDG still has a Crumio. They're able to pick everyone back up. They still have Monk hold. XEG now in a tough position with Monk coming out. They're getting scooped up with a Valiant, but they end up getting double grab, and JDG is able to clutch it up, keeping their tournament life alive. They are just 8 points away from qualifying, taking down the team leaders. XEG, what a clutch play from them. Man, now on Wolves, trying to scale up. They do have a Monk. It is Takeda zipping Monk. Not the best comp for Yang, but still really, really good to take these third-party situations. We have EWG versus GD in Celestra. Now EWG with that Yodo and Viper having the advantage of this close quarter combat against this Monk. They get a great silence on the Monk. Tumultuous ult comes down to try to peel for this Monk, but the Yodo ult from EWG is gonna come out. They're gonna be absolutely cooking this Monk. He can't get away. That Tumultuous doesn't save him. Now GD trying to salvage this game. They are already qualifying. They can get this res if they're able to disengage here. Now he's going to go to this money spot to see if there's any bit of money left. Now this is a very common spot where people like to land, so the chances of him finding money here is very slim to none. But we have the support Wuchen Yuran in hot pursuit. He doesn't want these guys to get away. They want to pick up these free easy kills. He's going to take this 1v1 versus Safaria. Dual blade versus dual blade. His teammates come in with a backup, and K gets taken down and cleaned up.
What a start to this game so far here. It's been absolutely phenomenal to see how many teams here has really started to push up, knowing that they do have this massive opportunity. They don't want to take it away, and they don't want to waste any opportunity if they don't absolutely have to, though. Putting in all the time and the effort absolutely needed here to get the shutdown really can be, with any succession, can be so many different things happening here. As now it's only going to get just a little bit better here, as now looks like we're going to see the Realm of Yang happen between Alliance and GG and KZ and Wolves coming into this. Let's see where and all of this is going to be coming through to this, though. See if they can find any more faces towards this one, though, as Jen looks like they're going to be able to find it towards this one, as Ben Shu trying to find out all of the statures of what can be happening here, as both of them are just going to try to juggle it away. Both of them hitting each other as well, trying to put the pressure onto him. Gets a beautiful hit and the finish. Ben Shu trying to see if maybe he can get a quick grab, but it's not going to be enough here, as he ends up losing in towards this one here, as KZ is trying to hold it together. Now it's a 2v2 between each other, as both of them are going to try to see if they can target one. Lily puts in absolute work towards Sorrow, and LXX putting in absolute work with the dual blades. Takeda putting in all of the effort needed. The Reza going to be able to slowly put them together. Both of them dangerously low. This could be massive, as Sorrow actually claims the elimination, and Wolves trying to hold it together all the way towards this very end, trying to patch it forth, trying to put it together here. And it looks like it can be anybody's game here, as LXX trying to see if they can find it, but it's not going to be enough, as Wolves loses and KZ shuts them down. For all of this happening.
What an exciting back and forth. Those Takedas were just shoving each other back and forth. With Zipping and Takeda being one of the strongest duos comps, and with both Monks going down, it ends up being a Takeda versus Takeda matchup. Now coming out of here, we have GG waiting in open arms. Like, hey, you guys just get out of here. You just have Phoenix Monk? No problem. We're going to try to hit you with the Wombo. The Tumult Monk ult comes out. They're ready frying KZ Jen's Monk. He's at 1 HP. He needs to back off. He doesn't actually demech, and he gets a grab off. Really, really clutch play from him. He's definitely threading the needle here. It's very risky to stay in a Monk form. He could just get shredded out of nowhere, but he ends up de-transforming, and GG takes down one of KZ's players. Now, they do have a Takeda up there. It's possible for them to come back, but not with Bauda coming in with a third party. The V2 Viper silencing everyone, robbing them of their hopes and dreams to qualify. Bauda still in the hunt to get in that top 14. Looking at GG as a snack. They need to pick up these 2 kills. They need to keep this snowball going. They have the Yoda wall. They know that Monk doesn't have ult up. The Monk is absolutely getting shredded. The Yushan needs to peel for him. Monk ends up able to get his ult back up, but Bauda just ports out, ending to picking up a couple kills, and now they're just going to hit and run, take what they can, and keep continuing to that end game. They need to get a little bit more points.
Oh, a lot of points still to be had here, as you still got to be able to work towards this. Let's see if they're going to be able to get the finish here, as JDG trying to hold on for as long as possible, ends up catching Wolves Sorrow inside of this corner here. This could be game end point for them. Wolvesy Benshu just trying to hold on for as long as humanly possible here, trying not to get caught up, as JDG trying to see if they can put it forth with everything happening, though. Doesn't look like it's going to be good for them, though, as Wolves ends up losing out. Still going to be able to potentially have the opportunity, at least, I think. Or no, actually, that's it for Wolves. They still have one more player, I think, that is alive. At least I think they do. It looks like we'll be able to see how that goes, though, towards the very end here.
Going into this mid game, I know there's a ton of tension between all these teams. They want to set up perfectly for this end game. This is their last shot to qualify, and if you're one of these teams with that monk, like you're hoping that your monk can carry you over this finish line. You're trying to set him up perfectly. You see Alliance getting all these different jades. Now we're getting a replay of Alliance with the Tumultua going down. Now using that 3-band zone to combo with the Tumultua, locking down Alliance. Alliance actually using the technique to take down KZ. Man, they're making it just look super, super easy. Just with one ult in that 3-band zone, that's one of the tricks that you can do using that Tumult, Monk, and Feria. As long as you have that Tumultua, you can run over to one of these 3-band zones to block out the other ultimates, use that ult as the team engages if they want to commit to it. Now Koala backing off from Alliance. Alliance still trying to get in that qualifying position. Koala kind of coasting. They don't really need anything, but they are on Transformers, and they're definitely not down and out. They're one of the best Transformers in the league, and they're going to be going. They can still set up to grab one of these chests for endgame and scale up perfectly. Now, Alliance still on that hunt, stalking them, looking and probing for any type of weakness. They're having a great game with their monk having double purple weapons, having a purple range and a purple melee weapon. JDG in the same boat. Super setup for this end game. There were 30 players alive still. Normally you're not seeing this type of stacked end game on the last game, but all these teams are super close, and they're trying to get over. Now KZ sees JDG. They are also in the same boat. They want to get to the final round. JDG trying to get a type of poke to probe some type of weakness to see if they can commit some of this ult. Now, they don't actually know that KZ Cicada doesn't have an ult up. They're actually stalling for time. By faking this aggression, they're creating enough time for the Cicada to pop ult. Now, JD comes in with the flank, though. KZ doesn't see it coming and gets absolutely decimated by the power of JD's range attacks. Now, LGG with KZ stuck in the pit and Sunwing. This Cicada's trying to survive with all the AoE damage coming down. He has the support of zipping, the heal popping off. He's trying to hold his the corner with his ult being popped. He's able to 1v3 this situation, but unfortunately he does get staggered. It looks like JDG has the merciless Saf Jade. He's trying to look for this stun lock, trying to limit what this Cicada can do. It doesn't look. KZ Lily cannot fight it off and ends up getting taken down. But with KZ, their zipping ends up finding a res on their monk. With their monk and zipping, there's a possibility they can still bring this back. The monk ends up ulting. There is still hope for KZ. JDG ends up getting grabbed. The zipping is trying to get the stagger to help him out, but KZ Gen's trying to make something happen. JDG knows that they need this kill, knows that he needs to solidify it, and LSR is going to carry them, absolutely dominating the other monk and cleaning up this fight.
Even with all of this shuddering into it, though, it's still going to be a little bit more helpful for JDG here, as Ventus and Wolves are officially eliminated from this game. This is the opportunity all four of these players need. This is their golden ticket. This is it. If there's one opportunity for you to do what you can to clutch this game, Now is the time. Now is the moment. Now is the time to get the games, to get the shutdown. JDG, Alliance, Bauda, WBG. I'm talking to you guys. This is your chance. This is your shot. You guys have been putting in the work. You guys have been putting in the time. 84.4. It's less than a 3-point difference between 14th and 13th. Obviously, Ventus is a little bit ahead of this, so JDG is going to have to do a lot of work, and so does Alliance if they really want to see themselves inside of that. But Wolves, not looking good for them here, as it's going to slowly start to close in within these games, though. This is the fun that I'm talking about. This is the excitement. This is the excitement that I be talking about, that I'm really excited for here. Within these games, they've done so much. They've put so much time and effort into these games. They put in a lot. It can be very, very stressful for some of these guys here, even for teams like KLA here. But KLA is already up within this top section block. Now, obviously, there still is a massive opportunity here, as KLA, it looks like he's going to get pushed in by a TE. TE trying to put in enough work here is going to be absolutely, this is going to be a scale rush wall type fight here. As it looks like QGG is just trying to back off as much as possible. Doesn't want to get caught up in a bad situation, but TE is not going to make that easy for him. As he will get the rotation, he will get the finish here. But it looks like Alliance also trying to do the same thing. Same thing with GD. GD. 3 eliminations to their name. They're obviously qualified. Same with EWG. EWG flew up there into 8th place. You see that?
Oh my goodness, it's coming down to the wire, Dobby. There's only 12 points that WBG needs to overcome to get there. They're still in the running, and with the other teams, it's only like 5 or 6 points, and the 2 teams gatekeeping are both not there to continue their reign. Now their destiny is outside their hands. Now we're seeing GG versus WBG. As I was saying, WBG is in striking distance. They still need to keep going, though. They can't stop this train. Unfortunately for them, they're going into an unmovable wall. GG has that bell buff. The bell buff gives 20% damage reduction. This is not the fight that they're looking for. Now Alliance and GD, EWG all having a scuff fight out here with the zone pushing in. Everyone can get picked off here. GDK ends up dying in zone, though. Now TE, this is not who you want to see showing up. The TE's super aggressive. They have nothing to lose here. They're just trying to get more points. They're super scaled. They're going to sit here on the outside, play it super safe, and deny any of these teams from getting in safely. They end up picking off JD with just safe range from inside zone. Alliance now not wanting to be held from TE. TE's happy to pick up these few kills. They're happy to back off. They just want to get a huge multiplier by securing this win. Alliance gets a little bit room to breathe. So does JDG. Luckily for them that TE backs off, but JDG doesn't want to give Alliance the room to breathe. It looks like they're trying to cut them off to see if they can get an opportunity here. They do have triple ults. They are really scaled up. It wouldn't surprise me too if they want to play this end game out instead. First place being 5 placement points, they can still get enough points to get across. We have JDG at 85 points, Alliance at 81, and WBG at 76. The line that they need to get across is 87 points. Man, JDG is only a point and a sliver away from his. Now TE ends up finding EWG in the zone, able to clean this up. Unfortunate for EWG. They can't get to endgame. They can't assassinate these Monk teams. They end up getting cleaned up by TE. TE's going back in the zone. Hopefully, all of the teams on this cup can avoid this juggernaut of a team. There's only 16 players alive. I don't know how, Dobby, like, it might not be possible for WBG. They need to almost clean up the rest of this lobby in order to get through. They're 11 points off of it.
They also need to stay alive. They also need to focus on those points. That's 5 extra points. You have to remember, that's 4 to 5 extra points if you end up getting, obviously, the dub. Just staying alive. But on top of that, also, let's say, you know, they end up getting top 3, top 5. Those points are still going to be helpful for you. All they just need is a couple more points. As long as they focus on that final, there could be a massive opportunity for it. Sadly, though, for K, he ends up getting destroyed all the way down towards this wall here, getting chased by the full team of Alliance here. Doesn't really have too much time to even heal because the fire tick is just going to put so much damage on him. Doesn't even give him much of an opportunity. And just like that, JDG just hit qualification. They done snatched up and stole it away from Wolves. That is going to be a GG's for Wolves for our week number 3. Wolves has held on for a very, very, very long time. They really tried to hold on towards this, but sadly it just wasn't going to be enough. And just like that, with an 87.2, a massive jump in our games, ladies and gentlemen, JDG just pushed out Wolves to qualify for our bi-weekly finals. Now, obviously, we still have Alliance and WBG. That's a lie. I think Alliance could potentially also snatch it as well. They have 6 eliminations so far, and WBG has 5. So they're both fighting this out, holding on for as long as possible here. We have 5 teams left. It's 14 players alive. They started off massacring each other. GD's gone. EWG gone. We've got Bauda, OC, KZ, TK, finished. They're all gone. And who's still alive? The people we were trying to wait for to try to see who's going to be qualified. We have JDG who's still alive. We have Alliance. We have WBG. This game was meant to focus on these players, these specific players at this time. This is important as, oh no. They don't even know WBG's up in here. They mad chilling. And then all of a sudden they go catch him inside of this. And JDG might be able to catch this. This might be free eliminations for us. They're both going to be able to hold on and shutter them as JDG is going to put the lead a little bit further away. 10 eliminations in total. Gene trying to hold on for as long as possible. WBG just trying to hold on, but it's not going to be enough. And just like that, WBG is out, ladies and gentlemen. JDG has found WBG. They are hunting them down. And just like that, Alliance has a shot, 84.8. If they hold on for 2 more placement points, that's all they need is 2 more. They could potentially, qualify if they kick Ventus off of this. Now, Ventus is now on the chopping block. They could also be eliminated as well if Alliance decides to pop off. Now, obviously, JDG putting in the work here, and Alliance has to be very, very careful here. They do not want to risk getting early. Lemdir's TE also is going to come in at a different area all the way towards this left side here. But man, it is coming down to the wire here. TE with 12 eliminations, GG with 6 currently, and TE in second place with a 181.2. A team that we don't talk about too often here. Absolutely putting in the time and the effort, absolutely shutting it down. And just like that, they are in this game. They are in the top 2, and they could potentially end up being number 1 in this game. But at the end of the day, that don't matter. What really matters is Alliance and JDG right now. That's the fight I'm focusing on. How are they going to survive this, knowing that GG, one of the top teams in 3rd place right now, could potentially snatch this away from them? All of their hopes and dreams. Alliance could be done right here, right now, for our week number 3. And they just going to have to focus on week number 4 as they watch everybody else have fun during the finals. Meanwhile, JDG has made it. They have made it. If they go a little harder and capture another 1 or 2 eliminations, that also is going to certify them without a doubt, forcing Ventus to be on the chopping block. If Ventus ends up being on the chopping block, then Alliance has a chance to swoop them up, knowing that they don't have to worry about JDG. Now, Alliance wants to try to shut this down. Alliance wants to try to shut down JDG in this fight, obviously, because they're focusing on him, but they got to pay attention because GG, it might actually come up on them on the back stretch here, and it's not going to be good for them as Alliance Lucky. Oh, Alliance gets absolutely shredded. This is not looking good as Lucky is down for the count. Oh no, this is not looking good. Oh, they didn't even realize they were so focused on trying to fight JDG. They didn't realize that GG was going to start rotating and searching all the way around, trying to see if they can claim the elimination, and they do. Oh no, this is not looking good for Alliance.
Oh no, that's so heartbreaking. Alliance was in great position to secure their win. I was really rooting for them, but unfortunately for them, they start tunnel visioning and get snuck up on by GG, who is currently in 3rd. They just see this team completely not paying attention, and they absolutely cook one of their members out of nowhere. JDG probably doesn't even know that they're qualifying yet. They're still fighting for their lives in their minds. They want to take a win here. They don't just want to coast here, getting that 14th place. They need extra points. Now Alliance still technically is alive. They can still play placement here. They have a Monk and Faria. They can still do a ton of damage here. Alliance Monk goes down. He's looking for a grab. He ends up getting GG LXM, and Alliance Jin does have a crossbow. He's able to cook him up a little bit. The Tumult is trying to get away from Alliance Lin. He needs this kill. He's trying to get his team over the finish line here. It's coming down to the wire. TE over in the corner now lighting up Alliance Lin. He can't get that extra grab though. He does have that mech to get into. Now unfortunately for Jin, TE sees the weakness. They see that there's only 2 of them. They commit their ults in and Jin is gonna get taken down, but all of their hopes and dreams are all invested in this Monk. He's trying to get across the lobby, trying to lose everyone, trying to get his ult back up. There's still a chance that he can clutch this. Now TE turns his attention to JDG, forcing out all of their ults. See, they're getting absolutely pulverized by their range attack, and now TXJ is gonna be looking for these double grabs. He picks up 1 player of JDG, maybe 2, ends up picking up 1 of the kills, looking for another grab, but JDG's Yushan is trying to create some space. GG peppering TE with a ton of cannon shots, able to pick up a kill off GG. Alliance Lin still on the edge. He's trying to build up enough ult. He does have a great cannon. JDG on the edge as well, trying to survive for his team. He's not sure that whether or not his team got over the finish line. They do have 11 kills. We do know in chat as spectators, knowing that they did get across, but GG 330 trying to survive. TE surrounding him, pulverizing his legs. Now GG ends up getting taken down from TE. It looks like TE's gonna clean up this lobby, but the drama really is surrounding Alliance. Their lone Monk looking to get them across, but he ends up getting taken down by TE. Is it gonna be enough to get them across? It's gonna be so close with JDG ending up clutching up, but TE cleans up the lobby with huge grins on his face. They know they're showing a solid teamwork going into the finals, Dobby.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely down to the wire here, even with the surprise of where we were towards the very end here. I mean, like we said, it really was anybody's game. We were talking about how tight these situations can be and how crazy these moments really are when it comes to playing this game. But when you look at the entirety of this whole section of what we're talking about here, man, this game has been incredible to watch. I am impressed with how close we have been. I'm also impressed with even just knowing where we were and focusing on those main teams. They were able to put it down in the best way possible. And obviously, I mean, look at where we're at now here. It really was down to the wire. TE absolutely just getting the finish. They shut it down. They put it down. And then the rest of the teams here are still trying to figure out if they have qualified. They are so close to knowing, and obviously we are just as close. We're about to find out just as much as you are.
You can see the sweat on all these teams. Like, did we do it? Wait, how many points? How many points did they make? When did they die? Do you remember? The coaches are always like, I don't know. I think you made it. No, I don't know. But TE with grins on their face, they're my league favorite. They came in with such an interesting comp with that Takeda Tumult Monk and made it work, man. That comp is not traditional at all, Dobby. Normally we're seeing these Farias, but now we're seeing a new rise of Takeda maybe and Viper with Takeda Viper Wu Chen, Takeda Monk Tumult. It just boggles my mind that these teams are able to dig deep into their playbook going into these finals, innovating still with the same meta. Now in Pro League, they don't update their patch for competitive integrity reasons. These teams are used to playing these strategies, and until the end of these weeklies, they do update a little bit later than the rest, so we don't get to see those echoes, and they're still finding really, really innovative stuff today. What was your favorite moment from today, Dobby?
Oh man, I think just the suspense of knowing, like, throughout the day, we were watching team after team slowly get close to that qualification numbers. At first, like I said, when we first started this, there was only 2 teams that realistically at that time had the opportunity. And then eventually another team got closer, and then another team got closer, and another team got closer. And all of a sudden, it was like 7 to 8 teams. Like within those few, now they're fighting tooth and nail, neck and neck, just grabbing, touching, smashing, bashing, everything else to try to get that qualification just to make it to the final. Obviously, XCG destroying, TE destroying, GG's putting in work, getting their dub, and just absolutely putting in work is absolutely phenomenal. Congratulations to them. They've been putting in the work, they've been putting in the time, and obviously to see them in the top 5, honestly, not surprising. XCG has been a dominant force so far in our trios game since we started. But to get to the point of the heart racing and the desperation and the worry and the stress coming into that final game, knowing it really could have been anybody's game. I love those moments because that's when you put up or shut up as TE drops a 20 bomb. 37 points, 20.6 for JDG, 14 points for EWG, putting in the work, putting in the effort, and absolutely shutting it down with absolute ease. Now, this is where we talk about that importance, right? Alliance with the 6 points, 11.5. Ventus with an 8.8. Obviously, I don't know if that's going to be enough, knowing that close team, JDG, has a chance of switching it with 20.6. That might do it. That might just do it. And it's surprising to see XCG all the way at the very bottom with not a single point to their name. But mind you, they've been doing so well, they ain't got to worry about it. They just say, you know what, let's just throw this game. We ain't got to worry about it. We can just sit back and relax. That's what I would have done. I'd have been like, listen, if we're already in qualification, why do we need to fight? I would have legitimately just been like, nah, we're good. I'd like, yeah, getting first place cool and all that. But this part right here from the very beginning, we were talking about that amount of pressure and that amount of weight that was happening. It felt like everybody was fighting like they wanted to qualify. Some of these teams didn't really need to fight to qualify, but it just seems like everybody was fighting like they were on the chopping block of this game, and they didn't want to risk anything. I mean, the defense, the parries, look at all of the time spent here as Alliance was just trying to thrust themselves in so many different areas, trying to see if they could catch those eliminations. And then obviously, JDG solidifying their placement, but also sending WBG home. Catching them inside of the cave. What are the odds that you catch them inside of this cave trying to hide out, not trying to get spotted, and JDG finds the team that they need to switch it and shut it down for them as TE puts in the damage towards JDG. JDG holds on for that second place. Those extra placement points were massive, but to make it all the way from how tight we was, from just how it only takes maybe 10 points. You said 15 might be a little too far. That might be a little too far of a reach. I don't know if they can do it.
Oh,
I don't know.
Man.
I think they did.
Alliance, man, they had their hopes and dreams. Their Feria gave their monk everything she can, dropping that mech off. Their monk was looking for those double grabs. It looked hopeful when they got that tumult grab out of GG. But GG, I know we've been talking a lot about TE and XCG, but GG during the second half of this tournament completely popped off. Even though they haven't been winning first in every single round, they've been doing super solid, like just behind the leading team, getting over 20 points a game repeatedly. Now, not to take any credit from my favorite team, TE, we have the MVP going to Leo. Look at that damage, almost 30k damage with a ton of dagger damage, and using that Meteor Pride's Fall repair roll. A lot of these health jades, that's one of the new things during this meta. All of these teams are using a lot more health jades than they normally would. And I'm really curious to see what the final results were. Did Alliance get there? I don't think they did. I feel like they came up really short. They might have to go back to the drawing board for themselves going into next week. It's going to be a tough loss for them, knowing that just if they did that little bit, they're going to review every single play, go over every single memory, every single engagement. What could they have done differently? Now, the good thing for them, though, just because they didn't make it this week, they were really, really close. But I'm really excited going into these finals. We have the Titans finally going at it. And I know like there's a lot today, but qualifying rounds, this was probably the most exciting qualifying round that I have seen today. It's probably because you're here with me today, Dobby, but it's also because there was 8 teams on the cusp. But what I want to see in finals is when people are playing for top 3. We're talking about top 14 right now. Top 3 is what people care about going into finals, and it's a complete different game plan that the teams are going to go with, and I'm excited to see. Now, with these bottom teams putting that amount of energy to get in that top 14, I'm excited to see if they're able to bring that energy to day 1 going into the finals, just starting out of the gate just like XCG did, coming out with that comp, being very, very aggressive. Not to say that going out slow like GG, they started out slow, but in the end they ended up picking up the pace. So I'm really excited to go into these finals, Dobby.
Listen, you might not be able to do it, but I will. I'll do those puns. That's a GG's for you, okay? GG said GG's to everybody else. They said y'all can go home, okay? Even with all of this madness that's been happening here, I'm also excited, but I'll also give you this too. He was absolutely right with knowing that there was that many people on the chopping block. But you are right though. When we get to these finals, you know, the last place ain't what we focused on. It's gonna be who's going to win for our finals here, and I hope that it's going to be just as tight as how it was tonight, just to qualify. I hope that we keep the same momentum going into our finals and seeing who is going to be the one that's going to be doing just enough. And just like that, we're going to take a short, small intermission as Jaeger is going to be going through another interview, and we'll be right back with the final standings. Who qualifies when we return?
Thank you, our casters, and hi guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with AirSR and let him say hello to our audience. 那老实人先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是京东的老实人。
欢迎老实人来到我们的赛后采访。So first, I have a question. It seems like you guys have really good performance in the last game, and I would like to know how you guys like adjust yourself and like for the whole team after the 5 games. 那我特别想知道啊，因为看起来今天最后一把打的真的是非常精彩，而且之前好像每次3排到最后一把的时候都感觉发挥的很棒啊。那你们整个队伍像5把打完之后心态怎么去调整呢？
我们每一把第一把没打好就是没事还有下一把，下一把没打好就没事还有下一把，
一直安慰自己。那到了第5把结束之后做了什么样的调整？第6把可以打那么好？
第5把没关系，还有下一组。
没关系，说明好的心态给你们带来了一个好的表现，是不是 ？Okay, so actually, I think every time we are very relaxed. After the game 1, we think we still have game 2, and we just relax and relax. So we keep very good strategy and psychology. That's why we can have good performance in the latest game. Okay, I think it's time for us to move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 那接下来就到了我们一个问答送福利的环节啊！刚才我们也讲到了，这个心态放松很重要。那接下来我们也要放松的情绪去给大家送出一个小福利啦！准备好了没有？
准备好了。
好的，那我先给他们讲一下游戏规则。Okay, you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see. Today's question is.Which team below isn't qualified to the bi-weekly final? 那今天的题目呢，其实是关于我们这个周决啊，哪一支队伍现在没有资格进入 ？A 呢是集结号 ，B 是狼队 ，C 京东 Gaming，D 是 Ventus。那我这边想先问一下老师一个问题啊，今天其实整个比赛打得非常焦灼，对吧？开赛前其实好几个队都是踩在那个及格线左右的感觉，今天打下来整体感觉怎么样？
感觉还是有点放松吧。
是你们对自己有点放松。
对。
So to be honest, I think today's game for us, the Trolls game today, is really relaxed today. Okay, so I think you are prepared and it's time for us to counting. 那我觉得老师应该准备好要送出福利了。那我们接下来就进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, pay attention to your mailbox today. Okay, I think it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那接下来就要请老师给我们公布一下正确答案是哪一个呢？
B 蓝队吧。
Yes, the correct answer is B, Wolves. Okay, and we know that we are going to have the bi-weekly final. And I would like to know for Jingdong Gaming, so what's your ambition in this bi-weekly final? 那想问一下，因为我们马上就要迎来我们这个第3双周的周决了。那对于京东整个队伍来说，你们的目标这次怎么样？
周决前期吧。
好的 ，So our ambition will be the top 7 in the Trolls game bi-weekly final. 好的，谢谢老师今天接受我们的这个采访，也感谢你送出这个福利给大家，谢谢。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
And we are back. Man, going into these finals, my prediction of who's gonna take it, I gotta say it's gonna be XCG, man. A lot of things they did today that no one in the league has been doing. Now, the other team that I'm going to be rooting for, I always root for, is definitely TE, but I definitely feel like XCG is the favorite going into these finals. Now, no surprise to me that GG is up there as well. In the previous season of NARAKA Pro League, GG was always in the top 5. Now, they didn't have the best showing at Worlds, but during these weeklies where they're able to get a lot of volume, they're able to get their game going, they're a slow starting team, they're able to perform really, really well. Now, for the dark horse pick, I'm hoping that one of the teams in the bottom actually gets in the top 3. It was really exciting to see them struggle. I don't know which my favorite is, but anyone in who was in that 7-point crunch, I wish the best for them to try to get up there to perform really well. But this is the big leagues. I'm gonna have to go with the crowd favorite XCG with the amount of innovations. What are your picks, Dobby?
You know, so my picks sometimes can kind of be like unorthodox. If it was me, obviously through what's been happening, obviously XCG has been playing out of their mind. And the thing that makes it different is they have been playing consistently out of their minds, okay? This isn't like a normal thing. They have been consistently popping off, okay? We have to pay attention to that. We have to. We can't ignore what XCG has done, regardless to TE taking that first place slot. Now, personally, I think GG is going to upset them.
Wow.
I think GG is going to pull off an upset. What I would also like to see is that surprise. I love that you brought up the dark horse, because I love the dark horse surprises in these areas here that we don't necessarily talk about. Now, here's my thing. TE came out of nowhere and popped off. Nowhere. Because I was not paying attention to TE at all throughout the majority of this week for trios, just in general, let alone last week, and let alone the week before that. Now all of a sudden they're making a name for themselves. So now me thinking about it has got me thinking, okay, if they're also popping off, if they're also putting in the time, I also need to think about some of the other teams that is also doing the same thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would love to see JDG end up in top 3.
You know what's in the dark horse that I never expect that just continuous surprises? Like, I feel like it's J-Team. Like, J-Team is always, they're always out of the question. No one gives them credit, and then they're the 2-time. They have to be the strongest team in the league. They did it twice at Worlds. On the biggest stage, they're able to do it twice. Now, in Nbpl, maybe they're just ironing out details. Maybe they don't care as much, or maybe they're just not as hungry. And then when it comes to the big lights, that's where they shine. Now, it looks like this week they are firing on all cylinders. So I have to say that dark horse, is it that much of a dark horse? I feel like it's a disrespect to J-Team, but they're never, like, at least on the NA side, they're never looked at as that team that looks like they're going to win. But I got to say, if I have to pick my dark horse, it's going to be J-Team.
J-Team is a good dark horse of a gem to really pull out here. I think even with, you know, all of the madness that we talk about, and when it comes to the players and when it comes to certain things and how everything else can really kind of like change your perspective here, there's still a lot more than we can talk about in terms of some of these other players that at the end of the day still are an issue for some of these teams. They still are a problem in some way, shape, or form. They are an issue. And that's the one thing that I like in terms of some of these teams, because, hey, like I said, there still is room to grow. There's still room to adapt. There's still room to see where some of these other teams are going to be. Now, personally, if we had to pick another dark horse, for these games that I think could potentially really pop off, I'm going to be honest. I think KLA has done some very surprising work throughout these last 6 games. Oh, actually, matter of fact, no, I'm not even talking about KLA. I'm going to take that back. EWG. This team went from being damn near close to the bottom and then immediately said, nope, 5th place. Huh?
That's a good Cinderella story. I like to pick on EWG. I've completely forgot about Koala.
What team did that? What other team put in that much work and immediately within one night said, nope, we're good. We're going to go back up here. We don't like being down here. We're going to go back up here. What?
Yeah, but now they pointed out EWG did clutch it up. And I completely forgot about the previous bi-weekly champions, Koala. Man, it's going to be an exciting time this weekend with solo finals being there and trios finals. I can't wait for this weekend.
Oh, I cannot wait either. And obviously coming into the standings here, oh boy, ladies and gentlemen, I think they did it. I think they both did it. I think they both qualified. Wolves is out. Alliance out. WBG out. Couldn't do it. Bauda out. OC out. KZ out. TK out. Ladies and gentlemen, JDG just barely making it with a 93.7. Ventus with a 94.2, holding on just long enough not to be caught on the chopping block. And ladies and gentlemen, Ventus and JDG have officially made it to qualifications. On top of that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your top 14. JJH, GS, GD, JL, EWG. They popped up with a 64.6, equaling a 123.2. I'm sorry, they were down lower than that when we started tonight. OUG, AOW, KLA, 74.8. That's another team. I will say KLA is another team that we do need to pay attention to. But overall, I definitely got to see EWG. The fact that they were that far down low like that and still was able to pop off, that was monumental, okay? GG's with a 107.7, and obviously our biggest score to date for any of our days, a 131.6 in our day 3.
Oh my goodness.
We didn't even pay attention to these people and they popped off with a 131.
What? TE just, I thought XEG was going to break the single day record. It might have been TE coming with 131 bomb per one day. To put that in perspective, chat, the other teams who barely qualified got 40 points each of their days. They almost 3x their points in one day. That's crazy.
One day. Actually insane coming into this, and obviously looking at tomorrow's schedule. I will be also casting tomorrow for our solo finals, our bi-weekly final for our solos. You know I'm a big fan of the solos. I love the solo dolos. I love the singular games coming into this, and obviously it's going to be a good time. But Rave, it's been such a good time being able to cast alongside you tonight with all of the madness of trios here, especially a suspenseful night of trios to date. It's not like it's one of those where, you know, it was kind of whatever we were focusing on. Like, no, this was tight till the very, very end. of these games here. We didn't know who was going to qualify just to barely make it. Now, obviously, we pretty much knew who was going to be at the tops here, but in terms of just being able to make it, each game just got more suspenseful and suspenseful as another team put in a ticket for their chance to qualify. And obviously, looking into the groups here, these are the general groups from a lot of our teams, but obviously, we got a chance to see who actually qualified. And some of these teams are going to get ready to go crazy this Saturday.
Thank you, Dobby. I really enjoyed casting you today. What a beautiful day for Naraka. Thank you, chat, all our new viewers, all of our old viewers. We're going into this weekend. I can't wait to tune in tomorrow to catch you casting these solo players with Mike being in there and Spider. We're going to see two of the greatest solo players go at it, duke it out tomorrow. And I cannot wait for Sunday as well, seeing J-Team, GG, Koala, TE all go at it. All these heavyweight titans going at it with the shakeup of this meta. So much has changed just within a few days. I cannot wait to see what these pro players are going to cook up next.
Let's hope they cook up a whole Thanksgiving dinner because I'm hungry. I'm ready to eat. I need mashed potatoes. I need my collard greens. I need my chicken. I need mac and cheese. It's mandatory. It's very, very mandatory. That's going to come from JDG. JDG needs to bring the mac and cheese. It's got to be good. Okay. Now, in terms of my bread, I need my biscuits. Preferably my fluffy flakies. But if you do croissants, I ain't complaining. And always need some drinks. I think XCG is going to provide the drinks. They're high class. They're in the top 3 spots. I think they're going to bring some, you know, I don't drink champagne, but I love some cider. Apple cider would be fantastic. I'll take that. You know, some juices, you know, preferably like some fruit juices, you know, strawberry would be great. And then on top of that, we need some mashed potatoes, especially the good gravy. And I know exactly who's going to bring the good gravy, and that's J-Team. J-Team going to bring the gravy. They ain't going to bring in the work. And I hope that it's good. It's a lot of momentum from some of these teams here. And let's hope, honestly, I hope that they keep the same momentum that they did tonight, because there were a lot of teams that played like I said, some of these teams played like they were on the chopping block. And they didn't need to fight. They didn't need to play the way that they did. They were already guaranteed a qualification, and some of these teams were playing like they were in JDG's slot. I need that every single game when we get to trios. I need every single game like that. Just absolute W key energy, but on top of that, I mean, yeah, we can go into strategization. Understandable. I get that. You got to play towards the long game. You got to be smart. Get those extra placement points. Those placement points are very important, but at the same time, I want to see the madness happen. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end it here tonight for our trios, for our final day for qualifying. And obviously, the next time we see you, it's going to be tomorrow night for our solos. And don't forget, we'll be back here for trios the night after. And we're going to be crowning some more champions as we get closer and closer to the big boy. You guys have a fantastic night. Thank you guys for joining us here. I'm Javier. This is Rave. See you tomorrow.
Thank you guys for everything.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave.